power and performance, then having that sort of ability is definitely no hindrance. The F5 absolutely flying up the hill. And this is the sort of car that would give quite a lot of racing machinery not only a run for its money, but an awful hiding in terms of outright pace and performance. Astonishing performance from so many of the supercars that you will see on the hill. In fact, calling them supercars is really not a justice. I think hypercars is the very least you should be aiming for. Ferrari with a big group of entries. This is Miguel Molina, again, factory Ferrari driver, was racing for them in the Le Mans 24 Hours just 3 weeks ago in a 488 GTE. And this is the latest Evo version of the FXX. Absolutely astonishing piece of equipment. And you can see why the manufacturers bring in their factory drivers to use these cars to their full abilities up the hill. This is not just a rolling motor show, this is a global sales pitch, wearing Rosso Corsa, the Ferrari racing colours, but with the pale Oxford blue, Cambridge blue rather, of Colonel Ronnie Hoare, who for many years was the British Ferrari importer, Maranello concessionaires, featured by Rob Bath, who's got plenty of experience in GT racing Ferraris. This is Ferrari's latest entry-level road car, if such a thing is possible, the 296 GTB. And those famous letters GTB came initially with the 308 and still retain their significance for the Ferrari brand. GT Berlinetta of Rob Bath, or being driven by Rob Bath. F-Type blasting away from the line, and this Andrew Mould in the F-Type R, latest and fastest, most focused of the Jaguar F-Types. And of course, just that little green badge with the R label on, for those in the know, immediately identifies an ordinarily good-looking Jag for something that's just a little bit special. Fabulous looking colour on this car as well, real colour changing from almost black to dark cherry red. Type R's supercharging in previous Jaguar models has always given them that iron fist in a velvet glove appeal to so many drivers. They look relatively standard and anonymous, but pack an enormous punch. And the F-Type R will be absolutely no different. Well, the cars are coming past you fast and furious if you are trackside. This is Caterham's latest and most focused road model. And the Caterham stand with an enormous array of cars on. Very different looking machine next up. So many real flights of fancy. This is a name from the 1930s, Hispano-Suiza, a Spanish-Swiss motoring consortium. They were renowned for fabulously drop-dead, high-performance, ultra-exclusive cars, being driven by former Grand Prix ace Spanish driver Luis Perez Sala. He's done his own time as a race driver in Formula One, many more years as a test driver, and the Hispano-Suiza Carmen, again, heading back into the historic territory of Hispano-Suiza, into the exclusive coach-built days of yore. And it's got that real 1930s feel with the sort of aero rear end and the fared-in rear wheels. Spats on a car immediately just give it that 1930s feel. First time we've seen this car here in the UK at speed. And Luis Perez Sala making sure the frown on the car, the lidded eyes on it look really nice. Well, delighted to be joined again by Sean Ward. Sean, as ever, these Michelin supercar runs, the first glance runs, just bring out the 8-year-old boy in everybody, don't they? You know, these are all going to be posters on kids. Well, I suppose kids don't have posters on their bedroom walls anymore. It's all on their phone, it's all on the internet. But cars like this that have not been seen in public before, being driven by Chris Buncombe. This car, the Radford Lotus Type 62, being developed by Ant Anstead and Jensen Button, their new company. And again, you know, we think of, well, bespoke manufacturers as being something of the size of a Ferrari or a Bugatti, but actually they can be tiny startups as well.
That's the thing, there are only going to be 62 of these cars, and it's a car that we've seen in pictures now for almost a couple of years. We've seen it in the metal here before, we've seen it at the Revival, in the Autosport Motor Show, but we just haven't seen it running. So this is our first opportunity to listen to it, to see it moving.
And that is an enormous difference, you know, for all the kids that are coming here from 9 to 92, having seen them online and read the features in the magazines and everything else is one thing, but to then hear them and feel them and actually see what they look like, that's what cars are. Cars aren't pictures. Cars are moving, living things, and having them here on the track is really important.
That's the thing, it's great is to have a picture on the wall or a picture on the background of your phone, when you actually see something move, it seeing flying down the hill. We've got the 911 Gt2 Rs with the Manthey Racing performance kit, Kevin Estre at the wheel. Very successful driver behind the wheel. He knows how to hustle.
Winner of Le Mans for Porsche and GTE Pro just a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, Manthey Racing, they've run factory Porsche programs for decades. What Manthey knows about the 911 pretty much equates to what Porsche knows about the 911. They must forget more on a daily basis than most owners will ever know. And you can go from mild to wild with Manthey as well. They will take your 911 road car and either gently breathe on it or turn it into damn near a full-bore race car. They have the full gamut of products, and Kevin Est, again, giving the car a nice little airing up the hill. Well, this is all a big part of Festival of Speed, isn't it? It's not called Festival of Racing and Rallying and Motorbikes, it's called Festival of Speed, and we celebrate all kinds of performance here, whether it's on 2 wheels or 3 or 4, whether it is normal internal combustion engine, whether they are hybrid powered, whether they're pure EV. Everything is a celebration of motive, performance and power and style and luxury, whether you're going from the big prestige brands to the more, let's say, performance focus like Aston Martin. And this Vantage F1 edition, Aston Martin are sort of rolling out limited edition cars at the moment, almost like there's no tomorrow.
That's the thing, this F1 edition, so it's got 25 more horsepower than the standard V8 Vantage. This is the Roadster version, so obviously you can see there's no roof, it's got extra downforce, it's also got the F1 edition badges on the side there, some other little tweaks here and there. Makes a very good noise as well.
Sort of says this might be the tip of the iceberg. Well, we're with the Aston Martin Formula One team and the Aston Martin road car programs, there is always going to be that wish to have a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more crossover. So it's been really entertaining to see just where the DB badges go. Well, talking about DB, David Brown, the man who really recreated Aston Martin and sort of brought them through their big era of growth with the DB456. You can see the DBS there, the last model here. Meanwhile, Aston Martin, an older established brand than this car manufacturer, Rimac. Now, there'll be a lot of people that may have seen pictures of this car. Nobody will ever really have seen it behaving like this.
Look at it being absolutely hustled. 1,914 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour, 1.9 seconds, 256 miles an hour flat out. Watch him through Malcolm, he's going to slide it.
Well, the demonstration driver, Paul Williams, is definitely showing things that most owners will never dare do with this car. But what is Rimac? Where's it come from?
So Rimac comes from Croatia. It started off essentially with one chap in his garage who had a dream of trying to do cool things in the electric vehicle space. And it's just gone from there, grown and grown and grown. Like I said, this has got more than 1,900 horsepower, 256 miles an hour flat out. It's an absolute monster, and there's so much technology in that car. It's so impressive.
And yet, you can still make it do things like that. A fabulous... I'm trying to think what a good noun for a collection of Bugattis is, but it's too early in the morning. It's a fabulous collection of Bugattis waiting to go up. Now let's take a look at this Porsche 911. Oh, it's just a 911 turbo. It's not just a 911 turbo. It is a 911. It is a turbo. We'll take a look at that car in a moment, I think, because it does look as though we are waving off our Bugattis. And again, Bugatti, a famous name from the 1930s, famous for racing cars, for coach-built excellence, revived, and then now owned by the Audi group. Bugatti, again, making itself a real benchmark for ultra-high performance cars. And look at this, named after one of its most famous drivers, the Chiron Supersport, the Chiron Supersport 300 Plus. I mean, they get more extreme with every iteration.
Yeah, this exact car is the car that set the record fastest production car. So 300 plus, it's 304 miles an hour with the driver at the wheel at the moment, Andy Wallace, at Aero Lessine in Germany. 304 miles an hour.
Andy Wallace, Le Mans winner with Jaguar back in the 1980s, and he's been a test driver for Jaguar for many years, test driver now for Bugatti for a number of years. And again, we talked about this 300 mile an hour barrier. I'm old enough to remember when 200 miles an hour was a sensational speed from the Mclaren F1 road car. We are now at 300 miles an hour in a car that is taxed and insured and road legal. It's utterly astonishing. Even more astonishing, perhaps, is this onboard view from a Mercedes powered by a Mercedes engine, but not just any Mercedes engine, a Mercedes Grand Prix Formula One engine. What a thing.
Exactly that. This is the Mercedes AMG 1. They're going to make 275 of these, and as you said, it's got the engine, the powertrain from a Mercedes Formula One car. Revs to 11,000 RPM, the 1.6 litre turbocharged V6.
And so driver focused. The onboard here, I mean, it looks like a racing car with that little butterfly steering wheel, you know, all the little turny wheels for adjusting the suspension, the traction and everything else. Astonishing piece of kit, as is this. The return of MC to Maserati. The last time we saw those initials, the Maserati MC12, getting on for 2 decades ago, that became a hugely successful racing car, and now the Trident badge on the front of the MC20, and you can actually almost see that family lineage in this car as well.
Yeah, the MC12, that had a screaming V12 that was from the Ferrari Enzo. This, very different. It's got a turbocharged V6 engine, twin turbo, 630 horsepower, 8-speed double clutch gearbox, 0 to 62 in 2.9 seconds, 202 miles an hour flat out, and in 2025 there will be an all-electric version.
And that's a way that a lot of these manufacturers are going to be able to just push performance into the stratosphere, because internal combustion engines can do so much, but pure electric power has almost no limit. Just realised he's left his passenger behind. Reversing lights come on. Great place to have the reversing lights right down there in the centre of what is effectively part of the diffuser. And getting ready for another full power 4-wheel drive launch, and again with electric motors you can have them either on the rear axle or on all 4 wheels. And this Lucid Air, what a fabulous looking car this is. This looks like something that should really float on air and be utterly silent. It's just got that aura about it.
We were lucky enough, this car swung by the office at the motor circuit the other day, sat in the back, very luxurious, but the thing is it's got more than 1,050 horsepower, all electric, maximum of 540 miles of range, comes from San Francisco. Really impressive car, and it's the first time we've seen it here.
And you know, I think this is going to be so much a part of where EVs are going. Because of the silence of the powertrain, it's so suited to a luxury car, and that car just says, all right, it's been driven by a complete hooligan in a very hooligan manner to show what it can do. What it will do is waft. This car is just going to waft around with, you know, in great luxury and comfort. Luxury and comfort. Lux and comfort. Not sure what lux and comfort is. Maybe that's that'll be coming later in car development. Well, with the familiar blue and white roundels and a very familiar tuning name as well on the front. Andreas Vollmer now driving this dark green B4 Alpena BMW up the hill. Alpena, like Schnitzer, have been tuning BMWs since the 1960s, and Alpena is always a badge that drivers know and understand.
Yeah, this is the new Alpena B4, and essentially what Alpena does is they have a slightly different approach to performance cars. They want to build something that is about performance and luxury, but for the road. It isn't about necessarily chasing numbers, although they almost always very quick indeed, but they're just about having an enjoyable road car experience with a bit more power, a bit more luxury.
And for BMW, it represents the opportunity for BMW buyers still to buy a BMW, but to have it a little bit more niche and customizable. And so that's why BMW and Alpena continue to have that relationship. It's sort of factory-blessed performance. Your factory warranty will still hold up if you buy an Alpena BMW. So it's very close indeed to sort of a skunkworks tuning firm almost for the company. Now, we've seen an awful lot of well-known European names with high-performance cars. Kia with this EV6 GT being driven with a great deal of aplomb. A real step forward into super high performance for this Korean brand.
Yeah, this is the EV6 GT. GT means it's a slightly faster version of the EV6. It's got two motors, 585 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.5 seconds.
Jade Pavley, the rally driver, whistling that up the hill. And again, plenty of Jaguar performance under the hood of this fabulous fast-moving SUV. Style, comfort, luxury, grace, space, taste. That was always Jaguar's motto, and I think in this F-Pace there's plenty of all of those.
Yeah, this is the Jaguar F-Pace 1988 edition that was unveiled just last week, I believe. First time we've seen it here and heard it here. This is a tribute to the XJR9 that was on 1988. It's got purple paintwork, 22-inch wheels and 550 horsepower. Which is probably about as much as the Jaguar that won Le Mans in 1988 boasted from its 5-litre V12 as well. Maybe a little less. Again, another familiar European name, and as all high-performance manufacturers have discovered, getting people on board with your brand often involves getting something or producing something that they can use as a family car, and this is Maserati's SUV. Yeah, this is the Maserati Grecale Trofeo, the latest Maserati to join the range. As you can hear, turbocharged V6, makes lots of noise, makes lots of power.
And Trofeo, of course, is Maserati's gentleman racing brand. So Trofeo on a car means that this is something that's a little bit more than your standard, if there is such a thing, Maserati Grecale. It just a little bit more pep and a little bit more get up and go.
So we're looking at the Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo, all electric. Space in the back for a dog. I know we've said that quite a few times now, but you really can.
But it is important, you know, and it's a very well recognised problem for sports car manufacturers that sports car drivers have families and don't always want to separate family and fun. And so cars that have got 4 seats but with the performance and the get up and go of a sports car are really important. Kazuki Nakajima, Japanese factory driver for Toyota Gazoo Racing until the end of last season. He's now stood back from international race driving, and he is now the boss of Toyota Gazoo Racing's racing operations across the World Endurance Championship. He is here with the Toyota Gr Supra. Gazoo Racing now is going to be a sub-brand for Toyota, or is already a sub-brand for Toyota, for the most extreme versions of their cars. And the Gr Supra is the latest of those. Of course, we've had the Gr Yaris, which has been hugely well received. And the Gr Supra, that's just upping the ante in the latest Toyota Supra.
Yep, came about as a partnership between Toyota and BMW. You can get a straight 6 engine, you can get a 4-cylinder engine now. They've also just introduced one with a manual gearbox, and now we're looking at the Toyota Gr Yaris. This came about from a rally project for the WRC that never really happened. This was the homologation special. All-wheel drive, locking differentials. You pull the handbrake, it will disconnect the drive shaft, so you can just get the tail out nice and easily. Proper fun car.
Very well received, and again, you know, with sort of subcompact dimensions, the Yaris, you know, in a lot of ways, an ideal starter car. This Yaris, a little less so. Probably not going to give it to your 18-year-old child on their birthday. It's more likely to be the 18-year-old child's car-crazy dad that is driving this. But again, you know, perfectly docile around town. And like Pepperami, it can be a bit of an animal when you want it to be. There's an awful lot of power and performance to be exploited, and all the driving reports telling us that this car is a hugely fun and entertaining machine. So there are a lot of petrol heads in Toyota Gazoo Racing, and that is becoming very evident as the GR brand starts to roll out on some of Toyota's obviously sporty models like the Supra, and less obviously sporty models like the Yaris. Well, again, a fabulous looking Mercedes EQ heading its way up the hill towards you, but at the start line now is another Toyota, this bright red machine. So they're being released again at a few moments intervals. And this is the third of our GR badge Toyotas for the weekend. GT driver Michael Bentwood, a man who cut his teeth racing in single-seaters up to Formula 3. Has become a successful GT racer over the last decade or so with the GT86 in Toyota Gazoo Racing form. So this is the GR86, and again taking the GT86 two-seat sports car formula and sprinkling the magic GR Racing oofle dust over it, upping the performance, bringing more suspension technology to bear as well, a more driver-focused GR86.
Yeah, this is the successor to the Toyota GT86, which came here in 2012, 10 years ago now. So it's
hard to think that GT86 is a decade old already.
I know, it's got a slightly bigger engine now. This is a 2.4 four-cylinder rather than a 2-litre. Still rear-wheel drive, still got a 6-speed manual gearbox. Yeah. Same thing as the GT86, really. It's all about driving fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the three Toyota GR models here, again, Toyota very happy with the way that they've been received, and rightly so. And great to see Kaz Nakajima here as well. His father, Satoru Nakajima, of course, raced in single-seaters, raced for Camel Lotus Honda back in the 1980s. Kaz himself, an ex-Grand Prix driver, raced very successfully with Toyota, multiple world champion and Le Mans winner in the hypercar and LMP1 eras with Toyota Gazoo Racing in World Endurance Championship, and now running the team. Teammate Kamui Kobayashi, who is still driving, has become Toyota's global head of motorsport as still an active race driver, so player manager. Now then, turning our attention from 4 wheels to 2. Again, the motorcycle's actually coming up at an awful lot faster rate and at closer intervals than the cars. This dirt track scrambler Triumph, a real crowd pleaser. Just has that late 1950s, early 1960s look. And the motorcycle industry still more wedded to internal combustion engine. I think the issue with electric motorcycles is still where do you put all of the batteries that you need to get the performance and or the range out of them.
That's the thing though, as battery technology improves, these systems are going to get smaller and smaller. They're going to be more power dense, so that you'll be able to get more and more range, be able to get more and more performance.
Absolutely right. Well, from machines that echo the 1940s, 1950s, some of them the 1930s, to things that would, quite frankly, not look out of place in a Judge Dredd movie. What a fabulous looking motorcycle this is. And one of the great things that motorcycle manufacturers have is they don't necessarily have to worry about what it does in the weather or whatever. As long as the rider can be made comfortable on it, you can make the bike look as outrageous as you like.
Yeah, this is the AMB 001, the collaboration between Aston Martin and Gr Supra. It's a really beautiful bike.
It has a great sound to it as well, as you would expect from anything that is echoing Gr from back in its historic past, and that is combined with Aston Martin. Both are manufacturers for whom noise has been an important part of ownership. And the motorcycles flying up the hill, you will see more of that later as well. We had one of our famed balcony moments yesterday with the great Wayne Rainey. Wayne Rainey, a multiple world champion in 500cc motorcycle racing, will be riding up the hill 30 years after an accident in racing that left him paralysed from the chest down. His World Championship winning motorcycle from the early 1990s has been adapted for him to ride now purely with hand controls, and he will be going up the hill later along with a whole host of his rivals and now friends, so that will be worth watching out for. At the top of the hill, surrounded by the most glorious group of high-performance cars and bikes, is the lucky birthday boy from yesterday. He kept that very quiet, didn't he? It is now our chance to catch up with Ed Foster.
Ben Collins, most people up here have passengers. Indeed, you had passengers. What did you do to scare them off?
I think they got right. No, I think we had someone lined up for this morning, but it's like, you know, it's Goodwood's like everybody gets busy and the schedules tend to move about. People get go into other stuff. So passenger didn't turn up this morning, so that's fine. So it was a bit lighter going up the hill, a bit more frisky.
And you seem to always have a smile when you get out of this car. It's obviously quite a weapon.
Well, every time you get to the top successfully, there's always a sense of, great, I made it. But this is really fantastic. Yeah, it's the punch out of the corners at sort of the mid-range torque it has is incredible. So for Goodwood in particular, it's like nothing else I've ever driven. It's my speed into the first corner is just shy of 100 miles an hour, which is the quickest I've ever been in any car I've driven here. And the nature of the electric power uphill, you just get incredible punch. It just is nothing like combustion. So it is a phenomenal experience, and it lightens up parts of the sort of course you wouldn't normally experience in that way.
Now we're sort of getting into the final throes of the Festival of Speed this year. How's your weekend been? It's been awesome. I think the only thing we wished we'd done in a way was enter it for times, because the car is so quick. We found ourselves sort of creeping up towards these hypercars, and I think anything quicker than it up the hill is the race cars. So I think the temptation for Lucid is to come back next year and showcase what it does and get some official timing. So hopefully that's what we'll do. Looking forward to it. Cheers, Ben. Thanks a lot. Kazuki, fantastic to see you at the Festival of Speed. You've just come up the hill in the Supra. How was it?
Yeah, it was very nice. First time for me to jump in the Supra with a manual transmission, and I really enjoyed it. And nice to be back to Festival of Speed. It's the first time for me since 2008 or 9. Yeah, back in F1 time. So yeah, really nice feeling. Now you're probably so young. You probably didn't race a manual car, did you? Actually, I did. At my the first at my career, I still had some manual shift racing, so it's not the first time at least, and I'm old enough to enjoy the manual cars, but this is something really enjoyable, and something we want to show with a lot of fans here. Now outside of the Festival of Speed, how's your season going? Yeah, I mean our season so far is quite good. Actually, I'm now have a different role. So I'm not racing anymore, but still part of our TGL WEC team. And we managed to win Le Mans 24 Hours, which was such a great achievement. But we are still, have some races to secure the championship. So still a long way to go.
Now, Kazuki, you said it was a while since you were last here. The Festival of Speed has got bigger and better, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's expanded a lot. I think compared to my last memory, the event is a lot bigger and so many spectators, so many cars, and really, I'm very much impressed with it.
Kazuki, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Simon, multi-million-pound supercars, 2,000 horsepower, the SPAT 6, and then there's this. What is this?
This is the Electromechanica Solo. Solo because it has one seat. It is a commuter vehicle, essentially. Has 3 wheels, motor up front, delivering drive to the rear wheel. It's capable of nearly 100 miles an hour. It's limited to 80 miles an hour. And we're seeing about 81, just about getting 82 miles an hour just after the finish line on the downhill. And it's absolutely fantastic. It feels like you're doing 300 miles an hour.
And is this a prototype? Are we going to be able to buy these?
No, it's not a prototype. It's actually on sale in America at the moment. It's $18,500, so about £15,000. It's coming to the UK next year, so hopefully next Festival of Speed, this will have order books open and a sticker price on here.
When I think of America, I think of Corvettes, NASCARs, Suburbans on the road. This, if you were to ask me which country this came from, I think the last one I'd say was the United States.
Well, I tell you what, you'll notice this car has California plates on it. It's going down really, really well in Los Angeles. So you think about it, one of the most heavily congested cities in the world. So it is perfect for this. And also, if you think about London or any large city in the UK, most of the journeys that we make, 80-90% of the journeys we make as a single occupancy in a car. So it's absolutely perfect for that. You always need a family car, obviously, but this is the most space efficient, size efficient, weight efficient. It only weighs 770 kilograms. So it's absolutely perfect. Its fitness for purposes is amazing.
Wonderful. Simon, thank you.
You're welcome.
Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the amazing Chevrolet Corvette C8 with all that technology developed by Arrow.
Well, I've managed to grab Dan Brooks. He's one of the e-scooter riders, the new championship, the electric championship, which has launched this season. And Dan, I recognise you because actually you're best known probably for being in the British Superbike paddocks on a motorbike and now transitioned to this electric beast behind me. Why the move?
So it's something new, a whole new championship and a whole new series. So I heard about it and I thought, well, why not? Might as well jump on it, and I can use some of my experience from the bikes to help develop these and also race with the guys. So it's kind of a sort of a no-brainer to just go for it.
How much of a crossover is there between motorcycling and scootering?
There's actually quite a lot. So surprisingly, although you've got the throttle and brakes, that's probably one of the only similarities, and then the lines on the track you can use. But in general, when you're riding the scooter, you're stood up. So you feel totally different. But other than that, no, it's really good.
And in terms of circuits, you're now racing in these kind of city centre locations, very different from, for example, Knockhill in Scotland on a BSB circuit. How are you finding that?
I'm finding it pretty cool. It's different because you've got walls either side of you. You're in a town, you've got shops, you've got cafes, you've got, you name it, people are there. But that's what I like about it. Because it's so new, it gets people so close to the event and it makes it even cooler. So, yeah, I'm loving it at the moment.
I know what you motorbike riders are like. You love speed. Tell me about the speed on these. Does it compare?
It does because of the area you're in. So it makes it feel really quick. But obviously, compared to a bike, you've got that initial power. On these, it's electric, so it's totally different the way it performs. But yeah, you still get the speed factor with it.
And we spoke to Elise Christie actually a couple of days ago. Obviously, she's a short track speed skater. You're just from a biking background. How cool is it to, I guess, compete with the likes of Elise? You've got Billy Morgan, you have a supermodel in there of Jordan Rand, all these people from different sports coming together. I
think that's the really cool thing that ESC have done, is it brings so many people from all different backgrounds together, and doesn't matter what you like racing or compete in, you know, it brings them all together, all in one race, and it works perfect, and it brings us all together.
We're all trying to still learn about this championship. What would you say is the best thing about it?
I'd say just I'd say accessibility of everything, because you've got so many groups of people there from all different backgrounds. You know, it all brings you all into one race. So I think for people watching, it's perfect because you've got a snowboarder, speed skater, motorcycle racers, all in the same thing, battling together. So it does give a good show, really.
Do you think in the future we'll see the regular Joe Bloggs on the street who rides a scooter at the moment jump on one of these and be competitive?
I think quite possibly, yeah. So they have an open sort of application online. So you can apply on there and you go to a selection event probably at the end of the season, and then that's sort of how you get picked. So if you show that you're willing enough to do it, then I'm sure you're about to get them on there.
Yeah, that is definitely the beauty of this sport. If at home you love riding a scooter around the city where you live, you could be a competitive ESC rider one of these days. I mean, Dan, thanks for chatting to us.
No worries at all, thank you.
One of the great things, I think, about ESC is how accessible and relatable it is as well. There will be 4- and 5-year-olds who are just starting to learn how to use their scooters, who are looking at that and may well be the next generation. Hello, young man. Welcome to everybody here at the side of the Goodwood Hill Climb or wherever else you are. last group of motorcycles and cars is just heading back down. Some of them in a little bit of a noisy manner, some of them otherwise. And we will shortly be sending the next group of cars up the hill. A number of our celebrations this weekend. You'll see the big sculpture outside the house. That is celebrating our key event, which is 50 years of BMW's M brand. M, of course, for initially motorsport, and now it is very much their high-performance brand. We celebrate 75 years of Ferrari this weekend as well. 75 years this year since Enzo Ferrari stopped being just a team manager for somebody else and created his own Grand Prix team under his own name, then decided that selling road cars to wealthy customers would be a good way to fund motor racing, and so a dynasty was born. We celebrate 40 years of Group C racing, and by extrapolation also 40 years of Group B rallying. You'll see a lot of rally cars up on the rally stage from that hugely popular era, and there is so much for families to see and do. It's not just about, if you're watching online or you're watching this retrospectively and thinking, well, it's all about boys and cars. It's not actually all about boys and cars. There is a hill climb as the spine through the middle of this vast location. But that's like saying that the headline stage at Glastonbury is all there is. There is so much more to this place. Lots for families to do. And we are seeing kids of all ages from 9 months to 90 plus. Bruce Jones, there is something for everybody. You literally don't have to have any interest whatsoever in competition machinery. You can still have a fantastic day out here.
I mean, it certainly helps, but it's just the sights and sounds on the move. There's the Future Lab, the Electric Avenue. You can look at all the cars from the manufacturers, all the arrays of shops, the supercar paddock, the Cartier Style looks, off-road driving, not just with the big bowlers that bounce high and low, but with vintage Land Rover as well. And everybody's got an interest. And I tell you what, Martin, I think everybody goes home with an extra interest, something they've seen here. But it's a long day out. You can pace it. You can take your time with a coffee or a beer, sit down on the cricket's lawn. But most of the people at the moment are either in the paddocks around the cars, talking to the drivers, the owners, the mechanics, the engineers, or they're lining the hill climb course at the moment, because with 75 years of Ferrari to be celebrated in this next batch, joined and augmented by 40 years since the launch of the Group C era in world sports car racing, it really, really is a fabulous batch coming up.
I'm sure there will be a lot of people actually listening to us on 87.7 Goodwood Radio, probably still in cars or finding their way into car parks. Don't worry, there's a long day. The hill remains live until 6 p.m. We will be on the radio until 8 this evening for your journey home.
Well, let's just talk about your journey in. Quick update from the radio crew. Still busy along the site, approaching the site from the east along the A27. People following sat-nav instead of the signs have actually snarled things up in places. Just follow the signs.
The sat-nav will argue with you because it believes that roads around here are closed. However, if you follow the signs, genuinely, you will come in the quickest route.
Right, the good news, the yin to that yang, is the fact all other routes into the Goodwood estate are starting to ease off, with small queues at the pinch point of Singleton and the Portfield roundabout. Otherwise, all good.
Well, let's find out a little bit more about what's going on with our big 75-year of Ferrari celebration. David Green has been learning more.
Well, there's a little bit of a celebration ongoing behind us. If you like cars, you probably like Ferrari. And if you like Ferrari, this is probably the best place to be in the world right now. 75 years of the iconic brand we're celebrating here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The Duke of Richmond's there, His Grace is celebrating with the likes of Sally Mason there and some owners of these wonderful, wonderful cars. They're standing there by Kimi's 2009 F1 car, and where it all started, the 1947 125S Ferrari. And behind us, we've got some of really the greatest hits of Ferrari, if you like. Over there, we've got the 1970 512S that raced in Sebring. We've got the Challenge cars here. We've got Nigel Mansell's. That's the actual Ferrari 639, I believe. It was his test car before he went on with the 640 to win his first ever race for Ferrari. We've got some cars in the Maranello concessionaires colours there that we've seen replicated in the brand new 296 GTB that they brought along for the dynamic debut here. And that's where that colour scheme comes from, that really distinctive red with the blue wheels on that car and the blue bonnet. Walking through here, we've got some of the greatest cars, Sharknose there. And as I say, just to have this gorgeous 2009 F1 car, the 125, and I think we're going to find a few of the owners down here. Sally, you were quite literally flying the flag for Ferrari just then.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, 75 years. What an achievement, and what an amazing group of cars.
Now, I believe you're a bit fonder of the older cars than the newfangled ones.
Well, I must admit, I'm not an old bird. I like old cars. But they've just got the character. And, you know, you think of the history of Ferrari and what it's done. And the sister car to my little car won 24 Hours of Le Mans, Spa, Mille, you know, they were just incredible.
Well, we've got the first ever one there, but tell us about this gorgeous Barchetta that you brought along.
It was the first car up the hill in 1993. And, you know, bless him, I've done loads of races with him, loads of you know, events here. And it's just huge fun.
It looks a lot of fun to drive. It's a gorgeous looking thing. And so small by today's standards.
Terribly small and very, very simple, but very elegant, very flowing lines. And, you know, people say, what is it like to drive? And I go, it's not fast, it doesn't handle, and it certainly doesn't stop. But you have this big smile on your face the whole time.
Well, I think you and the car are a perfect match. It looks fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir.
Everyone's firing up, so I better let you go and go in. Just before we go there, we've got Max Gerardo, another Goodwood regular, in quite the... I say you have an absolute impeccable taste in cars, and this one really adds to it.
It's just really, really lucky. So this is one of the 2 Comp Cal Spiders, which is like, squeezing in. It's a real honor to drive. It's sort of alloy body, outside fuel filler, and there's a nice little story that when the first owner ordered the car, he actually called Enzo Ferrari for a short wheelbase Berlinetta. And apparently, to his surprise, a California Spider turned up, but with a hardtop to make it look like a Berlinetta.
So very special, very unusual car and a great colour scheme.
I mean, everyone's been commenting. It looks so stylish. Everyone absolutely loves this car, and it's such, you know, it's obviously the owners let us drive it, and you know what? Just going up the hill, it's a really special moment, right? You're in a Ferrari, in a competition car, super rare at Goodwood, 75 years of Ferrari. It's just, this is it. I've made it in life.
Well, I better stop chatting or you're going to miss the moment altogether.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Get in, saddle up and start around.
Thank you. Have a good day.
There you go. 75 years of Ferrari, celebrated here in great style. And as they're going to go off, firing them up, and we'll send them up the hill.
Well, I've managed to catch a word then with the busiest man here at the Festival of Speed, the Duke of Richmond, of course, and celebrating 75 years of Ferrari here this year is just something so special, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, you know, Ferrari is the one, isn't it, really? And 75 years, certainly, you know, for us is a huge milestone. And, you know, I remember we did the 50th at Goodwood. Now we're doing 25 years later. My God, it's... but to have all these great cars here, these great race cars here all together is fantastic. This is the greatest, I think, the greatest lineup of Ferraris you'll have ever seen.
I think it is indeed. And is there one that has maybe a nice place in your heart here that you're really in particular wanting to see?
Oh gosh, well there are quite a few actually. There are quite a few, yeah. I mean, and lots that we've had some of them lots of times before. So they played a big part in our own history at the Festival of Speed. The Bamford's Gt2 over there. That's a car that's been here lots of times. Seeing the Jackie X Grand Prix car here with the wing on it that's pretty special. So no, there are some really fabulous Ferraris here, and of course, as a mark, it means so much to everyone. So it's a tingle moment for everyone.
It is indeed. We'll go and enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, no, thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, Mark Genet, I mean, I spoke to you the other day, I believe, on the hill when you were going up in one of these roaring machines. You're going up again now in this amazing 75th celebration. It's pretty special, isn't it?
It's special. It's, I mean, 75 years since Ferrari brand was born, and to have so many iconic cars. You know, Ferrari, we've always been here at Goodwood, always. But this year in particular, we want to show how important it is to celebrate 75 years, and that's why we brought part of the history of that brand. Formula One always is part, you know, because Ferrari was born as a motorsport brand, And we have brought from Ferrari to the first Ferrari to the Ferrari Daytona. So yeah, it's one of the most special Ferrari events at Goodwood.
If you said to yourself as a little boy you'd get to wear this iconic brand for many years and be part of this celebration, would he have believed you?
No, I mean, my dream was to be in Formula One, but I never dreamed that I was going to be part of the Ferrari family. So I'm still living my dream. I know it's the brand that all the kids dream. You know, if they always say if you have to draw a car, you draw it red with a cavallino on it. So to be part of that, I really feel very privileged and very lucky.
And how much are you going to enjoy this moment with all these iconic cars?
I do, you know. Normally I'm at the last one, like to wrap up the hill up the climb. And I try to go fast, I try to make a lot of noise, and I just try to show them, you know, that Ferrari in Formula One for us is, of course, is the pinnacle for what Ferrari does.
It is indeed. Iconic car. Mark, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Ferrari link here as well. Not only have we got those mouth-watering cars coming down to celebrate the 75 years of Ferrari, but this is Ferrari proud. You idiot, Martin, it's a Lancia. Yes, it is, but it has a Ferrari twin-turbo V8 behind the driver, driven by Gr Pirro. Son of, in fact, one of the two sons of Emanuele Pirro. So Chris is here, Emanuele is here, and Chris he's a young Italian whose father raced in Formula One and in sports cars, and he is just so excited to be driving that Group B Lancia Martini. And John Watson, possibly a little less overexcited, but nevertheless really enjoying Bruce Jones being reunited with cars that he had so much fun and success with in the Group C racing era.
But that's not the only thing he's reunited with. I was just standing outside the Drivers' Club talking to a driver, then suddenly John comes out, and then suddenly Gordon Murray's in the group. That's what Goodwood's about, and also about this man, Derek Bell. 5 Le Mans wins. You just think of him so much. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the start of Group C, and he and Jackie Ickx, his longtime partner, were the men.
And they're both here. And he's wearing a race suit that he was given by Le Mans when he was the Grand Marshal a couple of years ago. On the right-hand shoulder there, you see the ACO logo, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, who run Le Mans. But on the left sleeve, it has the dates of the races that he won there. So all 5 years that he won there. Well, here again, another of the Rothmans Porsches, the 956, the early Group C car that then led to the 962 that Derek Bell and John Watson are driving. And here is the Ford C100. Cosworth powered, so a long distance racing version of the venerable DFV Formula One V8, the Cosworth DFL in the back of this car, and one of these chassis was converted into Supervan 2. We'll see Supervan 4 here this weekend. Hurtling up the hill. It's a Ford Transit with getting on for 2,000 horsepower of electric car. The Ford C100, not a particularly successful race car, sort of about the right car at the right time, but without the right support from Ford. What we're looking at here is the first of 2 Sauber Mercedes. This is the Sauber C8. Behind it in AEG livery, a slightly darker colour, is the Sauber C9. And these were designed, built and run by Swiss Peter Sauber, who ran his own race team in endurance racing, but used Mercedes V8s. And that then became a factory-blessed effort, which then led to Mercedes running their own cars. This an ex-Mike Thagwell, Henri Pescarolo car. And behind it, Bruce Jones, a car that British fans will remember well. Winner in the 6,000 or 1,000 Ks, I think 1,000 Ks at Brands Hatch, with the J. David Skull Bandit livery. John Fitzpatrick, Derek Warwick, the drivers in that particular race. This car owned by Henry Pearman, who not only runs Eagle Racing, but has a fabulous collection of Group C cars.
Certainly does, and that was one of the cars that went into the hands of privateers, which is about to happen. The contract's already there as Porsche comes back to the top level of the World Endurance Championship in 2023. We've already had 2 teams, one other side of the Atlantic, announcing they're going to have customer cars, and I think that's leading to great strength. There's the AEG Mercedes, or the Sauber C9, and that's been shared by a couple of drivers this weekend, Alex Brundle and Callum Lockie. But it's not only the winners that get celebrated, it's those that took part. And EMCA, founded by Steve O'Rourke, you know, from Pink Floyd, the manager of Pink Floyd, he entered 2 cars at Le Mans, 2 different cars. But let's go to the front. The first car that's going to blast off will be Gr Pirro in that absolutely glorious Martini livery Lancia LC2. A fabulously quick car, but alas, not fabulously reliable.
Well, Chris has done a bit of racing in his time, but nothing to this sort of level. And bearing in mind that it is a genuine factory car from the early 1980s, Chris, I think, is possibly being a little bit cautious in the first couple of corners. Give it plenty of beans in a straight line where the crowd can really enjoy the sound of that V8 twin-turbo Ferrari motor spooling up in the Lancia Martini LC2. Still my favourite car. Yes, the Porsche was a very handsome beast, super successful either in Rothman's factory livery, which is still drop-dead gorgeous, or in the hands of private teams. Brun, Joost, Obermeier, so many teams ran them. But still, I just have a little soft spot for the Lancia. John Watson, though, a devoted, lifelong Porsche fan. I'm sure he's loving every metre of this.
Yeah, but just comparing the Lancia and the Porsche looks so much larger, the svelte size of the Lancia. And in fact, speaking to drivers at the top, Jesse Andrew was saying how heavy it is, how physical to drive a 962. Of course, this isn't a race circuit, this is a hill climb course with camber. You've got a sprint wall halfway up, you've got to be super careful. Now, Sean Lynn, he gathers cars, he likes the ones actually that I like. He then buys them, though, that's the difference, and he races them. And of course, he's begat two racing sons as well, Alex and Max, but fabulous that he can bring his Porsche out here for us to see.
Yeah, Derek Bell has already shot up the hill ahead of him. This is Sean Lynn in his Porsche 956, the earliest of Porsche's Group C cars. And I think we've had a failure to proceed. Red flags are out as Sean comes gently down to Moulcombe. So we will wait for the Ford C100 at the line. I think that's Ian Beattie.
Well, John Watson clearly has had a problem on the exit of Moulcombe, and he's wisely, this is the sort of experience of the driver, he's identified already where the gaps are so the car can be removed from the hill climb course as soon as possible. I think what happened, he just hadn't finished his coffee. He's going back to the driver's club.
Did look suspiciously slow for a John Watson. Even though John's not going to lean this on its door handles, he did look like he might perhaps have been having a little bit of an issue. That front wheel should not be sticking out from the wheel arch. That's
well
what the issue is. That has shed its wheel nut.
Well, hold on, think about that. What was the last corner he went through? It was a very tight left-hander. That's the right-hand wheel with all the pressure on it. So he did well to identify that through Moulcombe.
What is the only incident we've had that has brought out a red flag? The only actual incident, it was the right front wheel dropping off a Lancia rally car a couple of days ago. So this is only the second time that we have had a red flag for any kind of mechanical incident. So look at the way it's tucking under at the front, and you can see the tyre rub there. So he's obviously feeling that. You know, this car raced impaired by Jochen Mass and the late great Bob Wallach.
So this is him actually going through Moulcombe Corner. Yeah. Obviously, he's sussed the problem, and John's dropped it right down in speed. Fantastic camera work there to pick that up.
Well done, boys, as well in replay. Fantastic EVS work. I've got that. Where is it? Superb. We live and die on the TV crew, and I know we deride them a lot, and rightly so, but just occasionally, stop it in the truck, just occasionally they really pull the foot out of the fire. 40 hours of live coverage across the weekend.
When do they let them out? That's the question. Unlock the door.
You'd never let a TV crew out. Are you mad? That's like crossing the streams. So John Watson's car is being eased out of the way, and that'll be recovered later back to the paddock. And by the way, if you're looking at these, like a lot of professional race drivers here this weekend going, wow, what's that? Go and ask. Genuinely, if you're wandering around and you see something, by all means take a picture and sort of go, what's that? Go and ask, what's this? What did it do? What's it? People will tell you. Particularly, some of the drivers don't know a very great deal about the history of the car, but the people that bring them, the owners, the mechanics, they will tell you chapter and verse. They can tell you what size spanner you need to undo the left rear wishbone, but they will tell you everything you need to know. And sometimes, actually, the danger is you can't stop them once you've started, but do ask. If you don't know what it is, just go and ask. People will be so pleased to tell you.
And also, a lot of the people that run the cars, they run more than just one, so they run cars from across the period. There's John Watson explaining what is clearly quite obvious with that front right wheel coming away. So that's given John a bit more of a shot of adrenaline than he would have wanted. But I would reckon also a driver of a lesser calibre might not have picked up on that quite as quickly. And Moulcombe is probably the second last place you'd like to have a wheel starting to come loose.
So here is our next car to go up, again, the Ford C100. You know, at this stage, Ford were looking at getting into a World Endurance program, looking perhaps to take on Le Mans again, as they will be doing in the not too distant future, as they did recently with the Ford GT program. Ford's first win at Le Mans coming in 1966, as they it was basically a grudge. Henry Ford III was at the last minute spurned by Ferrari in his efforts to buy the company. Enzo decided no at the last minute. Once the deal was on the table, I'm not going to sell. And Ford went out to teach him a lesson. And one of the things that Ferrari did best of all is Ford didn't think beating them in Grand Prix racing was really a Ford thing, but winning at Le Mans was going to be a Ford thing. And that happened in the 1960s as we got towards the Group C era, the Ford C100, which is a great looking car, just didn't get the support and development to go racing. And unfortunately, that's been a little bit of a case with a number of the Fords that we see this weekend.
It's often in the timing. One thing I noticed on the nose of the car, it says from the collection of the late Martin Birain. Of course, he was the man that saved Lola. Lola has since closed down, but we heard good news 2 days ago. The Lola mark is coming back. And talking of the Ford GT40s that beat Ferrari, of course, the initial car they started with was the Lola GT. So there are lots of strands you can join together. But still, to my eye, it was plain, it was simple, the Ford. And I really rather like the white livery. In fact, I hope some of the manufacturers coming to Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship will not be red, white and black. Go for a plain colour. But this car, it was just a little bit too soon. Coming in a year later would have been a great help to them. But for the Porsche 956, this is a 956B from Henry Pearman's stable of cars. He watched these races too and decided he rather liked them. And since then, the number of 956s that have gone through his hands, it's a very long list indeed. And again, Martin, it's having those period liveries. So many teams came, and we loved it when we got the mix of 956s and 962s coming from the States to Le Mans. But a great looking slab on which to place your colours, the 956.
Absolutely was, and such a distinct livery, the Skull Bandit livery as well. Skull Bandit and Newsweek on the car, and this car, Henry Pearman, is here today and is pedaling the car with great aplomb. Really loves the Group C era. That's what got him hooked on cars, and through the success of his Eagle E-Type racing operation and restoration operation, he's been able to afford some. Now then, looking a little further afield for their motive power and not going the Porsche route, MK. Richard Hope driving this earlier of the two MKs are here, but also, as the later car has, with an Aston Martin V8 based on the Tadek Merrick designed all-aluminium engine that was in the V8 Vantage at the time and suitably tuned for racing. MK homebrewed chassis built in the UK, and a great-looking Group C car. And of course, in the Group C era, there were the front-running cars, Group C1, and then there were the smaller cars, Group C2, and it allowed teams to come in at a lower level of performance, not batter their heads against the might of Porsche, and then develop their program as they went along. Jaguar came right in with one goal, and that was to recreate the glory of the 1950s by winning Le Mans and Daytona and everything else that they contested.
Now the Bud Light livery, you can guess this is one that's mainly raced the other side of the pond. This is from 1993. It's the XJR 12D, and Justin Law, prepared by Don Law, run by Justin Law. This is a firm favourite at Goodwood, but look at the shape of the wing. Low behind the back of the car rather than sitting high at top. This is more for the long straights of Le Mans, the banking of Daytona. Anyhow, wing step up here doesn't really make a lot of difference. It's driver input at this point on this tight hill climb. It's a car not in the right environment, but still, we love seeing them. That was 40 years of Group C. Now let's go back to, that looks like the helmet of Karun Chandok trying yet another car, the BRM. Often in stack pipe formation, but this time not. And this is from 1962. This is the year where Graham Hill, at the final round, came through to win the title from BRM. Took it away from Lotus and Jim Clark, but you could say they struck back at the start of the next year.
One of four very different cars that Karun is driving this weekend. And these cars, so light, so nimble, you know, fitting the driver like a racing boot. They are so tiny, and to think that these cars were top flight Formula One cars. Formula One has not always been about big engines and power.
Going very well through Moulcombe, so up past the point. Confident enough to wave to the crowd. He's not caning up the hill, he's enjoying the run, going past the point where John Watson's car, the Porsche, was pulled to the side. Now, elegance was very, very much part of Ferrari. We heard David Green down in the collection area talking about this one where they popped a roof on top of the California before selling to the customer, but discussing with various people actually down around Cartier Style looks yesterday, we really liked this gunmetal grey on the Ferraris. I think it settles them down a bit.
Well, the California was such a rare car, even among Ferraris of that age, of which there were not an awful lot. A convertible car designed really for export primarily to the States, hence the name California. And as Max was saying, you know, the owner bought a fixed head coupe. Ferrari didn't have one handy, so sent him a California with a hardtop. Well, best of both worlds, and in my mind, still one of the prettiest Ferrari road cars. It had such feminine and yet quite aggressive lines as well. It's just a beautiful, relaxed study of speed in motion.
Well, of course, cars in the early 1960s were still being designed by hand. You could get the swirls, the swoops that were required before the computer said no in terms of making things ultimately efficient. Now, the Carrera Panamericana, what an event to do, and it was running from the 50s for quite a while before it became a little bit too dangerous around the roads of Mexico. But they did offer some brilliant liveries. For some reason, people went completely mad. There was a more American style to the writing on the cars that would be frowned upon in Europe. But here we are with a period piece looking absolutely exquisite. The 250mm, 3-litre V12, nice number plate.
Suitable registration, yeah.
Gives us a helping hand.
And this is being driven by Holly Mason Franchitti, married to Marino Franchitti, daughter of Nick Mason. And this is part of Nick's stable of Ferraris. So everybody knows the 250 GTO, the 250 short wheelbase, and this is a variation of that, but just a longer roof coupe, perhaps a little bit more aerodynamic. The Panamericana was run on public roads that were not closed. It was an absolutely insane race, and drivers frequently were put out by hitting a condor in the middle of the road, or cattle, or oncoming traffic, or carts, or what have you. They were a proper, well, thinking back to the Paris-Beijing rallies of the early 1900s, scattering chickens and grannies in all directions. I think that was definitely what Carrera Panamericana was as well.
Yeah, just upper scale, vultures, and well, we won't guess on the other ones, but yeah, again, still in the very early days of Ferrari, really, because of course these cars were low, they were sleek, absolutely brilliant. This is 1955. But of course, the changes came thick and fast. That's all unusual. A 3.5-litre 4-cylinder was so accustomed to Ferrari. Kicked off with V12s, eventually went to flat 12s and others. But listening to the engine note, it almost doesn't seem Ferrari-like. But of course, it was a gestation period, moving on to greater things.
Well, the big 4-cylinder engines were a mainstay of their sports cars on the road and on the track. You think of cars like the 750 Monza, the 850, the car we've just seen. And then as the Aurelio Lampeggi designed V12 gradually came on song, their sports car racers got longer bonnets to fit that V12 underneath, and the Testarossa, perhaps the ultimate late 50s Ferrari sports racer.
When you look at these cars, though, there's often built to the scale the cockpits for the shorter Italian gentlemen. They're long cars, but the cockpits are remarkably small. They're incredibly simplistic, very stylish. Do go and look at them in the paddock if you're here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But this one being driven beautifully by Tatsu Otis, who's really got stuck in through the course of this 4-day event at Goodwood. And it's great to be having the final day in the sunshine. Right, Ferrari crushed his cars. It seemed sacrilegious at the end of the season after 1961-62, the two campaigns in the 1.5-litre Formula. The Ferrari 156, you can see why it was named as the Shark Nose. And this is Jason Wright, an American based in Italy for a very long time, and he's got one of these recreation cars built here in West Sussex. And for a lot of people who haven't seen them since the period of the 1960s, when these started appearing in the historic racing scene, jaws dropped.
Yeah. A real tool room replica. If Ferrari built a 156 Shark Nose today, this is exactly the sort of quality that it would produce, and actually probably tidier and more reliably put together than the cars would have been in period when they were endlessly being hacked about to put in more cooling ducts and all sorts of different aspects of the car would change from circuit to circuit. But Chris Rea is another man who had commissioned a 156 Shark Nose. He was so much in love with that, and of course that was the season when the great American driver Phil Hill became world champion for Ferrari in Formula One. This The 250 GT Berlinetta short wheelbase, possibly the prettiest of the two, arguably the prettiest, in my mind the prettiest, let's go that way, of the 250s. Not as brutal as the GTO, but such a beautiful looking road car.
If I could just flip back to the Ferrari Sharknose for a second. You mentioned Chris Rea. He was so moved by them when he was growing up in the northeast of England with his strong Italian forbearance. He made a movie about it.
Yes.
Look up La Passione.
Yeah,
I thoroughly enjoyed that. As you guessed, an amazing soundtrack.
A movie, an album, a book, yes. Wrote the theme song, sang the theme song. A little bit more up to date now with Ferrari's 488, their last most recent GT car, and that will soon be replaced. But this is the customer-facing Ferrari 488 Challenge car. So this is the ground level of coming in to the Ferrari Trofeo, Ferrari 488 Challenge. And this is very much aimed at the gentleman racer.
Interesting, just looking at the first split, the first 100 metres, the fastest time so far this morning, this set, Justin Law in that XJ12D Jaguar, but only 800ths faster than James Swift managing in the Ferrari Challenge car. The next car to hit is Brian Pinkett from the Iron Dames all-female crew, and the lucky one this morning to drive it is Sarah Bovey. She's been sharing with Rahel Fry and Michelle Gatting. And you caught up, and I happened to catch up with them as well. They are so enthusiastic, these three drivers. Have never been to the Festival of Speed before. They're almost out fanning the greatest fan.
Well, we're all fanboys at heart and fangirls at heart. You know, they're here surrounded by cars that they've only ever maybe heard of or never even heard of. And they are loving meeting the fans as well, particularly the younger female fans who come over and see the car. They're drawn to it because of the Penelope pit stop colour. But then they suddenly realise that it's raced by girls, raced by women. They're loving that. One of the best looking sports racers in history, bar none, is Ferrari's 512S. This car raced by the factory, raced by, in Sunoco colours, by Roger Penske and Mark Donoghue. The 512S driven here by Marino Franchitti. Really enjoying this car, clearly. Look at the body language. Min is having a proper laugh here in this gorgeous Ferrari.
Raced in period by Mario Andretti, yes, the Mario Andretti, the great races at Daytona and Sebring, then sold to Solar Productions. So the production of what? The Le Mans movie, and unfortunately crashed, destroyed. This was a recreation, and it's fabulous to have it here. And certainly that Le Mans film, take a look at that. You might have watched Ford versus Ferrari, the 66 battle, but look at Le Mans too.
Looking here at the last car to win Le Mans for Ferrari, up until, well, I don't know, 2024, 25 maybe, as Ferrari come back to hypercar. This is the 1964 250 LM, so bearing the same name as the GTO, but the engine in the opposite end, behind the driver. Their first mid-engine winner at Le Mans, the 250 LM. This in the Rosso Corsa of Ferrari Racing Red and the Cambridge Blue of Colonel Ronnie Hoare, who was the Ferrari importer. Maranello Concessionaires was his business, and that was his colours on the car. So this is a car that was run by Maranello Concessionaires, the Ferrari importer here in the UK.
When they brought the initial Ronnie Hoare Ferrari from Ferrari to Le Mans, he went, that's the wrong colour blue on the nose. They put a darker blue, had to be changed there and then. Right, on the start-finish line, well, not start-finish line, the start line, we have the blast-off from Marc Genet, who's been running cars up the hill for a very, very long time. Raced in Formula One, became a Ferrari test and development driver. He loves this hill, he loves talking to the fans, but it's just the raw. And look how narrow that rear wing is. It just shows how the Formula One regulations have changed left and right, up and down. But Mark drives this car really well. Not trying to impress by doing donuts or anything. He's trying to get as many revs as he goes past you to give you at least half a representation of what it would be out on a full Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, for some of us it'll be a little bit of a reminder. For some of us it'll be a first time. And for this car as well, driven over the last 3 days by Nigel Mansell, who is not driving here because he's getting ready to drive his championship-winning Williams Formula One car. So Holger Langer driving the Ferrari 639, a car that ended up not being raced but being used to further develop John Barnard's ideas for the semi-automatic gear shift that went to transmit power in the very successful 640, a car with which Nigel Mansell won his first ever race for Ferrari.
It's worth pointing out the 639 and the 640 are owned by this man, Holger Langer. So he had a run in the 640 yesterday. Now he's having the other one. The special moment for him was going up the hill immediately behind Nigel yesterday as a duo. And imagine when you manage to get into your stable these beautiful cars, these historic cars, to have the augmentation of someone who won in one. That's phenomenal.
And of course, when you own a car like this and you run a car like this, you are a factory Ferrari driver, because Classiche come over and run the car for you. And particularly when you get one of the newer cars that really need that expertise, they will send an entire factory squad to run the car for you. Obviously, if you have to ask how much it costs, you can't afford it. But for those that can, the experience must be absolutely unparalleled. Not just driving the car, but being part of the infrastructure that is used to run the car, the most nurtured of Ferrari customers.
Well, up at the top of the hill, we've got Ed Foster. He's always working hard at the end of the batch, and he has 5-time Le Mans winner, also Ferrari driver, don't forget, 1968. He's got Derek Bell.
Derek Bell, every 956, 962 is special, but this one in particular holds a special place in your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it was chassis number one, you know, the first one we ever tested at Paul Ricard, Jackie, me, and Jochen, and we went on to win, you know, I think Silverstone with this, the first ever. No, we won our class in the first ever race, and then we won Le Mans. You know, we came first, second, and third. And this is the car that they actually put in the museum upside down, stuck to the ceiling, to show that at 236 miles an hour it would go, it would stick to the ceiling with its ground effect. I mean, it's the most amazing car because of what Porsche did back then with ground effect.
When you first got in this, did you realise quite quickly how good these were going to be?
Yeah, it's stunning. Well, I'd driven the 936 the year before, but, you know, all our careers were so mixed and matched back in that period. The sports cars was in a hell of a mess. And then they came up with the new rules. And so we got in it. And I mean, the staggering thing was, it was just quicker everywhere. But, you know, I didn't do a back-to-back with a 936 earlier in the day. If I had, or driven the Mirage or something, and then got in this, I'd have realized how quick it was. But it was such a perfect car. You know, it was so smooth, everything you did, you just did it quicker, but you didn't really realize until you saw the lap time.
And it's obviously a much easier car in the early gestation compared to the 917.
Oh, well, the 917, yes. That nearly gestated me, but that was my very first Le Mans, was the 917. But you see, that long tail was magnificent. I had no experience. I had one race in the Ferrari at Le Mans, the long tail, in 70, and then I went to Porsche and in 71 with the 917. And everybody said, oh, it's dangerous as hell. But thank God, John Wire and the team at Porsche had got the car being handled really well. I mean, I drove it first lap out as fast as I could, and we were doing 246 miles an hour every lap in this car with no ground effect, just perfect aerodynamics at that point, whereas in the beginning it was diabolical.
Different days, Derek, different days.
Yeah, but, you know, the strange thing is so relevant what we see right here. I mean, they've just gone to that in Formula One, and now they're getting ground effect. And, you know, they've had all this instability they had last year and the year before, couldn't get close. Well, they didn't have ground effect. There was so much turbulence that I guess they couldn't do it. Now they got ground effect. They can get much closer.
Derek, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Justin, I've interviewed a lot of drivers this weekend, and no one has looked more comfortable than you sat on the side of the car. But this particular car is the culmination of Group C, isn't it? It's right at the end of the Group C era.
Yeah, this was the very last evolution of the Group C Jags, the only one with a biplane rear wing and a slightly different aero package. Probably not the best for Goodwood Hill, because it's slightly more efficient downforce and not quite as much. But yeah, it's a great car.
You were talking about not being sort of too great for the Goodwood Hill. You are renowned, though, for coming here in Group C Jaguars and running in the time section every year. So you don't learn, do you?
Well, you know, we like to be here. We love it here at Goodwood, and we've had some great success. And I just love having a go, you know.
And there is an element of risk, isn't there? There's, you know, how do you know what's going on further up the hill in terms of grip?
Well, that's the problem. Every single run is different. The conditions are different. You know, it only takes a couple of rally cars to take some grass and bring some dirt onto the track, and then you've not got the grip that you had last time. So you really do have to drive the hill as you see it on that run. And, of course, you only need to hesitate slightly, and then the time's gone. There was a bit of a downpour at the start of that run, and then I heard someone had gone off. So that in mind, it is enough to just not get a quick time. So
it tends to leave your right foot not quite pressing as hard as it would before.
Particularly as I did what I did last year on a damp bit of road. So, yeah.
Well, Justin, good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make it change. Choose the one you're feeling with thousands of choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, hey Car, hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
Straight into it, Dave Watkins, and a very original banked Soderstrom Escort Mark 1. And the tail is already wagging on the Escort Mark 1, which is great to see. As ever, Dave, very, very entertaining. But he says his cars are for rallying. They're not just garage princesses and just left there on show. He uses them and rallies them hard, despite their provenance. And I know because we were both doing the Roger Albert Clark rally last year, and we had good chats every now and again. The snow, the ice, the rain, the wind. We had 5 days of everything, including Storm Olwyn. So it became an adventure. But Dave was just grinning the whole time and loving it. And the same way that really Alan Weston is loving his 504 pickup. And this is Martin Overington in the MG Metro. Listen. What a fantastic engine that
great sound, really
litre, isn't that great?
Great sound, and we saw Martin several times on stage yesterday. Alan Weston back on stage in the 504. First appeared here at Goodwood a few years back and has been a regular visitor since, and I think it's certainly a crowd favourite. I can see that, as we call it, the mulberry bush is back in action. It looks like it's been reshaped because I was saying Nasser Al-Attiyah provided stage closing duties yesterday and sort of took the oil drum with the checkered flag around it with them. Now, on the timed runs, all drivers, if they want their run to stand, must do a donut, as it were, around that oil drum in the middle of Delta, which is the furthest part of the stage here on top of Goodwood Hill. And the Andrews Heat for Hire escort of David Brown, which was... Now then, Tony, this is a crowd favourite. This is an amazing car because it crosses so many boundaries in terms of Paris-Dakar, Sport Quattro, short wheelbase, drivers sitting on top of the fuel tanks, and Jan Fons has had that out on very regular occasions for the last couple of days. And I noticed on social media, both on Friday night and last night, it has created a bit of a stir because of its uniqueness.
Yeah, well, just look at it. It's a replica of Audi's A2 Quattro, which was built for the Dakar in 1985 when the Audi entered 3 different cars. Roofline is one thing. The massive long suspension travel is another thing. You just had a brief glimpse there of the Sunbeam Talbot Lotus of Kim Mather on the line. Martin Overington and his colour scheme of the Golden Wonder, that was a big sponsor in rallying of people like Ken Wood. So Mike Stewart is driving this one on this particular run.
And that's because there's a little treat coming for viewers or spectators in that normally you'd be right and Kim Mather driving that, but Kim has a second car here, a rather special, unique car, which we'll maybe wait and talk about when it appears, but I'm quite fascinated by it as well. It's a Volkswagen, that's all we'll say.
Yeah, well, there you got a great view of the V6 3-litre engine in the back of the Metro 604. This is a very original car, the original engine as rallied by Tony Pond and Rob Arthur, and this is Simon Larby's car. It's been owned for many, many years. Another example of an original rally car that they're not frightened to rally at all. Let's have a listen to this.
Coming up on the start line, a rarity indeed. It's a Peugeot 205-16. It's the car owned by Philippe Tolmer from France, and it has an interesting history in that it is originally a rallycross. It was a Group B car before they were banned, but then Matti Alamäki won the European Rallycross Championship in it in 1989, 88, 89 and 90. We did see it here back in 2019, but even rallycross, it's a treat to see a car of such rarity on the stage. Philip has been out several times Friday and yesterday. And of course it's the Evo 2 version with the larger rear spoiler, the front splitter and the side skirts that created so much furore in 1986. But North State, one of Alamäki's main sponsors, and of course what was rallying's loss in terms of Group B was Rallycross's gain, and a lot of these cars like the Peugeot, the RS200, the Evo 2 RS200 made their way into Rallycross along with the Lancia Delta S4s, and we saw some terrific power outputs. I mean, at one point I believe Martin Shanka's RS200, the Evo 2 version, was putting out somewhere in a region of about 800 horsepower, and can remember the heady days at Brands Hatch for the Rallycross Festival in about November time. Now we go from loads of horsepower to Braun Burrell, and a car that has a wonderful history, Tony, in terms of its importance to rallying, and the Austin Maxi.
It is a very important car indeed, because Braun Burrell competed in the original 1970 World Cup rally, which went from Wembley in London, and Sir Alf Ramsey, who was then the manager of the England football team, flagged the cars away. There was something like about 95 cars from all around the world went off on this huge, I think it was 15,000 mile rally which went right through Europe, Eastern Europe, and then back across to Lisbon, and then a ferry across to Buenos Aires and up through Argentina and winding their way up through the forests and Brazil to get to the Aztec Stadium in Mexico. One hell of a rally. And it was one hell of a rally for this car that we're seeing out, that I said that they've repaired. They thought they had head gasket problem. It was the 1968 London, Mexico Marathon Rally. That was the forerunner to the 1970 World Cup Rally. And those rallies had only taken place after the previous and very original in the early 60s, Spa, Sofia, Liège, which were 4 days of hell, as described by the rally drivers then, because they had one break, and that was when they got to Belgrade and literally had, you know, a cup of tea or coffee or whatever. And they will admit that they were taking little pills and so on to keep themselves awake. That's how mad and dangerous those big marathon rallies were. But the big Austin Healey 3 litres did very well in that. Bron Burrell, who we're looking at, a little wave there from Suzanne Barker, her co-driver. She still rallies this. She does a lot of the Hero ERA events, 3 Legs of Man. She does. She did the London-Lisbon rally in this car, so she found it in a chicken shack. And because she'd been trying to trace it and had lost touch with the car and lost touch with her 2 co-drivers who went with her and had the car totally rebuilt. This Austin 1800 Land Crab, as it was called, Race Against Dementia for Sir Jackie Stewart, Andy Ace Harrison behind the wheel, has done a lot of work raising money for the charity, has been fixed overnight, and it's back firing on all 4 cylinders.
So we are now getting ready for a bit more action coming up here at the Festival of Speed. A few cars making their way down, the beautiful Ferraris that we've just been watching going up the hill. Ben Edwards and Keith Ewan back in the commentary box for the moment, and we're looking forward to batch 5 coming up soon, which will be a moment of enjoying the BMW M cars, and we'll be celebrating them. But of course we've also got the hill climb coming up later this afternoon, and Keith, we know that's going to be a pretty fantastic time.
Yeah, and Goodwood have split the fast cars in the first session as well, so we've got the more meaningful ones, the ones that, I would say meaningful, I meant that in the way of times, of course, but they will be coming up first, and we will be seeing the quick cars in that first batch, and then we split the more historic vehicles that will be going up the hill and obviously wanting to set a time and in their own competition. But it's important that we get the fast guys up the hill first, and we know where we are then when we come to the finale. Bikes are coming as well later on this afternoon, of course. There's plenty more to see here on the hill, and you want to find yourself a vantage point, because it all gets a bit quick from here on in, doesn't it? It's got a bit more meaningful to it in the fact that we're all going to be looking at the time screens as much as the visuals of this. A little bit of wind. I felt a little bit of water against my cheek as I walked up the stairs to the commentary box a moment ago, so just a tiny, tiny hint of rain in the air as well. But we're all looking forward to it. It's quite... we met up with Max Chilton in the Drivers' Club a minute ago.
Yeah,
that was pretty important. We must talk about that in a moment.
We will. But let's just have a look around the track. There are so many things to enjoy here at the Festival of Speed. And Rachel has taken herself off to look at the off-road arena.
When you think of the Festival of Speed, the famous hill climb usually springs to mind. But if you actually look a little bit further, you find a few more hills over here, covered in dirt, yes, but this is the off-road arena, and I'm about to find out exactly what goes on over here. Well, I'm standing next to Richard Kershaw, 6 times British off-road champion, who's at Goodwood for the first time in 10 years. Richard, what brings you back this year?
An invitation. I was invited to bring the latest Lofthouse car back that's just been nicely finished over the last year, and it was gratefully accepted to come and showcase the car.
Yeah, go on, talk about what it's going to be doing, because it's all about the hill climb, but there's another hill over here, isn't there?
Yeah, the proper hill, as we call it, the rough hill. It's an off-road course designed to showcase the sports, which is rough. Our cars will go on any terrain, tarmac, off-road, anything. And it's just designed to showcase what they can actually do.
Is there a competition element to the dirty road this weekend?
There is. There's a shootout where they're doing a timed lap, and I haven't been here for 10 years, but it's a much coveted trophy and well sought after, I believe, so everybody will be really going for it on Sunday.
Well, should we open this world of off-roading up to everyone then, and especially me, because I'm up here, it's dirty, it's dusty, I might as well have a go. Will you take me out in the car?
Yeah, let's do it. Great.
Wish me luck! Oh my God! Woohoo! I feel like hands up! Woo! Oh my goodness, this is so cool! Oh, it's a jump! Oh my second! Woo!
Enjoying it?
Oh, it's so good! It's like the best roller coaster ever! Wowza! What a ride! This guy's an absolute legend!
And we're getting ready to see some more coming up the hill climb. But that was fun to see Rachel. She's proving to be a passenger in all sorts of machinery this weekend and having a wonderful time.
Yeah, certainly game for anything that we throw at her, that's for sure, here on television, Goodwood Television. And we look down the road at a very famous colours and format, the BMW M Power.
Yeah, absolutely. This Brabham BT52, which was a key Formula One car back in its day, and it's so beautiful to see as well because it's so narrow around where the driver cockpit is, and then it just opens up around the rear of the car. Gordon Murray, the designer of this BMW back in the day.
I suppose that is a bit of a problem for some of the drivers, shall we say, that have put a bit of bark on over the years and come back to playing their old cars. You just need to squeeze into these things. Some of them really are quite small.
Yeah, and this, the M3, a very popular car for everybody when it appeared in the late 1980s. It was one of the early M cars to be sold to the public, effectively, and that's what we're celebrating here today at Goodwood. In fact, throughout the whole weekend, the M division of BMW, the sporty division, the performance versions of the cars, if you like.
Is that Mike Rimmer in that car as well? Because Mike Rimmer, I seem to remember, if it is the Mike Rimmer, he used to run a company called Rampage, which was one of the forerunners of corporate hospitality, of all things. We used to take part with Gusto, me and Mr. Parrish and co. We were all involved in anything that you could do that was fun and games and free. Parrish and I were quite good at joining in at.
Yeah.
But I remember that Mike Rimmer was quite a handy car driver.
Now, we gather that we know that we're going to see some star drivers around here today. Just been hearing that Mika Hakkinen, I saw Mika Hakkinen earlier, actually. I know he's going to be driving one of the McLarens later on in one of the other runs that we're coming up for. In fact, it will be, yes, the next run that we'll be seeing will be the Formula One cars. But we're watching some of this is the BMW M cars from that era. We're also going to be watching sports racing cars. So that's what we'll also be looking at here. Some of the McLaren ex-Le Mans machines that had so much success in the 1990s as well, and are powered by BMW. So the McLaren F1 GTR Longtails and the winners of the Le Mans 1995, powered by the BMW engine that Gordon Murray had inserted into his supercar. And there's a lovely shot from inside of that central driving position of the McLaren.
Yep, I don't know whether you've been in one of these, but the early runners, I remember no less than Jonathan Palmer taking me around Silverstone in the passenger seat of one of these. JP getting a ride in, he always was at the front of the queue for most things, that's for sure. So JP, quite a useful driver as well, Jonathan Palmer. And am I underselling him somewhat?
No, he was a very good driver indeed. Of course, raced in Formula One himself, and yeah, a star. So we've got every car getting ready for the beginning of this next part. This is an ex-Alex Zanardi run car, which was modified for him, and he was able to get some good results for it after his accident, which left him disabled. And it's lovely to see that car.
It's a remarkable story all on its own. There's a Zanardi story, I have to say. That what a sportsman after the accident as well. I mean, some of the things he achieved in sport afterwards was quite awe-inspiring.
Indeed, that's right. And then the Porsche Spider here, that's also going to be heading up shortly. So the hill itself, let's just remind you of what it's like. It is just under 2 kilometers. It's 1.87 kilometers in length, 9 corners. The Molecomb corner, which is up where our commentary position is, one of the fun places to see, and pretty challenging. The Flint Wall, also pretty challenging, and then up to the finish line. And when we get to the speed runs later, of course, it's going to be critical to get every single part of that correct.
Yep, a lot of inside grass is going to be taken by some of the cars, but of course the McMurtry Spieling that we've been looking forward to sucking itself onto the ground. If you've not seen it before, you are in for a treat, is all I can say.
So here we are, batch 5 of the BMW M cars, plus the sports racers and modern GTs, and they're about to take off. And I think we may well be seeing the Drift Brothers doing their stuff as well. That's what we're going to be looking at initially. Yep. And in fact, it's just one of them on this occasion. We usually have both brothers out in their Red Bull BMWs. So give them a bit of a cheer as he comes up. They fly this car up. So always great to watch.
Right to the edge of the track, both sides. Does this car ever spend any time in a straight line? I very much doubt it. No. So into the first spectator area that you can cross the track normally there.
So he's not actually doing the drift competition later on that we will be seeing, and they'll be scored on. But Johan Hinonji is showing us once more how this BMW M4 can react. It's not a standard BMW M4, it is a highly modified car, but they work in association with BMW to get this car built, and it's got the classic M symbols on the side of it, as you can see, and providing plenty of smoke.
And plenty of lock to get plenty of smoke. So the treat that we've had with drifting this week, I have to say that it's kind of established itself surely as a main event at Goodwood House at every Festival of Speed. They really have given us some real entertainment. So 360's being done just in front of our commentary position. It blasts on up towards Molecomb Corner now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans with cameras out there. The phones are up, taking lots of pictures. Some amazing videos, I'm sure, that people are going to be sharing online as a result of what we've seen here this weekend. Look at that.
Again, Flint Wall just illuminating with the front lights of the car. We've got a CS lightweight, I think, here as well. Is that a CSL? It is indeed. The Batmobile, don't quite know why we call it that, probably because of the spoiler on the back, I would imagine.
Yeah, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, this is really the representative of the beginning of the M division in BMW, and they set it up for racing, and this car did become an extremely successful race car. Indeed, they won some key events right from 1973 when it all kind of started. Hans Stuck and Chris Amon drove the CSL to win the 6 hours of Nürburgring, and it was the whole system was created by Bob Lutz, a passionate motorsport enthusiast, really started the whole setup. And it's a great car, this beautiful machine. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, very experienced historic racer in all sorts of cars, from pre-war cars right up to more modern machinery, but this fits in particularly well.
I remember seeing the first one in person at BMW Agents in Northampton when I was 15 years old, when it first came to the garage I worked in back in the day. Beautiful car back then.
Now this is a Formula 2 car that has been quick, showing us some great pace over the course of the weekend, actually. And Ben Mitchell, who is a champion in single-seater historic racing, he is very fast. So when we see him later on, he's clearly getting a bit of extra practice in here, Keith.
That looks like a good hill climb car, about the right size. Might be lacking in the forward motion compared with some of the more exotic stuff that's coming to the line a little later on.
Yeah, so we shall see how that goes later for him. But Ben is very, very rapid in it. Now we've got the 635 CSI, driven by His Royal Highness Prince of Bavaria, heading up the hill. So it's a lovely opportunity, isn't it, to take this one up. And the 635 was a car from the early 1980s, another key part of the whole M exercise, 3.4 litre engine, and it was very successful in motorsport. 3 times a European Touring Car Championship winner, the BMW 635 CSI. It was a winner in the DTM in Australia and Japanese touring car titles. It really had a great deal of success.
And still sounds sweet.
It does sound good, doesn't it? Yeah. And it's got this great colour scheme on it as well. From the day, the works BMW M cars. Very distinctive indeed. Up over the hill then, and I don't think he'll be doing the time run later, but we've got some more rapid machines that are heading up their way.
Gentle launch, don't want to burn your clutch too early in the day.
So another of the BMW M3s from that period. And these were race cars of the day. There were a few of them that did some rallying as well, but it was principally race cars. Very successful in the touring car world. This was a DTM car, the number 512, Andy Chan. This won the Spa 24 Hours back in 1990, this particular car, and the M3 was successful through all the elements. And for many people, the early M3 was a sort of favourite M car because it's how it all started. And I remember people managing to get hold of the early ones that came out. Fantastic to watch. Now look at this, Karun Chandok, part of our team here today, and he's got a chance to drive the BMW V12 LMR up the hill, the only BMW winner of the Le Mans 24-hour race in 1999, this car. And Karun's already had a play in lots of different cars this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. The V12 LMR then up the hill, and it's only a demo run, but it's going to be still fast, whatever way you look at it. Karun has had an opportunity to get into a few cars, and that really at the end of the day is the object of the exercise when you're a driver, isn't it? Okay, is he a driver, is he a television presenter nowadays? He's still a driver, believe me. It never goes out of you.
No, he loves it. He loves the opportunity to do that. This car, winner in 1999 then, with Pierluigi Martini, Yannick Dalmas and Joe Winkelhock, and it was the year of the tumbling Mercs. That was the year that Peter Dunbrek, who was here this weekend, had that horrible spin up in the air and landing, and Mercedes withdrew from the event, and this was the car that went on to win that year. They were already leading by the time Mercedes decided to withdraw.
Here's the new Touring, the M3 Touring that we've been looking at. It's a all-new car. I can't imagine, I mean, you're a dog man, I can't imagine putting a dog in the back of an M3 somewhere. It'll be stuck to the rear window everywhere you went.
The acceleration of this car, yes, it might be a bit painful for the dog, but it's certainly very rapid. We've seen it going up the hill, getting quicker and quicker pretty much every time, and it's a very rapid little machine.
I mean, Audi obviously have stolen the march on the touring car, estate car type setup, but an M3 Touring...
So Frank Weisser, he's been getting quicker and quicker with this. It was launched on Thursday then. It was an official BMW announcement and unveiled in front of us, and it's been going really well up the hill since. It's a very powerful machine, around 500 horsepower.
It's good looking as well, I have to say. I mean, I'm not an estate car lover, but that's if it was, that is a good looking estate car.
It is, and it's the first time.
That was as close as it gets. Moulcom, welcome to Moulcom with the new M3 competition Touring. So Frank Weisser is getting slightly out of order. I don't know whether he did that on purpose. It actually looked like he did, I've got to say, because it was well under control.
Yeah. No, he did very well with it. He got that fantastic car control to be able to bring it back, but that was probably a little bit more than he was planning to do. So maybe that pushing on has just got a bit too carried away, but that was good stuff to watch. And he got a big round of applause for saving it as he continued up the hill. So well done.
Well, let's face it, a lot of us have come to see something a little bit more spectacular than your average hill climb, and that was a little more spectacular than you. I wonder whether the pendulum effect of a longer M3 just kisses the bales. They just jut out a little bit there, but it doesn't do any real damage, does it? Apart from spread a bit more straw onto the competition surface.
You wouldn't really want to be the driver who crashed the first ever M3 Touring, would you?
Well, he is that driver.
Well, he didn't really crash it, did he? He just
well, I think he did, wouldn't you say?
Well,
judging by the bale.
Yeah.
What's it? there's a motorcycle racer called Sam Lowe's, if you know Sam and Alex Lowe's, if we watch the Porsche going up the hill in a very rapid way. Sam and Alex Lowe's. Sam Lowe's, winner in Moto2 Grand Prix, racing today, of course. The point being is that Sam only classified it a crash if you couldn't get it back to the pits. So if it was destroyed and you couldn't get it back to the pits, it was a crash. If you could limp back to the pits with bits hanging off of it, it wasn't called a crash. In his book. Fair enough.
Adam Smalley here is one to watch, actually, because he was setting really good pace yesterday in the timed run. You can see how rapidly this new Porsche GT3 Cup car is going. I'm not sure it's going to be right up there for the outright pace, but he's just done 47.44.
Yeah, he looked quick. That was a good practice run for him.
It was, yeah, that was a very good practice run, no doubt about it. Got another pretty rapid machine heading up the hill now as well.
I think we're going to be, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth are going to be very close in time. It's going to be down to hundredths rather than tenths, I feel, for this shootout later. Whether anybody can get near the McMurty, I have no clue. It's going to take a mistake from Max Chilton. And when we spoke to Max Chilton earlier on, he did seem tense.
Yeah.
Said he didn't sleep well last night, so he's under pressure.
Well, he feels under pressure, yes. He knows that it's going to be tough to go for the record, climb up the hill, but I think, as you said earlier, definitely impossible.
It's going to be difficult for him to beat the guy who qualified the car yesterday.
Yeah, well, we shall see if he does. Let's just focus on our BMWs and sports cars. We've got the Lancia heading up the hill now as well. And so are the gentle, sorry, it's the Porsche. It's Jackie Ickx in the Porsche.
Yeah.
Jackie Ickx going up in another Le Mans winning car, taking it fairly steady at the moment. The 936 Porsche. And this was a car that was introduced in 1975, and Jackie went to take on the win at Le Mans in 76 and 77 and 81. So 3 times the winner with this Porsche, and impressive stuff. Then the 956 came along.
Sorry, Ben, I touched your arm there. Ben and I, when we work quite closely together there, and I just brushed his arm and he looked round to me as if I wanted to speak, but I know nothing about this Porsche, so I'm very happy to listen to you. I defer to you massively on this 936.
Isn't it lovely, though, that Jackie Ickx, who is such a great name from the world of motorsport, is here once again this weekend and bringing this Porsche up the hill, a key car to him back in the 1970s, early 1980s, using that 2.1 litre flat 6 turbocharged engine, and what it was the Group 6 sports prototype back in the day. It was a bit of a delayed successor to the Porsche 917, which had such success in the early 1970s. It took them a bit of time before they came back out, but when they brought this out, absolutely dominant once again.
You wait till you see what's just coming up the hill behind him. It's going to catch him if he's not absolutely careful. He isn't this car. We just had another Porsche that's just flown through here and was properly under pressure.
Rob Bell is the man who was fastest last year, actually. This Rob Bell here, you're looking at the Mclaren Arturo Gt4. This is brand new, of course, and hasn't competed anywhere yet, because the Arturo is the brand new McLaren supercar, and this is going to be their racing version of it. But I don't think Rob's going to be in the midst to go fastest again as he was last year, but that is going to be a fascinating car for competitors who want to get out and play this new Arturo GT4.
Looks well in the matte paint as well. I'm a bit of a lover of matte paint. I don't know whether that's an aesthetic thing, but certainly it looks a mean machine. There's a couple of them I was looking at earlier on today when we got an hour to wander around. Ben and I have checked out some of the stands here as well. I hope you're enjoying your day. Certainly plenty to look at. If you're able to do this all in one day, you are going to sleep well by the end of it, is all I can say.
We're with the Audi R8 LMF GT3 Evo 2 from Audi Sport. Brought this car along. Pierre Caffer, our experienced racer, one of the most successful GT3 cars.
Bit of grass on the inside there, losing a bit of traction. Oh, the lights are good. Here we go. All lit up. You know it's coming.
This is it's been such a powerful and impressive car over the years. It apparently has taken on something like 83 drivers' titles with this amount of success across all the different bands of racing that the Audi R8 has done over the years. A remarkable machine.
Top of the hill then, coming to the end of the run.
So Pierre Caffer brings this one up to the top. We've got some star drivers as well, other star drivers up there at the top. They can all have a nice chat once they've had their run up the hill. helmets off and all have a nice chat to each other.
Yeah,
now
Ed Foster will be getting them, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've got the Porsche 917 now. So this is the early 1970s Porsche that was so successful in sports car racing. I think Finborough bringing it up in this Gulf livery.
Iconic.
It is, isn't it?
Everyone's got a jacket in those colours, surely, in the cupboard somewhere.
Yeah, but look at this Porsche 917. It still makes everyone excited. And it dominated at one stage in those endurance races of the period until they changed the rules, basically, once the rules changed. And it was fuel restriction rules that really cost them. Up until that point as well, they were doing well. Porsche designed a true racing car. Under the Group 6 prototype rules, initially the manufacturers had to make 50 cars to make it legal for that. But that was then reduced to 25. And of course, Porsche decided, well, we can make a real supercar race car. We can make 25 of them. And sure enough, they did. And it proved extremely well, taking their victories at Le Mans in 1970 and 1971. Sparkling away, and it was a bit of flame coming out the exhaust. But hopefully it's all running nice and cleanly. Sounds wonderful. And the 917 coming up to finish its run.
Let's have a bit of Australia, shall we?
Yeah, I like seeing the Australian V8 supercar here.
I love that series. The Aussie V8s, growling Commodores, growling Holden then. Looks very, very tidy, this car. I looked at it earlier on in... again, as is true to tradition, using a little more than the actual tarmac.
And this time it's Nicolas Minassian who's driving the car. Another driver with massive racing experience over the years. Now in his late 40s, but a man who raced here in the UK in Formula 3, finished second to Johnny Kane back in 97. He raced here for Formula 3000. And then into chat cars and karts in the States. And then raced Ascar in this country for Ray Mallock. Factory driver for Peugeot from 2007, and had some great results in sports car racing. So it's lovely to see Nicolas Minassian, and I should think he's really enjoying driving a V8 supercar up the hill. I wonder if he's ever driven one of those before. He may have gone over to Australia, but it's a great opportunity for him.
Box ticked.
Yeah. And now this is a Porsche car, Can-Am car, which was also extremely successful back in the day. The 917-30. This was the Can-Am version, winning in 1972, ending McLaren's success in Can-Am. And then it went on to win in 1973. The great Mark Donoghue was fundamental to this car in terms of driving it. Brilliant driver and extremely experienced, worked so well with Roger Penske for so many years. And dominance in this Can-Am Porsche 917-30. It's going up fairly gently.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's another gentle, it's a demo run. It's a lot of these cars have done a bit of work this week already, and keeping them in fine fettle is a little tricky. We've spoken to some of the guys that have been working very hard in the paddock to try and make sure that they make it to the last day.
Mika Hakkinen.
Here we go.
That's lovely, that crash helmet. To see that crash helmet again in the McLaren, that's a lovely moment. And he is taking the MP45B up to the top now. This is an ex-Senna McLaren. And for Mika Hakkinen, who was double world champion with the McLaren team, it is just a delight to have him here at the Festival of Speed once again.
Steady at Moulcombe. He's obviously learned that trick before.
Yeah, he's taking it fairly easy, but fair play. It still sounds absolutely glorious, that wonderful engine screaming away.
And most of the drivers and the riders I've spoken to in the paddock have all complained slightly that it's over so fast. They wait so long to drive or ride an iconic an iconic motorcycle or car up the hill, and it's all over in that 60-odd seconds, just that 1 minute of ecstasy, if you like, to the top of the hill, and then you wait for your next go in an hour or two's time.
So Mika Hakkinen brings it over the line. But this was a car that saw the great battles between Senna and Prost. It was a dominant car back in the day, and they fought hard with Senna taking titles in 89 and 90. It was the 1990 car. It was very, very close. Well, 88 and 90, of course, with Prost getting the 89 championship, and then Senna getting his third in at 91. Now, this is Sam Schmidt, this is remarkable. When you get to see this is incredible. Sam Schmidt, quadriplegic, is driving a car up the hill, so he has no movement anywhere below his neck, and he can drive this car, steering it through the infrared cameras by looking to the left, looking to the right. That is what steers the car, just his head movement. To accelerate and brake, he uses his breath, inhaling and exhaling through a slip and puff device. That's how he is driving his car up the hill.
Two perfect apexes. I watched him practice this at Silverstone a few days ago, along with Billy Munger, who was there as well. They were filming it at the time, but it was remarkable because putting down the power through Brooklands, I remember seeing it go sideways then and up the hill here. He's not hanging about. He's hit two good apexes. A couple of dabs at the brake there coming up to the Flint wall. You would have absolutely... You know, I have to say, the Duke of Richmond this weekend is doing great things for the disability class. As far as Wayne Rainey is concerned, Sam Schmidt, we are seeing more people, more accessibility being developed in motorcycles and cars, which has got to be a good thing.
That was impressive. That was a really impressive run from Sam Schmidt, a former IndyCar racer himself, now involved in owning and running a team in IndyCar. But to do that through his eyes and his mouth, just astonishing. The technology, as you say, nowadays, allowing people to do things. It uses what they call a prototype facial recognition steering system. And just to see him go that rapidly up the hill as well.
And it was rapid. He took two perfect apexes onto the grass at the first two right-handers. Very impressive indeed. So, Sam Schmidt, you're a hero. We've heard so much about Wayne Rainey, of course, this weekend, but Sam Schmidt...
No, really wonderful. So, we've finished that particular group now, but it gives us a chance to catch up with some of the drivers. We saw that little Formula 2 car going very rapidly up the hill, and Ed Foster's with its driver now, Ben Mitchell.
Ben Mitchell, your ears must have been burning last night, because on the radio we were discussing what a fantastic effort it was to do a 46-second climb in this, the BMW F2 car.
Oh, well, thank you very much. But I have to say, it feels completely unflustered by it, and it's an incredibly stable platform there. And I think probably helped by the fact it's a bit of a smaller car compared to the rest of the cars in the shootout, so I've got a bit more track to play with, but absolutely fantastic. When the BMW is on song, it's just brilliant.
We were actually also saying that you said it was very unflustered and all quite easy. We also joked that actually it was probably easy for you, not for anyone else, but it does seem to be quite suited to a hill climb.
Absolutely. I think in the late 70s, early 80s, these were very popular cars in hill climbing for that reason. I think that a rounded package, good power but quite light, good amount of downforce, great brakes, good amount of rubber on the track, and
sorry, we've got a McLaren coming past us. We're just trying not to get squashed. The slicks on these, you've got big slicks on the back, obviously race brakes.
Yeah.
Are they hot by the top of the hill or not really?
No, not a lot of tire temperature. But actually turning into the first corner on the track, you just feel a little bit understeer, the back moves a little, and then after that it's settled. And the brakes, you're actually pressing them very lightly when you are, and even then pushing on a bit more every time. Still into Moulcombe, I get there and I think I could have braked a bit later. I've overslowed here, so it's an incredibly capable car.
Ben, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right, stay with us, because what we're going to do is we're going to try and squeeze down in amongst all these BMW cars, obviously celebrating 50 years of the M division. Apologies. We're going to crack on down here, because we've had the Drift brothers all weekend, but we've only got one of the brothers this time. Elias, I'm sorry, I'm going to steal you away from your conversations.
No problem.
Now, I've had a good night's sleep, but I feel as though there's something missing this morning. What's happened?
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the cool story how Joe is hangover and not here. Actually, last run yesterday up the hill, in my car, I felt a very violent vibration coming up here. So our guys checked everything, and they found that we bent an input shaft of the gearbox. And it was so violent that we already have cracks in the bell housing, which holds the gearbox in. Unfortunately, we don't have a second bell housing with us, so that was a hard decision to make. But actually, my brother offered me his car, so actually I'm driving his car up the hill today, and this is also great honor for me. And yeah, we hope to be next time with 2 cars again.
It's very trusting of your brother to lend you his car.
Yeah, but he knows if I break it, I will fix it. So that's the easy one.
Elias, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Karun, I just bumped into you just now, and you looked at this car and looked at me and said, absolutely mental. Is that a sort of a pretty good description of your hill climb in this?
It was brilliant, mental in a good way. I mean, I think that it's a bit of a contrast in my brain because half an hour ago, or less than that, I drove the BRM up here, which is, a small 1.5-litre engine from the 60s. This is a screaming V12 with huge amounts of power, but just a beautiful car. Obviously, the Le Mans winner from ¡99, and a car I've always wanted to drive. And every year I've been badgering my friends at BMW, and literally they called me this morning and said, it's free. Do you want to have a go? So obviously the answer was no. Listen, very cool, and everything I imagined would be, actually. It's nice to drive a manual gearbox as well, and really a beautiful sequential gearbox, very easy to use, and just a fantastic engine, such a good engine.
You've driven a lot of cars this weekend, but you're only allowed to take one home. What are you taking?
That is a tough one, but I have to say that one over there, the one I drove on Thursday, the Brabham BT52 parked right in front of me. The Formula One World Championship winning car with a turbo engine, that's pretty special. But I'd say this has got to be a close second.
Kareem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
we're urgently looking for breakthroughs in the prevention and cure of dementia. We sponsor the brightest and best scientific talent from around the world. We're fast-tracking research by bringing Formula One innovation into the laboratories. Working faster and smarter, together we can beat this disease. Let's beat dementia together.
Terry Grant, I haven't seen quite the audience this morning at the Festival of Speed that you managed to get over there for your fabulous stunts. You got 6 cars, 1 driver though, just you, managing them all at one go.
Of course, that's kind of what I do. You know, I'm part of Goodwood and Goodwood's part of me now with, you know, a nice big family. I come to do stuff like that. So not only on the track, if I get the opportunity here in the paddock, the assembly area this morning, there was people about, they wanted a show, so yeah, we gave them a show.
You must have nerves of steel to spin a car round, get out of a car, keep that one spinning solo, no driver, go and find another car and then spin it round the driverless car. What on earth? My brain is frazzled.
Yeah, kind of, if you've never seen it before, and even just talking it through, it sounds really confusing to me. But I kind of plan ahead. If you notice, I was parking certain cars in certain places, and that's not a choreographed routine, that's just me. It's like a game of chess, and I know what I'm going to do in 5 minutes' time, hence that's why certain cars are in the right areas, and yeah, and I managed to pull it off, so no, all good.
I mean, on your cars it says Terry Grant stunts. You must have done stunts for some movies or some high-profile people in the past. Tell us about that.
Yeah, of course. I worked with Tom, dropped in last year actually to come and see my show, so I worked with Tom Cruise a lot on all of his productions, so all of the Mission movies. In fact, we were on set filming last week. Obviously Bond, all of the big blockbusters. I've doubled for Ryan Reynolds. I know I'm only small when he's up here, but in a car no one knows. So yeah, I kind of do that as well, but this is much more fun. Movie stuff looks fantastic at the end, but it's actually quite boring on set. You're sitting around for a couple of minutes of driving, where here you kind of do what I do, be a bit of a hooligan, get the audience reaction. That's the big thing, you know, there's an audience there. You know if you've done a good job, because there'll be more of them and they'll clap and they'll cheer. If you've done a bad job, they walk off, and I'll be doing it on my own.
Do you ever get scared?
No, not at all, no. It's my job, it's what I do. I focus and just do the job properly, so no, of course not.
Well, you had me entertained, you had that crowd entertained. It was fabulous to watch, Terry Grant, thank you.
No, great. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone. See you soon.
Well, Nigel, always such a pleasure. I mean, I feel a little bit guilty sitting on this glorious, glorious car, but if the car's here, the moustache is here, you're here. This is like turning up in 1992.
Right, and the crowds are here.
The crowds are always here.
The event has grown year on year. The stature of this event here at Goodwood now is just absolutely amazing. And I'm very proud to be part of it this year. So, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I just noticed the picture behind you there with Riccardo Patrese and myself in 1992. This fantastic championship-winning car here in front of us that we're sitting on very comfortably.
It's very comfortable.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
It's an incredible feeling. When you look back, I don't know actually, do you look back much as a driver?
Occasionally, absolutely. Driving the cars today, getting in the Ferrari, the memories come flooding back.
A famous helmet, it's Nigel Mansell.
I know it's not on a racetrack, you're going up a hill, but does it have the same feel?
No, absolutely, because any track, whether you're going up a hill or on the main road, I mean, once you start one of these things up and it starts vibrating, you get the vibration in the car, the V10 engine makes you cough a little bit as well.
It's great to have him back here at Goodwood.
This car, when you think how old it is, you know, we've got to nurse it, we've got to look at it with great respect. And I love it. It's just, it's marvellous.
30 years since you won the championship. I mean...
And I'm still 28.
You're still 28. How important was it for you, for Williams, to be able to mark what was an incredible achievement?
I think the celebration for me is I celebrate with all the fans. I mean, to think it's 30 years is astonishing. To have the opportunity to be here this year and to drive the car in a very special way that we're going to do on Sunday. There's a few surprises on Sunday I can't tell you about. I'm very privileged and I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity, and you know, I know Sir Frank's passed, but thank you, Sir Frank, and all the team and the sponsors for giving the opportunity to winning the World Championship, not only for myself but for my country, but also for the fans of Great Britain. It's absolutely fantastic.
So this is the 30th anniversary. Shall we come back and do it all again for the 40th?
Why not? And the 50th.
So lovely to see Lee Mackenzie talking to Nigel Mansell, and we're going to be seeing them coming up, or see Nigel coming up a little while, and we're going to be celebrating on the Goodwood House as well, the delight of 30 years since Nigel won that championship in 1992. But we've got a bit more to come. We've got the BMW celebrations coming up first, so we will be seeing the M cars down outside the Goodwood House. We've got the Red Arrows doing their display in just a little while now. It's going to be great. And then the Drift Corner final. So we're going to watch those drift cars heading up, and they've got to get all their positions right, the turns correct, and see who comes out as our winner of the weekend. Grand Prix greats, racing bikes will also be coming up to play, and then we're going to get the balcony moment with Nigel Mansell at 3:20 p.m. And then we've got the shootout final. That's when we're going to see if we are going to get a new record up the hill here today. That's going to be a very special moment indeed. So that's what we're looking forward to. Keith, as you mentioned earlier, we saw Max Chilton, who's got that opportunity to break the record here today in that McMurtry car. It was very, very impressively run yesterday, but it wasn't Max in the car, and he's a little bit anxious to know whether he's going to be able to match the performance that was done. It really was a remarkable exercise. It's an electric car. And on this occasion, it was Alex Summers who did the pace. And this is how it went. Just incredible.
It actually starts to suck itself down onto the track just a few seconds after its launch. So you get the launch, but when our cameramen, believe me, these are guys that are at motorsports events all the time. When the cameramen have a job to keep up with the vehicle, you know it is motoring. And this thing was just like a rocket ship. Look at the eyes. I mean, I've got to say, this was a great pass. This really was a good run up the hill. He's an experienced hill climber, but to make this thing work as hard as it did, it just loses a little bit of grip at the top of the hill, though, because the porosity, if you like, of the tarmac allows that suction to be broken very slightly. So you've got to be a bit careful towards the top of the hill, apparently.
No, that was a brilliant run by Alex Summers, though, and you could see it in his eyes. And he's used to driving very fast single-seaters up hill climbs. He's a British hill climb champion. He's currently leading this year's 2022 British hill climb series. But look at the effect it had on him.
The face says everything.
But what it's done is it's made Max Chilton, who is due to drive the car today, a little bit nervous, because although he knows this car really well, he's been officially a part of this manufacturer since February 2022, but actually he's been driving it for 9 months, he was telling us earlier. But he said it is an amazing machine. It's got this fan that produces ground effect. It sucks the car down up to 2,000 kilos of downforce. But he said on one area of the track, that doesn't work so well because the surface is more broken up.
You can see how much concentration. I mean, there's not been a blink in the last couple of 100 yards, and you can understand why, because if you blink, you're going to miss a fair-sized part of the track. It's a hell of a run, a really quick run. This guy obviously knows exactly what he's doing here on the hill, but I think it all happens so incredibly fast in his car. He's something like 6 seconds faster than anybody else on the hill at the moment.
And we know that the records are potentially to be broken today, and just a little reminder on those. So the fastest we've seen here, 39.90, Romain Dumas on a Saturday in a VW IDR. The official Sunday shootout fastest is 41.6 seconds, going all the way back to 1999 by Nick Heidfeld in a Formula One car. So those are the sort of targets that Max Chilton will be going for a little bit later. In the meantime, however, we've got the BMW M cars heading around in front of Goodwood House. There's the amazing sculpture, as ever, just in front of the house, which carries some of those M cars, the LMDH car, the new car that's going to be competing in IMSA and World Endurance Championship. That's up at the top there. And we've got some of the older cars rolling along underneath as we get ready for this celebration. You can see that M3 Touring as well that was going up the hill earlier. I put out a little tweet earlier just asking people about their favourite M cars over the years, because it's been a big deal celebrating these, not only racing cars, because the M division began to create racing cars in the early 1970s, but then in the late 1970s they effectively produced road cars that could sell to the public with real performance upgrades, and that's what the M car became. And a friend of mine, Mark Hughes, came back and said, well, for him, the favourite M car is the original 4-cylinder E30 M3. So we've seen a couple of those going up the hill today. He said he just loves that aggressive induction roar, a bit like a BDA engine in the BMW M3. And he says it drove like a proper sports car rather than the later fast GT. So thanks for your comment, Mark. A few else of you have been getting in touch, saying, T says the 2005 E46 M3 GTR, favourite for them. And Julian Munford saying the original M Coupe. For me, yeah, it was a bit quickly looking, but the first M car to have familiar 4 exhausts and a cult classic.
How about you, Ben?
I think that early M3, actually, for me, is definitely one of my favourites, I would say.
Was that the one you needed a bag of sand in the boot?
Pretty much, yes.
I thought it was. It worked as well.
It did work very well, yes. But we've got amazing cars here, of course, including the race cars. And as it was interesting hearing from Karun, wasn't it, that his favourite car from driving this weekend is that Brabham VT92 that we've just seen. And then he drove this car, as we saw just now. He's had a lucky weekend, as our Karun Chandok.
Yeah, some people are born lucky, and he certainly has worked hard towards that particular situation this weekend. If you don't ask, you don't get, and Karun is obviously very skilled in that particular area, because he has driven some brilliant cars up the hill. We're quite lucky with I have to say, I don't want to jinx this in any way, but you just feel like the weather keeps blowing past here. The wind picks up and blows the clouds away again, and then we get a little bit more sunshine. I do hope that we end up with it dry for the whole of the afternoon as we get the daytime fireworks over Goodwood House.
And the music celebration. There, wasn't that lovely? And beautiful sky, perfect sky to enjoy the fireworks celebrations there and that wonderful music. So the M division, or the M cars of BMW being fully celebrated here at Goodwood for the final time. We've seen these all being celebrated each day of the week so far, but this is the last run, and it's been a wonderful opportunity for them to show off. They've got a stand just behind our commentary position with some of the latest M cars as well. So if you want to have a look at some of the latest road cars, there is a BMW M stand to come and have a look if you're here at Goodwood. And if you're watching us online, well, we've got some great shots of these. These are real cars, by the way, that are hung up onto this sculpture. It's been designed every year to create this remarkable appearance. Jerry Judah, who's put it together since the very beginning of the Festival of Speed back in the early 1990s. And it's lovely to see also these guys who've done such a celebration of the BMW. I can't imagine when they got told, will you come along and celebrate BMWs? They must have thought, well, what are we doing?
It's classy, though.
It is.
It's what counts. You don't get a setting quite like this, do you? We have art, both musical and visual. We have the motorsports division that's here, the M division, on the grass in front of Goodwood House at the Festival of Speed with a big crowd around it. I mean, BMW must send shivers up their spine to see it celebrated in such a way. The Ukrainian flag over the top of Goodwood House flutters in the breeze. The cloud line, as you say, Ben, is actually very fitting for the performance that we've just had. Fireworks into the clouds. The wind's picked up a little bit more here again. I can see it's a tailwind coming up the hill, which will be something else that we'll be watching for when we get the shootout, the fast batch that are coming up a little later today. Will that make a difference?
Yeah, we shall see in a little while. But that is a great view. And just to remind you, it's the LMDH car, the new hypercar up at the top there. On the right-hand side, you've got the 3-litre CSL Batmobile on that sculpture. Then the touring car, the 3 Series touring car, Jörg Müller car on the right. Right down at the bottom, you've got the M1 Pro car, stunning M car from the period that raced alongside Grand Prix. And then you've got the Le Mans winning V12 LMR as well. But here we are then, Keith. We're getting into your bit now, the 2 wheels.
Well, it's everyone's bit, I think. It's yours as well. I've seen you get more and more enthusiastic over the bikes as we work our way through them. It's understanding things, isn't it? I understand. Well, sitting alongside you, Ben, I've got to say it's been a pleasure to start with, because I'm learning so much every single day here at the Festival of Speed. There's that grizzled old fellow, Kenny Roberts, on the left-hand side with the yellow leathers on. In the background, Mick Doohan, a real weapon. But it's all about that man in the middle there, Wayne Rainey. 3 times a world champion, 90, 91, 92. It was back in the 500cc Grand Prix days. Obviously, Grand Prix have morphed into MotoGP since then and gone back to 4 strokes. Of course, we had Giacomo Agostini here, 15 times a world champion, 8 of them in the 500cc class. We had Giacomo Agostini here yesterday, and he did a balcony moment and was celebrated back in the old MV, which was a 4-stroke back in the day. Then he transited into 2 strokes, a 500cc Yamaha. He was the first man ever to win a Premier Class 500cc 2-stroke race. So it will be the 99, the KR3. That's a prototype bike that Kenny Roberts developed. But this is the man. Mighty Mick stood alongside Jeremy McWilliams. There's Sammy Miller there in the black leather. So Jeremy McWilliams getting a little animated. Then the coolest, hardest, toughest of them all, King Kenny Roberts to the left-hand side. I've never seen Kenny Roberts look quite so emotional as he does, as he has with Wayne Rainey going up the hill. Big hug then. Sammy Miller in the middle, and Sammy Miller has that wonderful museum. If you want to go and see some classic motorcycles, it's one to go to. The number 4 bike there's being ridden by top tech Nigel Everett that's there. He'll be riding his own bike up the hill. That's a Lucky Lucinelli, Marco Lucinelli machine, World Championship winning machine, the Suzuki RG that we're looking at. And Nigel will be riding that, so that's a privilege for him as well. It's nice to see that the guys that have worked so hard on some of this machinery get an opportunity to ride them as well now and again. Doesn't look phased by it. It's pretty cool, actually, Nigel, when I think about it. But It's all about Wayne Rainey. At the front of the grid then, they will be positioning him on the bike. We saw Sam Schmittel earlier on, and if I can go back to the disability inclusion box to tick, if you like, it's a fantastic situation that we are developing systems for disabled guys to be able to ride, drive the equipment that they so love. Looking down through the Birchall Brothers sidecar that we just saw there a moment ago, that'll be coming up the hill pretty quick as well with the two boys on that. They are fast, actually. You never really get an opportunity to see just how fast. Maria Costello is down there as well. She's got her sidecar. Rachel's been on there. Fei Ho of FHO Racing, the Gas Monkey Peter Hickman team. She's been up the hill yesterday as well. So the number 10 machine, I think that was... that's Charlie Williams on the number 8 machine. Charlie Williams now, he's a TT winner and super quick Grand Prix man back in the day as well. Saw Charlie, his lovely wife Annie, yesterday in the Drivers' Club as well. Real opportunity to catch up with people, and I think that's the main thing. Herbie Blash this morning. Herbie Blash has transited from Formula One across to the bikes. He's with the Yamaha team quite a lot. Herbie Blash, a man that you know very well.
Yeah, and he's back in Formula One at the moment as well. So he's, as you say, he's across both channels, 4 wheels and 2 wheels, which is lovely to see. And that's what we're doing here a bit at Goodwood, sharing everything. There you've got that lineup at the front then, Keith. And this is going to be the last run. We've got that's right. So it's going to be interesting opportunity. Actually, we've got our final batch for these guys actually coming up a little bit later. So
I think 2:30 are they running again?
That's right.
So I think we can see them at 2:30. We're a little ahead of schedule at the moment, which is always a good thing, of course. And looking past Dave Hancock of Honda at one point just there as well. Sam Sunderland is there as well. He's the Dakar hero. Ago, the number 1, there he is. Oh, what a legend. They come no smoother, they come no more Italian than this man. 80 years old, he really is the epitome of Italy, if you like. I was a poet and didn't know it. He just is absolutely 15 times a world champion, 8 times in 500cc, 7 times in 350cc, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, whichever way you want to do it. They're different classes. They're as different as chalk and cheese. But that MV Augusta, when you hear that thing roar up the hill, you will be impressed with it. I've not seen Steve Parrish just yet. He's around in the paddock down there as well. Maybe he's having a lay down. And I mean, he's getting a bit long in the tooth as well. But we'll see him, I'm sure. And there's a Barry Sheen replica Suzuki, I think, behind that we're waiting for. I bumped into a couple of mates of mine down. We've got, obviously, Danny Pedrosa is here as well. Danny Pedrosa, now a KTM tester, if you like, a serious tester as well. But he's also 3 times a world champion. So we've got 15 World Championships that will be going up the hill with Wayne, and if you include the other 15 that Agostini has, so that makes 30 of them down there on the grid. There's a fair bit. Brent Gladwin is here, GR Motorsport and the LKQ Euro Car Parts, Storm Stacey sponsors here, Jeff Crust is here, former Yamaha Grand Prix manager, but probably one of the most important men and the most unassuming, isn't it always the case in the paddock? Pete Benson is here, the Kiwi that was Nicky Hayden's spanner man back in the day. I say spanner man, that's really underselling it a bit. Technician, and Pete Benson, you know, Kingmaker they used to call him at one time, the most unassuming man you know. But like all of the techs in Formula One and in MotoGP, these clever guys are behind really fast guys. That's what it's all about. This is Kevin Schwantz. Kevin Schwantz then, only one time a 500cc Grand Prix world champion, but it was in an era that was extremely tough. And this man was exceptional on the brakes. He was just scary to watch. What was the phrase that he used to use? See God and back off a little. It literally was like that.
He would have a few injuries back in the day as well, wouldn't he?
Well, he got away with it fairly lucky, I feel. I mean, some of these guys really, really did. I think Mick Doohan is probably the worst injured man on this front row at the moment. Right, they're selecting gear. Tony Machitera, and they sent him off then. We had a wheelie yesterday from Wayne Rainey. Whether it'll be that ambitious this time, I don't know, because he does again. Wayne Rainey then pops that YZL 500cc Yamaha up in the air. Just 2,500 RPM is the power band. It's up there north of 8,000 RPM, of course. Mick Doohan on the right on the number 3 machine. On the left at the back behind is Kevin Schwantz. Kevin Schwantz has seen the back of that YZL quite a lot. Riding up behind them, looks to me like it is Kenny Roberts as well. Kenny Roberts is on a Yamaha. Now, that's remarkable. Is he on the Yamaha or is he on the KR? I think he's on the Yamaha. That's pretty impressive. I didn't think he'd done another wheelie from Wayne Rainey. Give him a big cheer, folks. Wave your programs at him. Give him a big wave. This is a rare occasion to see a man paralysed from the chest downwards. They've got Shimano pegs that he can clip his feet into, and another wheelie out of it. I'll tell you what, I'm sure they've leaned that off so it's even quicker. That is an extremely fast and difficult motorcycle to ride. No electronics, of course, no control aids on these motorcycles. It's free electronics and ECU interference. And Wayne Rainey then will come to the checker flag at the top of the hill. He said to me earlier, he said it's all over just a bit too soon. He wanted to be able to turn around at the top and come back down the hill again. And I'm sure, and again, I was fearful of this, and I know Shay, his wife, was fearful of it as well. Rex's son is here with Skylar, his wife, and they're all just a little concerned that the competitive spirit of Wayne Rainey will get a little bit much because they come alongside.
They don't want to get
on the right.
They don't want to be getting too close. It was all getting quite close at one point there.
I'm impressed that they've managed to get Kenny Roberts to ride a Yamaha, so he's on the number 10 bike now. The number 99 is Jeremy McWilliams. He's on the KR3. Kenny Roberts hired him to ride that. Then it Schwantz goes through. So they all go blasting through. This is a bit of a worry. Hold on a second. Is that thing stopping? I hope it doesn't. So he's making sure that he's got to line himself up because, as we know, he has got to be caught when he gets to the top. This is a little bit of a worry. But we'll go back to look at the start here. Bit of a wheelie up the hill from the start line. Mick doing alongside him. The number 10 is Kenny Roberts, I think. Looking down through the order. Nambasan takes the stand away at the back there. The man that pushed off Kenny Roberts from the start line. Pushed off Wayne Rainey from the start line, I should say. Excuse me for that. I do get excited when I see this because this might be the one and only time that we do get to see what's gone on. Mick Doohan raises his hand to the crowd. Mighty Mick, 5 times a world champion for Honda, and that's one of his classics motorcycles as well. Mick had to concede to Wayne Rainey twice in the World Championship. Meanwhile, we go back to the Birchall brothers. You wait till you see these guys launch up the hill. I think it's a Kajiva that I'm looking at there as well. The number 7 machine. I don't quite know who's riding it from the leathers I can see at the moment. I'm intrigued to see who Maria Costello has managed to purloin into a ride up the hill. She's had everybody there.
Yeah, it's had an interesting time. There's a little bit of a delay now, I believe, before this session gets underway. Yes, red flag being confirmed. So let's just hope everything was okay for Wayne Rainey as he got to the top of the hill.
Do you know what?
He is fine, we gather.
Wayne Rainey was lining himself up to just park it against the straw bales.
I was wondering about that.
He's really a smart lad. I mean, Wayne Rainey is an analytical, clever man. You know, enduring 30 years before he can get back on his 92 championship winning machine. I mean, it's something he's wanted to do for a long time, and to do it in front of a massive crowd on live television is a massive achievement for the man, and one that really, well, he can remember that for the rest of his life, as we will.
Yeah, and it's great to know that he's been safely taken off the bike, and they're all sort of gathering together up there. But they just, I think, where the bike stopped, the red flag has just got to, they've got to get that bike out of the way now. So all okay, and that's good news. So we are waiting for a few moments before the rest of the bikes come up the hill, and it's going to be fascinating. We've got the sidecars running up near the front this time because they are pretty quick up here through the corners, aren't they?
Yeah, the sidecars have got loads of grip, and the boys aren't. I mean, the Birchall brothers are very, very fast. TT winners, 600cc, what would be previously called Formula 2 sidecars. I mean, the sidecars unfortunately have slipped from pretty much popularity nowadays. They've come down from, obviously, the World Championships that used to parallel with Grand Prix back in the day. These two-strokes, when we see the 500cc Grand Prix, it was 350 Grand Prix, 250 Grand Prix, and 125 Grand Prix in the sidecar class. That used to be the lineup at a Grand Prix back in the day, but they've slipped from favour. They went to World Superbikes for one time. We see them occasionally at BSB, British Superbikes, but not much anymore.
Well, let's go up to the top of the hill. We've got some of those legends who we saw ride their way up, and they are with Ed Foster.
Kenny Roberts, it must be absolutely fantastic to see not only Wayne Rainey back on a motorcycle, but pulling wheelies down the hill.
You can't take it out of him. It's been 30 years since he's actually done that, so I kind of expected that to happen, actually. There's no words to describe.
you know, what we're going through.
And can you just tell us a little bit about young Wayne Rainey, because he was such a talent when he came over, wasn't he?
Probably the best America's ever produced, actually. He was so delicate and so demanding, so forceful in everything he did. There's just not another one that I've worked with other than me and my son. Is a joy to work with, and it was a joy to win all the championships. And the problem was keeping him down to earth, you know, because he just wanted to win everything, you know, and it wore on me probably more than it wore on him.
And how much of a help was the dirt track racing? Because it was very different for someone to come from that and into the 500cc class.
Well, it is. I mean, the more you know how to ride a motorcycle, the better. That goes everywhere. Now they're all doing dirt tracks, so it's not as unique to Americans as it was. But Wayne was a very good dirt tracker, you know, as we all are before we come over here. And so it helps a lot. I mean, it not only in riding technique, but strength. You know, it just makes you stronger.
And Kenny, finally, how's your Festival of Speed weekend been?
There's nothing like this. You can't even describe how much better an event this is than the whole rest of the world put together. So you couldn't do. I don't know that you could do this anywhere else.
Kenny, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a lovely interview with Ed and Kenny Roberts.
It's interesting himself. He was put under so much pressure by Wayne, of course, but his own son, Kenny Roberts Jr., won the world title as well at 500cc in the 500cc class. So Kenny Roberts, he is an icon in the sport. Back to my day, I have to say he was the guy that you looked up to all of the time. So virtual, and then you've got Maria Costello that's lined up behind on the second sidecar in your picture there at the moment. And we've got the old Movistar Suzuki to the right-hand side there, and that's more in keeping with the Suzuki that Kenny Roberts Jr. rode back in the day to win his world title. So we're still waiting for the track to become clear at the top end of the paddock. Good to hear that Wayne is absolutely fine. The bike just bobbled, I think, at the top, but he knew exactly what to do with it. And we look forward to speaking with him again. There is Wayne Rainey, and on the right-hand side, and Mighty Mick sits on the bales. Kevin Schwantz looking suitably casual. And Jeremy McWilliams, the Ulsterman in the middle there, he's a tough, and he's 58 years old, and he's still winning races, still riding on the roads. Jeremy McWilliams is a legend. He didn't even come to road racing until very late in his life, Jeremy. Wife Jillie's here as well, which is always good to see them. Two boys back at home. I have to say that very close-knit community of motorcycle racers. McWilliams was one of Britain's best for some considerable time. Funding in the UK has always been very difficult to produce world champions. And of course, as the ages of Grand Prix riders came down lower and lower and lower to 15 in the Quattararo type stakes when he came to Grand Prix, it's just been raised. Next year, you cannot race in a Grand Prix until you're 18. It's been moved, which is in favour of the UK-based riders, I think, that mature a little later in their racing lives. So there are moves afoot to make it slightly easier for us, I suppose. This weekend, of course, you'll be probably going home to your recording of the Dutch Grand Prix at Assen, the Cathedral of Speed that's going on as we speak here. Don't look at your Twitter feed, don't look at anything else, but do look at the Virtual Brothers as they launch that Formula 2 600cc sidecar outfit. They are as one. You know, the symmetry between rider and passenger is absolutely important, critical to get that bang on dead right. Lose your passenger, you don't know you've lost him until you get to the next corner where you want to be round to a right-hander and you've got nobody over the wheel, over the left, over the back to keep the back down, or the other way, keep the sidecar wheel down.
Yeah, no, they're having a good run. They have got the other bike up ahead of us. And they
already caught them.
Yeah, they do catch the bikes fairly quickly, and they haven't had a clear run like they had yesterday. They were flat out pretty much all the way up.
some of the engineering in sidecars, Ben, you'd be impressed with. I know, again, being a car man, sorry to bang on about it, but the fact of the matter is engineering in cars is pretty dramatic, chassis engineering and the like. And these things really are something to behold. When you pop the fairing off and look at the way that they do what they do and how they make it work, it's pretty spectacular stuff. In fact, I used to spend as much time, I think, in the sidecar part of the paddock than I did in the solo part of the paddock, just because of the engineering and the beer.
Well, both sidecars have headed up. Maria Costello just tucked in behind, and now we've got some of the great classics coming out.
Charlie Williams, they don't get any greater than him. You nailed that on the head, Ben. This is Charlie Williams, great guy. Everything but the bikes up in Chester originally, but he was a fantastic TT rider. I can't remember how many it was. I think 7 he won. But back in the day, good Grand Prix rider. I remember having a battle with him at Silverstone, and he was the kind of guy that would be right up there in Grand Prix as well. That's a TZ350 Yamaha. It's got blue plates on it. If it's got blue plates on it, it's a 350. If it's got green plates on it, it's a 250. Black plates are a 125. Yellow plates are a 500. That's how it... And if they're white plates, they're generally either a superbike, but mostly it will be something like a 750cc machine, like a Formula 750, TZ750 or something along those lines.
We enjoyed the battle between those bikes at the members' meeting earlier this year, the 250s and the 350s up against the 4-strokes.
It's very rare that you'll get to, and again, this is another thing of Goodwood, isn't it? A feature of Goodwood. You see machinery racing together or playing together that you wouldn't see at any other time. I mean, that was a massive accolade that a legend like Kenny Roberts says that this is the best in the world. You won't get this anywhere else in the world. But Kenny Roberts, the thing with Kenny is he's not PR. In fact, he's a bit of a nightmare. So, and Ed Foster sticking his mic in Kenny Roberts' face, depending on the mood Kenny Roberts is in, you are going to get what's in his head is coming out of his mouth. And sometimes that's not what you want to hear. So for Kenny to actually say what he says about Goodwood, the Duke of Richmond and this event is pretty spectacular. He says what he means what he says.
And he's been to some many big events over the years, as he is such a great champion himself. So we've got some more classic bikes.
Well, this is a rotary. You like a bit of rotary, don't you?
Yeah,
we've got
indeed.
a triple rotary in the drift cars, and this is the rotary Norton that's going up there. It never really worked out how to measure the thing CC-wise. And then we've got Giacomo Agostini, the legend, coming up next on the MV. Got to go back and look at this man. Agostini, 15 times a world champion. That's one world championship for every letter in his name. I know, it's anorak, but that's what you get like.
That's a good one. Nice statistic.
So it is the #1 machine. Listen to this MV as he comes through the first corner. Let's have a look at this. Body is not stood on end, it's because you don't have any. It is absolutely fantastic. Up the hill, he still looks stylish, he's still the right weight. Bearing in mind that he's 80 years old. You know, there are some great riders in this country. John Cooper is one of ours, of course. JC might be listening to this as well, and lovely wife Rosie up in Derby, you know, racing from the classic era. But you've still got to say, this man won TTs. He won Ulster Grand Prix. Back in the day, the TT and the Ulster Grand Prix used to be part of the World Championship. You had to do those rounds to score the points to be a world champion. This man, sadly, Ago's leap, which is known as, obviously Giacomo Agostini is known as Ago, his leap on the Isle of Man has caused trouble for the sidecars in this year's TT, and we've had tragedy there, and we're all affected. We will remember them. Ian Simpson comes up behind him. The Scotsman comes up on an RC 45, that is, a much later era 4-stroke 750cc machine. Beautiful machine. So Simo comes up behind the bike. And here is Davey Todd. Now, this man, even though he's, 27 years old, he's an aspiring youngster. Normally, hey, get a bit of wheel spin on there. No tyre warmer, so the thing's going to spin a little bit because it's not going to have the grip. But Davey Todd's not going to be too worried about that for sure. This is where he'd be more worried about it, squirting it so it gets out from underneath him and flicks him over the handlebars. Known as a high side, by the way. Low slides are when it spins out from underneath you and you just roll over on the... That's what I like to see. But he podium, of course, in the Northwest 200, podium at the TT for the first time this year as well. Davey Todd is a man of the future, maybe on the roads, but definitely on short circuits as well. Very few riders nowadays like John McGuinness who can combine being successful on the short circuits and on the roads, unlike Giacomo Agostini, as I was saying earlier on, a man that had to do both.
Lovely style. He's riding this bike and some beautiful wheelies he's doing, and he's being sensible.
It's his bike.
Yeah.
And when it's your bike, it's like extending your arm. He's on the Malenko by Paget's Honda, and Clive Paget, of course. Paget's of Batley up there in the north. They have been synonymous with great riders and great bikes over a great number of times. And Clive is a man that doesn't even decorate his house. He spends every bit of money he's got. Sue's going to kill me for this, but he spends every bit of money he can on the bikes, on the team, and Davey Todd is one of his riders.
And now we're going to see some more great stunts coming up from Sam Sunderland, the Dakar winner, who's constantly been showing off very impressively on all the runs he's been doing up this hill.
Very, very talented man in a very, very tough sport. Dakar, well, you know what it's like from a car perspective. You imagine blasting through the sand and the dunes on just two wheels, and especially if you get it wrong, the opportunity to tumble at 80 mile an hour through the dunes is scary, scary.
And it's always so impressive as well that they've got to get all the routing right there. They haven't got anyone else to help them. They've got to get everything right, just the speed, and know exactly where they're going.
Well, they've got a roller-type map thing on the front, like I'm sure probably a bit more digital when it comes to the cars, but you can see that great big dashboard he's got there. It's got like a rolling map that you can turn. I wouldn't want to be taking my hands off the handlebars to be fiddling with it, I can say that. So some of the bikes then coming to the top of the hill. It's been a beautiful week for the bikes, I must say, all around the Wayne Rainey achievement of coming back after some 30 years of riding that 1992 machine. And of course, that actually plays in quite well to the fact 1992 was the last time he won a world title. And there was a certain other bloke that we're going to be seeing a bit later on with a moustache that comes from Formula One that was pretty quick in 1992. It was a great era, wasn't it?
Lee Bowers, who's the stunt rider who was working with Terry Grant earlier on over the course of the weekend. Looks like he's going to be doing a little trip up the hill and giving us some entertainment once again.
I can imagine that somewhere waiting for him is Terry Grant, because they had this 2 wheels versus 4 wheels stunt that worked rather well the other day when we were watching it. You didn't catch on to the Nigel Mansell thing that I was trying to put together there. You ignored it.
Well, it's just because I was trying to focus on what we were about to see next. Sorry about that, Keith.
No, you're okay.
But yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of Nigel Mansell coming up, and here we go. Here's a bit of action on a motorbike. Probably not quite your style of riding, Keith.
Oh, I think I've been that high before, but it wasn't in control. I was just being spat off of it. I mean, stunting for bikes is just like it is stunting for cars. The thing about bike stuntmen, it's much, much more visual. You can see every movement of the body and pretty much appreciate every single thing they're doing on the bike. Whereas in a car, Terry Grant, he has to get out the thing for you to appreciate how good he is.
Which is what he does constantly, of course.
Indeed.
Yeah, which is great to see. And
I can't tell you how, even when it comes to these rolling burnouts and stuff like that, it's really difficult to keep control of it. I mean, there's lots of us who ride motorbikes for a living, ride motorbikes constantly, still ride motorbikes, and can't do half the things these guys can do, even half as well. A stoppie, a rolling stoppie. Now that's probably one of the more simpler stunts. I mean, you see, if you've been following World Superbikes, you'll have watched Toprak Razgatlioglu, otherwise known as Top Stop Rack, because the Turkish rider is spectacularly good, and he can do this kind of stuff. I must say that it's unusual to see someone who's, should we say, enhanced their skills in road racing doing stunts, but Toprak Razgatlioglu is pretty cool at doing this kind of thing as well. But Lee Bowers then giving us the full-on.
He really is going for it.
Kind of dancing on it.
Yeah, doing a great display. And yeah, he's going to come off a little bit early because that's the area where Terry Grant and he are based for the whole of the weekend.
Great entertainment here again. Just they fill every gap in at Goodwood, don't they? There isn't anything that's not. And of course, when you're on your way home, if you leave early here, you can tune into Goodwood Radio as well. I think that Bruce, Martin and the boys will be on air after here. You'll see links to Goodwood Radio, how you can tune into it.
Yeah, and if you want to see some more pretty amazing bike action, the Goodwood Action Sports Centre, we had a quick look at the arena earlier on when we were heading over there. There's some great action going on there.
Yeah, good point, actually. I was out to dinner with one of your old friends. 87.7 FM. 87.7 FM, folks, if you've not tuned in before. Bruce has just been kind enough to hand me the designated frequency. 87.7 FM will get you Goodwood Radio. And the boys will be on air through till about 10 o'clock, I seem to remember somebody saying. I think, I'm joking. It's actually 8 o'clock. Well, that's actually late enough. I was trying to get you here for an extra couple of hours just to make sure everyone got home safely, Bruce.
So here we are, we're into the Grand Prix greats now, and we're starting off right back in the day, 1955. Of course, the Formula One World Championship began in 1950, but this was a key British car because it took a very early... Oh, that's gone wrong.
It has gone wrong, but he saved it very well. Backed it in nice and neatly. I thought he was doing a Terry Grant for a moment there. It's not really the vehicle for that.
No.
Nice save.
Yeah, he did save that well. That was a bit of a lucky one, and got it back.
Good job he's got a mask on, because I bet he's grinning.
It must be in a moment's of anxiety. We're going to have to take another look at that.
His name's Spike Milligan. Not only, but also, I seem to remember.
Big sideways.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I don't think he had a wheel. I don't think he got on the grass first, did he? Maybe he just, I don't know whether he just clipped the grass initially, with just maybe a bit too much power too early, and that brought the back end around.
Well, I kind of think that underlines just how tricky these cars are to drive. They look fairly steady in comparison with so much we're seeing here at Goodwood, but that's how quick it can let go.
It was good to get back on the brakes quick enough, and thankfully it didn't bring it into the bales. I wonder if the great Tony Brooks, who we sadly lost earlier this year, the man who took victory with Connaught and became a British Grand Prix winner in a British car for the first time in over 30 years. I wonder what he would have made of watching that. Tony Brooks had a very controlled style to him back in the day, and you know, he would have been amused to have watched that, and we will miss Tony Brooks being here at Goodwood in the future, of course. Sad loss from Formula One, but a great man. We're looking at another few cars that are about to come up the hill.
Stopped, hasn't it, as well? I think
yeah,
maybe it was halted under a red flag because we had the spinner up at Moulcombe.
They're going to give him a push start by the looks of things. It's the Lancia Ferrari D50, very successful car just after, well, it's the year later basically that it had so much success, with Juan Manuel Fangio taking the 1956 title.
It did give us an opportunity, though, to take a look at the bodywork and the riveting and the like about it. And again, if you want to take a closer look at these cars and bikes, they are all in the paddock. See them, smell them, touch them.
Yeah, sounds wonderful, doesn't it?
It really does. What's that? I mean, the green frontage on it, that's is that significant of anything?
Not sure myself, but it probably is. But Neil McReynolds is making the most. Maybe it's got the JCB label on it, and
that might be something to do with the JCB owner.
Yes, indeed.
So, all the same, very pretty car. Interesting engineering as well on some of these older cars. You kind of see how they got around the problems that they would have had to try and make it in that era.
Yeah, and this was very much a Ferrari involvement in making that car as good as it was. And then this is another delightful little machine, the Cooper Climax T43. When Cooper first got involved in Formula One, they based it on their Formula 2 car of the era. One of the most significant results taken by one of these cars was a Sterling Moss victory in the Rob Walker run T43 at the Argentina Grand Prix of 1958, the first World Drivers' Championship win for a mid-engined car. The car itself was quickly superseded by the T45. That was the next one on the calendar. But what a moment this was in motor racing when mid-engined cars started winning in Formula One.
Well, Chris certainly is driving the thing like he knows it pretty well, and all the way to the finish line, he's got his foot right in it, and he goes up to the top then as we move ourselves back down to the start line.
Yeah, and this is the Renault of René Arnoux. So lovely to see the Frenchman back out in Renault Formula One car. He was part of that team, a very important part of that team when Jean-Pierre Jabouille was the sort of original man. First year for them was really about just running the turbo engine and trying to make it work, and it would break down a lot, but it was producing lots of power. And of course Formula One went the turbo route as a result really of the success of Renault. They had such speed. Once they got over those reliability problems, then everything started to work, and Ferrari and Brabham with BMW started creating their own versions of turbo engines in the 1980s. A lot of it was down to the work done by Renault.
Top of the hill as we get a McLaren just go through Moulcombe corner here. The Renault rolls over the line.
wonderful livery as well, that the yellow and white Renault. Of course, the current Alpine Formula One team is Renault, and that's what it's owned by. And it runs a slightly different colour now, because Alpine, of course, is they run that blue colour. Now, the Benetton Ford 192 heading up the hill.
Lorena McLaughlin, the driver. She's going to enjoy herself in that. Oh, we've got a bit of ground. It's properly tuned, so we've got a bit of aero pushing it into the deck here.
Sort of car that Michael Schumacher got going in full time in Formula One. His first full season was in one of these Benetton B192s.
Oh, I think we have a red flag. She's just pulled up on the track, and that wasn't a breakdown. That was an intentional break in the middle of the track. So maybe we have another vehicle that's broken down up the hill. Of course, 4 days of running in classic vehicles takes its toll. Even on the modern ones, it takes its toll. It's one of the Tolmans, sadly, that has pulled over. And in fact, it did that the other day as well. So clearly there is some sort of a reliability issue, which is a bit of a shame. And I think it's Chris Ward who's in that car at the moment. And that is a shame. Well, hopefully it'll be okay. But while this session has been red flagged and coming to a stop, and the red flag leads us to look up into the air, because it's time for the red arrows.
Be 150 late, that's fine. Good afternoon, Goodwood. My name is Squadron Leader Gray Muscat, and I am Red 10, the team supervisor from the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows. Here I am stood on the top of Goodwood House, and it's a magnificent view of all the crowd at Goodwood Motor Circuit today, enjoying a wonderful day and this wonderful weather. I've been in touch with Red 1, and we are on time for a fantastic display, and looking at the weather, hopefully we'll be able to provide to you a full display. My job today is primarily supervision, but I will give you some more information about the team, about the Royal Air Force, and of course I'll let you hear some of the radio transmissions of the display. The role of Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force, which as a service is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Operating our quick reaction Typhoons, defending the skies alongside our NATO allies to protect the skies of any intruders or any threats that approach the UK airspace. We are also ambassadors of STEM, that's science, technology, engineering and maths. And we often visit schools and colleges to promote the inclusion of those subjects in their curriculum, to address the national shortfall of those subjects across trade and industry. Red Arrows, of course, fly the red, white and blue all across the world, representing global Britain across trade and industry. And in 2019, you'll have seen that we operated a 3-month tour across the United States and Canada, promoting global Britain across the US for trade and industry. The Red Arrows is, of course, a military unit, and as such, we are commanded by Wing Commander David Montenegro. He is a former team leader and synchro leader, and has flown the Tornado F3 operationally, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. We have 9 pilots on the squadron this year, and all the pilots have flown operational service on either the Tornado F3, Gr4, Harrier or Typhoon. To join the Red Arrows, every pilot must have 1,500 hours fast jet hours and be assessed as above average in the air. But of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We are a squadron of over 120 personnel with over 100 engineers, logisticians, support personnel, public relations, who are known as the Blues. They are known as the Blues because of the flying colour of their coveralls that they wear.
Of the Blues, there are a separate section of personnel called Circus. They are 10 individuals who are specially selected to fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays. One individual you'll see with me at every display, and on the top of Goodwood House is Circus 10, SEC Abigail Druitt. But Goodwood, get yourselves ready for a loud and colourful arrival. Get your cameras ready for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. Red 1 pulls up at over 400 miles an hour at 4G as he pulls the formation into the vertical for a full show, with the aircraft collapsing into the 7-arrow position, reaching approximately 5,500 feet and slowing to 150 miles per hour. You see that distinctive 7-arrow shape as the formation bends themselves to the right. Red 1 this year is squadron leader Tom Bold. Tom is in the second year of his tenure as Red 1. He has previously been synchro leader in 2017, is a qualified Typhoon pilot and a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk, T-Mark II and Tucano. The smoke goes on as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move themselves back to the rear of the formation. Forming our first space-themed formation of this year, this is the Shuttle. As the formation roll to the left, on the right-hand side closest in is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. Stu's in his first year on the team, having previously flown Typhoons with 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy has previously flown Tornado Gr4 from RAF Marham and has flown Typhoon with 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. Reds 4 and 5 smoke as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 form a line abreast sat behind Red 6. The Red Arrows are based at RAF Scampton in Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire was also the home base for the famous World War II Dambusters Squadron 617. RAF Scampton will close at the end of this year and the team will move to RAF Waddington just to the south of Lincoln. In a tribute to the station, its history, its personnel and its squadrons, and the fact that now 617 flies the new F-35, this is the Lightning Loop. Once again, the team reaching 5,500 feet and slowing to 150 miles per hour as Red 1 brings the formation back down to earth. As Red 1 brings the formation to the left, you'll see on the far right-hand side is Red 4, Squadron Leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's a previously synchro leader from 2021, is a former qualified Tucano instructor and Tucano display pilot, and has flown the Typhoon operationally. Bondy would like to give a shout-out today to Richard, Andrea and Anna. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now move alongside just behind Red 1, and Red 6 and 7 split, with Red 2 behind Red 6 behind Red 2 and Red 7 behind Red 3. This is all while Red 1 is bending the formation around to the right, which makes the move even more difficult for the Phoenix roll.
And roll.
As the formation rolled to the left, you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk aircraft. Hawk has been in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976, and it's been with the Red Arrows since 1979, replacing the Follard Nat. In March 2022, 100 Squadron closed, as well as the Royal Navy stopped flying the Hawk T-Mark 1, making the Royal Air Force Red Arrows the only sole operator of the Hawk T-Mark 1 in the United Kingdom. Reds 4 and 5 smoke once again as they make their way back to the very rear of the formation. The Royal Air Force is always trying to develop and adapt its capabilities. And on the 2021, on the 1st of April, UK Space Command was formed, as the Royal Air Force acknowledges that space plays an important part in all military operations of air, land, sea and the cyber domains. As a tribute to the importance of space and those early missions of the 1960s, with a shape that represents the lunar landing craft, this is Apollo. The motto of the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team is éclate. That means excellence, and therefore we strive for excellence in everything we do. However, we are quite aware that we are generally only on the squadron between 3 and 5 years, and therefore we are only temporary guardians of such the motto. But we always strive to leave it in a better place than where we found it. The formation starts to change as Reds 6 and 7 move alongside Reds 2 and 3, with Reds 4 and 5 in trail. As the formation bend around to the right, get your cameras ready for one of the most exciting, colourful and dynamic formations that this team fly. One of the crowd favourites and representing the combat aircraft no longer in service, but was on operations for nearly 40 years. Get your cameras ready for Tornado.
7, 4 and 5, rolled up,
Red 4 calls aboard as Red 4 and 5 roll around the smoke of Reds 1 through to 6. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the formation around to the right.
a little bit right now.
As Reds 4 and 5 change their smoke to red and blue. Smoking red is Flight Lieutenant Dave Simmons, Red 5. Simo has a previous Tornado pilot and has flown the Harrier and F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. (2022) is a special year for the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, as Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II, celebrates 70 years of reign, making her the longest serving Queen in history. In a tribute to her Platinum Jubilee, and on this prestigious year, put your cameras ready for the colourful Jubilee Present. Goodwood, put your hands together for the Red Arrows. The team flying there with their air brakes out, which means that they can fly it with a higher power setting, making the exhaust gas a little bit hotter, which makes the smoke a little bit more vivid for your enjoyment. As we come to the end of the first half of the show, you'll have seen some formation flying involving 7 aircraft. Formation flying is a core skill for all military pilots, but I think you'll agree that the Red Arrows take it to the next level with some graceful formation flying and formation changes. In the second half of the show, you will see the team split into 2 sections. You have Reds 1 through 5 are known as Enid. These are named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 of the children's series books, with Red 6 and 7 the synchro pair led by Red 6, the synchro leader. In the second half, you'll see a much more highly fast-paced, dynamic and enjoyable show to showcase the agility of the Hawk and the skill of the pilots. As the formation come towards, you'll see them smoking with Enid on top and the synchro pair below. Get your cameras ready for detonator. Red 6 and 7 breaking away from us, with Red 7 smoking red and Red 6 smoking blue. As they pull up using 4G to approximately 2,500 feet, bringing themselves back round to the display line. They will now dive down to approximately 300 feet with a closing speed of over 700 miles per hour. They will perform a series of barrel rolls before passing in the middle in the double rolls. As the synchro pair leave the display area, looking to our front right, you'll see the Enid formation pulling up as the smoke comes on. As they pull up, they will form a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in Python. Once again, as Enid leave the displayer, keep looking to your left and right, looking for the synchro pair. Smoke comes on. They will perform a series of barrel rolls before passing and pulling up at 5G to approximately 2,500 feet for the boomerang. Synchro pair now pulling up at 5G to approximately 2,500 feet. 5G means that now everything about them is weighing 5 times heavier than what you and I are on the ground as we stand. They roll inverted to approximately 60 degrees nose down, looking for that 300 feet, and again, with a closing speed of over 700 miles per hour. Coming in from our left-hand side, we have Enid formation again. Reds 2 and 3 smoke red as they barrel roll around Reds 4 and 5. Reds 4 and 5 smoke blue as they roll around Reds 2 and 3. In one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master, this is the rollbacks. Keep looking to your right-hand side, and you can see the synchro pair coming back in with Red 7 on trail on Red 6.
Let's get out of this. 6, rolling in. 7, roll, go!
Red 6 rolls inverted as Red 7 rolls the red, right and blue around the smoke of Red 6. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant James Taylor, known as JT. He's in his third year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon operationally. Goodwood, give the synchro pair a round of applause. Keep your eye to the left-hand side as the synchro pair, once again pulling that 5G, trying to get back towards us, with Red 7 in trail on Red 6. Red 6 faces up and the blue smoke will come on as he rolls back to the left. Coming in from our front right-hand side, you'll see Enid formation. They have now formed an inverted V. Red 6 lining the synchro pair up with the Enid formation. Get your cameras ready for the colourful double goose.
They'll be all right now.
Each aircraft is fitted with a smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing white smoke for 5 minutes, 1 minute of blue smoke and 1 minute of red smoke. Therefore, each display is carefully choreographed to make sure that we have the right smoke at the right time and the right colour throughout the display. Looking directly to our front now, and you will see that the synchro pair once again are pulling up directly ahead of us. Get your cameras ready as the red smoke come on and the synchro pair peel apart for the synchro heart. Once again, give the synchro pair a round of applause for a wonderful red heart in the skies of Goodwood. Synchro pair turning in now once again for their final pass of 300 feet, and that closing speed of over 700 miles per hour in a manoeuvre which was named by a viewer of the One Show in 2020. This is Crossbow. Looking directly to our front, and you have Enid coming in smoking white. Get your cameras ready as Red 1 smokes red and rolls around the rest of the formation, forming the infinity symbol for the infinity break. Goodwood, it's an absolute pleasure today. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows! Red 1 smokes white as he gathers the rest of the formation to return back to our operating airport of Bournemouth today. It's been absolutely fantastic to display for you today over the last few days of Thursday, Friday and today. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, you can look us up online, ref.mod.co.uk/Red Arrows. We are on Facebook, RAF Red Arrows, and on Twitter at RAF Red Arrows. Once again, I'd like to thank you for listening. Thank you for support. And once again, have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
And another wonderful display by the Red Arrows overhead. But what dramas as well we have had on track. And looking forward to the hill climb run, the shootout, coming up fairly soon, but also the Drift Kana competition. That's going to be coming up very soon now. And there's been some dramas that we'll be telling you about in just a moment or two. But while those Red Arrows display was going on, there was a very exciting moment on the hill as well. Let's take a look at what happened, Keith, because Max Chilton got his run in the McMurtry.
He was concerned about whether he would be able to perform immediately. He didn't sleep well last night. This was his first run today in this machine. He wasn't here yesterday. He was qualified by another driver. But Max Chilton absolutely nailed it. For me, Moulcombe was the corner that was going to make or break this drive.
Yeah, we watched it from our commentary box and it flashed through there so fast that we all sort of kind of stood back. The speed with which it went up the hill. And Max Chilton, who we saw earlier, was a bit anxious about whether he was going to get down to the pace of his co-driver that they're sharing this car with this weekend.
And an incredible time that he made. 39.14. Max Chilton, that's the fastest time as far as we can see anywhere, anytime, any session that anyone has ever done here. So 39.14, that won't be official, of course. It has to be done in the shootout. What a drive.
Let's go and hear from him talking to Ed Foster.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it.
Max, we haven't got any times up here. What's just happened?
39.1. So 8/10 quicker than the record. I'm in shock. I'm in absolute shock.
I can actually see you visibly shaking.
I slept 1 hour last night with the stress of it, thinking how am I going to go quicker than a 39.9, and I am just blown away that we just did that by 8/10. I can't believe it.
An extraordinary time. It's all to play for this afternoon, isn't it? When the outright record, obviously you've beaten, but the official record is what you want to beat, the Nick Heidfeld time. So can you match it this afternoon?
I think we all care about what the fastest ever time, and that's the one I just broke. I mean, it means so much for me and the guys. They got, British engineered, British designed. And for me, I came here as a kid from the age of 4, watching my father drive up the hill. And this place means so much to me. To realise that I'm the fastest ever to go up this hill, I literally am speechless. This afternoon, well, I don't know, maybe just take it fairly steady and get the official record. And when I say fairly steady, it's still got to be quicker than a 41. But compared to that run where I just went all out, I'm just so proud of everyone.
Max, I've got to ask, when was the last time you were this happy?
Probably my wedding day, if I'm brutally honest. Yeah, I can't believe it. And yeah, it's great to have you here as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done, Max.
Well, we were with one eye in the sky watching the Red Arrows, but also keeping an eye open for Max and the McMurtry. And oh my goodness, he did not disappoint. If you saw him coming by, it is otherworldly, the speed of this thing, and the lack of drama is just remarkable. So it doesn't make much noise, but boy, does it hustle. Now we are getting ready for the first of the competitive interludes here on the hill today, which will be our Drift Kana. And again, fans from 9 to 90 will be wanting to see this. But watch again, watch his eyes. Looking a long way ahead of the car, as always with a racing driver, but wait for him to blink. Once on the run up to Moulcombe. This car is so quick that the external cameras really struggle to pan round fast enough. He's just in another league. up to the flint wall, safely negotiated, no drama, nowhere near the side of the track. Making sure he can harvest all that downforce to control all that speed. It looks so undramatic from on board as well, doesn't it? No engine wailing away, howling like a banshee. But goodness me, 100% adrenaline rush for Max Chilton. 39.140, the fastest anyone has ever ascended this driveway. That will have been an absolute raw adrenaline pump for Max Chilton. So he wanted to get one in to maybe see where they were. And Bruce Jones, they have been gradually easing their way into this. Max yesterday, with all of his hill climb experience.
Well, you can tell precisely when he got the message through his ear what that speed had been, and what really stood out to me was the concern. He didn't drive this car yesterday. It was Alex Summers. He had to be on one side, and that release of passion, 1 hour's sleep last night thinking about it, he's delivered. And I think it's really interesting, Martin, the way he says, I've now got the fastest time ever. Whether I win the shootout, I don't mind as much, but as long as I also get that as well. But 39.1. And here's the man who used to hold the record.
Yeah, on the right, in the white, Romain Dumas, who set the record. Again, not in the shootout, but in practice for it in Volkswagen's IDR. He's driving Ford Supervan 4, pure electric with the equivalent of 2,000 horsepower. He's going to be right up near the top as well. Well, Max Chilton, just fantastic run from him. Fantastic display as well from the Red Arrows, as ever. And when the smoke's on, there is nowhere to hide. The precision is absolutely exposed. Those guys are just sensational, really. Such a thrill to see them once in the summer. And here at Goodwood, they have displayed 3 of the 4 days. Armed Forces Day yesterday, they were displaying elsewhere, but they have been back here again today. And to put that into perspective, how big a deal that is, Her Majesty the Queen had the Red Arrows once for her 75th anniversary. So it is a big, big deal to get them here to try and inform and please almost all of the fans here at the Festival of Speed. Breathless stuff. Well, those of you who are wandering around a little bit will be dragged very quickly back towards the hill climb course as we get ready for our Drift Gymkhana, the Driftkhana. And the crowds will get thicker and thicker. And I know that an awful lot of people have seen drifting here before. But for those who haven't, what's it all about?
So you want to know what Driftkhana is? Okay. Let's go. Forget engine sizes and batches, any rear-wheel drive can drift. It takes place on the hill and finishes up here at the top paddock. It's a winner-takes-all competition, and it's scored on these 3 criteria. 1, proximity, 2, time, and 3, style. Driver scores are added together and the highest score wins. James, do you mind showing us how it's done? Proximity is measured by sensors, and the cars have to be close enough to set them off. Time is measured over 1 section of the course. And style points will be awarded by the commentators. It's fast, it's skillful, it's wicked.
It is absolutely riveting stuff. Martin Haven, Bruce Jones, and thrilled to be joined by Ian Waddington, who has had about 1 hour's sleep all weekend and is making the rest of us look really lazy. What have you been doing this morning, Ian?
Well, I was up till 3:30 a.m. this morning repairing the car that you can see on screen. This is, of course, Steve Baggsy Biagioni's Nissan R35 GTR. He broke the differential yesterday outside the house. One of the lads from the team drove all the way back to Essex, fished another differential out of another race car, brought it back, and we fitted it in this morning. And then just 35 minutes ago, Ahmed Daham, one of our Red Bull drivers, gave me a call and he said my intercooler has exploded. We had a nitrous explosion on the car. We need it welding. Can you weld it? I said, you better be quick because I need to be in comms in 30 minutes.
Fairness, welding an intercooler for a competitor probably more important than informing us, but great to have you with us. So the Driftkana, how do they score? What's going on the screen right now?
Well, on the screen you'll see these barrels of wall ride graphics, and you can see Baggsy now making his way around, and you can see those barrels pointed on the edge of the circuit. Those blue lights will be flashing. When they get close to him, within a foot, the light will go green. That means Baggsy will score in that zone. Now this section is timed from the start line to just up before Morecambe. They have to get through here as quick as possible. Now Baggsy going to put on a show, door open, waving to the big crowds here outside the house. He's going to make his way down. There is a freestyle section just a little bit up from there. Will Baggsy do it? Yesterday we see James Dean taking a different approach, going for the time rather than the show element.
Well, Baggsy, as with yesterday, had to open the door so he could see the cockpit absolutely filled with tyre smoke. He drifts past us into Molson. He is exquisite through there. Right, the other chart we can see at the bottom is the wall ride. Where does he have to do that?
Well, that is just after the finish line, right up the top end of the hill. And what Baggsy will have to do is enter that top part of the paddock. He'll have to get the back end of that GTR as close to the plastic white wall, setting off the proximity sensors. I'm going to take a quick look back at the replay now of Baggsy in action as he made his way around. And you can see that blue flashing light. He has to get a little bit closer. Does he get that one? Oh, he does. He manages to get closer, close enough, to activate it.
Now, many times commentators like Bruce and I would wish that we could influence the outcome of racing, things that probably shouldn't be that are and things that aren't that should be. But here, you can actually do that. The judges are the commentators, so the commentators can add points to the scores.
Yeah, we certainly can, yeah. So the more influenced we are by Baggsy's style and his show and how quickly we got through there with that finesse, and the more that the crowds here on Goodwood Hill and in the grandstands applaud, get their camera phones out and film, the more points we will score. And so there we go, Baggsy into that wall ride section, makes his way around. Look at the smoke coming out of the side skirt. Now he's into the pylon. He has to do 2 clean passes of a donut around this to illuminate lights all the way up. Once he gets that done, he then has to park this big GTR in a parking spot to get maximum points. Can he get it done? He certainly can.
Well,
very good for
super
Baggsy.
clean. He's filled all his bars. I think he possibly missed 3 points down at the bottom. Yeah. What did he gain at the top? What did he get there?
Well, I think we go for a 750 there. There was a few hands in the air applauding him, so that was a nice score. Now, this man, Ben and Keith have been impressed. Yourselves have been impressed with him. He is the machine, James Dean, in the Falcon Tyre E92 BMW Eurofighter. This car, an absolute weapon. And James Dean, a skilled technical driver. Look at this inside the car. Very calm and collected. Slots the car into gear and away he goes.
And when you see James out of the car, you would never guess what he does for a living. A more laid-back person, you cannot imagine that lovely, gentle Irish accent. But this is the other version of James Dean. And what a superb shot from low down on the side of the car, flicking one way or the other. Yesterday, he went for speed above all else.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was fastest through this part of the circuit, but we lacked him a little bit in the style points because he didn't really put on a show for us. But he said today, he messaged me straight away after, and he said, tomorrow I'm going to blow the doors, I'm going to win Driftkana. Look how calm and collected he is inside the car. He selects another gear, up the hill he comes, absolutely flat. You can see him working the steering wheel on that hydraulic handbrake, getting that car balanced on the edge of the circuit. Past the commentary booth he comes as he enters Morecambe, full throttle, knocks the front wheel as he makes his way through and past the grandstand.
That is one of the best shots I've seen in motor racing in all my years. That brave camera person strapped to the side. Incredible.
Sort of do, sort of don't want to sit alongside him. I mean, I can't imagine anything more of an adrenaline rush.
Yeah, James Dean, an absolute talent behind the wheel. And there we go. We go for a look back at the replay, and you can see that camera perfectly positioned shows you that front wheel lock up, and this one from the rear showing you exactly how it looks from the back end of the car.
Well, his precision is absolutely stunning, as any top-flight motorsport competitors has to be, but the angle of attack is just insane. Yeah, he's going with speed, he's going with precision, but boy, is he going with show. Look at that rear wheel. Hydraulic handbrake just tweaked on there to really get the tail end of the car moving. Into the wall ride, all 4 lights come on. And then around the pylon we go. It's in the smoke there somewhere. He knows where it is. The camera has no chance of seeing it.
No, it certainly doesn't. Now James Dean going to flick that car into that parking spot. Perfectly executed once again from James Dean.
Right, his score on barrels was 16. His score on the wall was 4. That was 1 on the barrels up on Bagsy. So he's got his nose just in front. How many points did you hand his way at the top?
750 again.
750. It's by tiny margins in the drift car
up the top now.
Now he's going to... The maximum potential score that we can add is 1,500 points. We need to see if anybody is going to pull that out in this final drift corner run.
Well, this is Ahmed Dahman. We've just heard from Ian beforehand. This car needed a little bit of welding. You obviously did a very good job. Actually, I shouldn't say that. He's only done 2 corners so far. Not corners of the car, though. Corners of this hill climb course. And what are we seeing here, Ian?
Oh, it looks like he's still got maybe some issues with that car. We wondered if the throttle body was damaged. The backfire from the nitrous so harsh that it actually blew the end tanks clean off the intercooler. And Ahmed Dahman was saying that there was still an issue maybe with the throttle body. So that could be the end of the weekend for Ahmed Dahman. Unfortunately, the man who was leading the points yesterday in Drift Corner.
It was very undramatic for him away from the line and into the first corner. You know, he has been absolutely one of the big showmen, and that was clearly from the moment he dumped the clutch away from the line. From the moment he dumped the clutch, you could see that it wasn't quite where we expected him to be. So he's going to bring the car, hopefully, all the way up to top paddock. But he is really nursing it at the moment, just pottering gently, very off cam, very off boost. And again, maybe that's part of the issue. The intercooler, of course, part of the turbocharger's pressurizing system, brings the charge temperature down going into the cylinders to avoid pre-ignition. So maybe he's blown a turbo pipe or something and just hasn't got that boost. In which case, he's got a low compression, 2-litre engine, which really isn't cutting the mustard.
No, certainly not. So Ahmed Dahman will be slightly disappointed with that. But the guys, I mean, look, hats off to these guys. They had that intercooler out within 5 minutes, over, welded, and back on the car. So unfortunate end to the weekend for Ahmed Dahman.
Yeah,
so,
and Ahmed was saying to me earlier that this is pretty much the end of his season, because he does the Middle Eastern season starting in, I think, November and works through the winter there. But he will be... well, who knows what he's going to come back with in 2013, because 2023, because all these drivers just look at what they can have and want more.
And they certainly do.
Much more.
a lot more normally. And that applies to Kevin Quinn. Now, Kevin Quinn on the line from Quinn's M Sport in this immaculate Nissan Silvia S15. He had a car just the same as this, and he said, there are a few things I would like to do differently. So instead of rebuilding that same chassis, he said, I'm going to build a whole new one from the ground up. And they got the invite to Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he said, now's the time, let's get to work. And look at this for Kevin Quinn.
When you're down by the start line grandstand, and it's right beside the family area and all the catering on the cricket pitch, so there are huge numbers of families with small kids there. Boy, oh boy, you can just imagine they've abandoned burger and chips and straight for the noise. And boy, what a show these guys put on right from the start line.
Yeah, they certainly do. And look at this, Kevin Quinn. You can see him dragging that rear diffuser on that back bumper of that Silvia S15 along the ground as he makes it widely across the track. Now looks for the 3 barrels outside the house, gets it absolutely perfect. Kevin Quinn said the more he drives this car, the more he loves it, and the more he wants to just keep on driving. It takes a little bit of turf up in the air as he waves his hand, looking for a round of applause from the grandstand and the hill.
Signing autographs, taking selfies on the way.
I'm just wondering how much it's going to cost him for clipping the grass first. There could be a bill from the Goodwood estate. And again, showboating. This is in the freestyle area.
Certainly is.
Why not do the greatest stunts in front of the greatest number of people in the grandstands? Then suddenly it's serious again, approaching Morecambe.
Yeah, certainly is. Look at that big opposite flick as he makes his way around Morecambe, full throttle. Absolutely dialed is Kevin Quinn. One arm out the window as he flicks the car left to right over that crest in the middle of the circuit. Now gets down into the area where we let them cool the cars down.
Yeah, just great style right from the beginning. And this is exactly what we expect to see from Ahmed. Real attack in that first right-hand car. I mean, real attack off the line. And even that wasn't there. So this is much more what we expect to see. And Kevin doing about a third of the course so far with one hand out of the window. Oh, I can do this with both hands tied behind my back.
Yeah, these guys are really showmen, and we say that they are. They exploit their showmanship within the car and with the styling. Here we go, Kevin. As you can see, arm out the window, incredible incredible stuff.
I do notice that when he gets the flint wall, he tucks it back in for that rather more serious and consequential corner, but not that Moulcombe's exactly an easy ride. But he's been fantastic all weekend, and I just think it's worth pointing out again, 8 weeks ago, this car did not exist. I mean, that is a phenomenal achievement.
So there
Here he comes.
Yeah, Bagsy taking a look on to see how Kevin Quinn fares on the wall ride. All 4 lights illuminated, makes his way into the pylon. Oh, takes a wide swing. Now he needs to tidy this one up a little bit, does Kevin Quinn, and he certainly does. The front bumper, that Sylvia right on the barrel. Can he keep it clean? Top light almost illuminated, gets it parked. Job done for Kevin Quinn.
Yeah. Good job from Kevin Quinn. And I love so much about this sport that it is real positive encouragement, which competitive motorsport so often sort of is quite hard. This is like skateboard, BMX, inline skating, everybody trying to encourage their rivals to push themselves to further and further sort of excellence, and that's so much a part of this whole scene.
Yeah, it certainly is, and off the line it is Tetsuya Habino in the Nissan Super Silhouette Silvia S15, the Liberty Walk kitted car, paying homage to the former touring cars in Japan. Now Habino running a quad-rotor Mazda engine underneath the bonnet, 1,400 horsepower, draws a huge crowd in the Cathedral paddock every time the ignition switched on. And Habino into those barrels, very nicely done. We've seen him destroy the body kit over the weekend. He said this one he's going to keep clean, the last run of the day for him, as he makes his way through and up the hill. Full burnout the whole way up now, starts to flick the car left to right, one arm out the window, waving to the crowds and spectators in the grandstand. Habino all the way up the hill. Incredible stuff into Moulcombe from Habino.
Backs in beautifully, and again, the showmanship. Oh, hang on a minute. Now, okay, here we go. Now I think he found himself off boost and in the wrong gear. Too much hand out the window there for a moment. Now he's motoring again. Here he comes. Oh, yes, full smoke on.
Oh, wow, clips the straw barrel, on the inside there. That big front splitter just taking a little bit of straw up into the air, and we take a look at the back end of this car. Incredible scenes. And everyone's saying how much they love the flames that erupt out the back of this car, the 2 exhausts underneath that diffuser.
It pops, it bangs, and I tell you what, he won't be the first driver of the first car to arrive with straw sticking from the side of that top paddock. It's almost, for some of the greatest drivers, a badge of honour to have the right-hand flank, i.e. the sweep through that final corner to the finish with your wheel brims looking a little bit hairy.
Yeah, so Habino there, as you can see inside the car, balancing it absolutely perfect. Little jabs on the handbrake. You can see working the handbrake almost like ABS. Just dabbing the handbrake just to slow the rear wheels down, get the car balanced. Doesn't want to slow it down too much. He doesn't want to lose the angle that he's driving on, so he uses it like an ABS system. Very, very clever driving from the Japanese man there. Now he's going to make his way into that area, lights up, 3, 4, gets them all done, slows the car down nicely, gets into the barrel. Now that big front splitter could pay a problem for him, and it does once again as he now starts to push it around. Oh, and he knocks it over once again. Habino struggling with that today, gets the car parked and does it in style.
So perfect apart from mistakes, I think we're saying that at the top of the hill. So how many points for style at the top?
I think we're going to give him 500 there. He did
500,
take the barrel
I think
down.
that's quite generous. I'd have gone for 250. But
Bruce becoming a very good judge so far this weekend.
We need to get him in some drift battles and see if he can judge who's the best leader, who's the best chaser.
But in terms of the enthusiasm that Tetsuya Habino has shown, determined almost through the entire course, waving. He's been a master showman, and this could not be further from the Japanese drifting scene.
No, 100%. Yeah, this is completely different to what Habino's used to. Maybe paying a little bit of a homage to those mountain hills in Japan, but taking him back to the days when he started drifting. But he said so much fun here, and the crowds, he said, are awesome. He said the interaction's been phenomenal.
And I think everybody likes doing something in a different atmosphere with different people, and I'm sure he is really going to take a lot away from being here at Goodwood, and as all these competitors will take it into the next events that they do, and they bring everything that they've learned with them as well. Martin Richards in his Nissan Silvia, and again, compared to what we've just seen, a very much more almost street car look to it. It almost just has that stanced look, but that doesn't tell the whole story, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't. This car is equipped for all the safety equipment that needed for competitive drifting, and it does have 500 horsepower underneath the bonnet. Still uses the factory standard 2-litre 16-valve engine, but just tuned and tweaked. And Martin saying this weekend, unfortunately, the car he wanted to bring not available, so he opted for the Driftworks Nissan Silvia instead. And showing everybody what you can get into the sport with, the tool you need to get into the sport. Arm out the window for Martin Richards.
And do you know what? When you see a car like this being demonstrated so capably, it feels like it's just more attainable.
100%.
Do you know what I mean? Because it sort of looks like something you could almost imagine, A, being able to go forward to buy, or possibly even start to build towards yourself, because it's not so outrageous. Well,
who left that there?
I can't imagine, but we know who's just been up. Bit of scenery in the track.
Driftworks car, drifting works most notably here, and the way that drifting has been welcomed to the Festival of Speed, it's growing and it's growing, and the drift car has been, you know, the latest tweak. This not just drifting up the hill, there is something to aim for. In the case of Tetsuya Hibino, it was the straw bales at the side of the circuit. But up the top, Martin Richards rides around the wall very smoothly, very cleanly. Will that pylon, or Dalek as I like to consider it, stay upright? That is the closest location around. One little sneeze from the cockpit might tip it over.
Great score as well, 16 plus 4, so 20 out of 22, and some real precision on the barrel. What are we going with?
750, I do believe they're very nice for Martin Richards. He took his time down the hill to do some freestyle drifting and show off to the crowd. So I really like what Martin Richards did there. We go back to the start line. Here's another Driftworks car, this time the Monster Energy Nissan Skyline R33 of Tessa Whittock.
Right, Tessa's been building up, going faster and faster with each run, getting the tail out further. Let's see what she can do. So that standard acceleration, well, standard in the world of drift world, acceleration from the start line up to the first corner. Effectively, you've got two right-handers, but they make it a right-hander followed by a chicane, followed by another right-hander. Look, there we go. One side's the track, to the other the tail coming out. What's coming next? The second right-hander. Can Tessa see the cockpit's looking fairly full with tyre smoke already?
Yeah, Tessa doing a good job so far now. This is the bit she said she struggles with, getting the car balanced into this section outside the house, trying to illuminate all of those barrels. Goes for a different approach to some of the other drivers, and maybe setting herself up nicely to flick the car in a dead straight line down and up the hill. Look at this, arm out the window. Tess gets it done this time. She said she was very nervous coming up the hill. Now really found her confidence once again. She's going to go for a quicker run today, not slowing down to do the freestyle drift. Or is she going to? Yep, she's going to change it up a little bit now, going outside of the commentary booth, showing off to the marshals and the crowds here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well, the tail end there, it has to get the lights going green, has to be within a foot. It was within about of an inch, the barrel closest to our commentary position, very nicely through Molecombe. Now, of course, you can slow it down a bit, still carry the speed, but the next scoring point is at the top of the hill. 6 points, a lot of the rivals have had 8 by the time they've gone through Molecombe.
Well, lots of small boys and small girls of all ages oohing and ahhing there as Tess put on the display right by the crossing. There's an awful lot of people right there, because that is one of the crossing areas, and they're all waiting to go across and see different bits of this event here at Festival of Speed, and Tess putting on a great show for them.
Well, hand out of the window, waving, saluting the crowd as much as anything, and when Tessa gets to the top, she'll like the response to the crowd. That will encourage her to get it right on the wall ride, to get those 2 rotations around the tower with the lights, the pylon, if you will, providing they put it back up, that is, and then go into the parking bay. And of course, up at the top, the poor camera person has to work so hard to find the car they're trying to film with all that tyre smoke. So she's the last car up the hill in the drift car, and what's she going to score at the top?
And in the slow motion, you really get to see how the boot lid has been cut away completely on the car to allow for cooling these cars with rear-mounted radiators. So you've got to get the air in. Here she is round the pylon. Perfect score on the wall ride. She needs to score strongly here.
Oh, she's going for another donut round.
Yeah, well, the first 2 were getting reds rather than greens. Now she's triggering the greens, and suddenly she can complete this rotation, get the parking right. She might be in the hunt. She's very much in the hunt. She can't stop.
She's just going for it. What was that, 4 or 5 rotations and a spot-on piece of parking as well. Great run from Tessa Whittock. She's had a couple of slightly iffy ones and a couple of mechanical problems in as well over the course of the 4 days here. That was one that she will be very happy with.
Yeah, Tessa will be very impressed with that one, and yeah, confidently made it up the hill this weekend, and says, as I said, made herself feel very nervous before she went out. She sat on that start line and said, this is a very big place for it all to go wrong, and she wanted to put on such a good show. So there we are. So all the scores are in now.
Well, what everybody is seeing when they're in the cars are all the fans here, all the fans around the collecting area, the fans that are down in Cathedral Paddock almost poking at the cars. But what they're not so much aware of is the millions of people watching online. So we'd probably best not mention that. Well, scoring says James Dean is our Driftcarner winner.
Well, that would have been really, really tight, but I think that's absolutely fair. His nose just in front, and the drivers all around at the top of the hill. The fans in the background in the grandstands will have lapped all of that up. They'll have watched the giant screen in the background to appreciate these remarkable runs from these truly, truly remarkable drivers in the drift car now.
So now the smoke is cleared, they can actually see them as well, which is always quite handy. It's a good thing there's a little bit of breeze up the top there, actually, because otherwise it would be fairly impenetrable. James Dean then comes out on top ahead of Kevin Quinn, with Martin Richards rounding out the top three. And Tetsuya Hibino coming all the way from Japan to put on a fabulous show in 4th place. So that's the way it worked. And Ez is up there with our winner. So we saw him with James Dean. Bagsy was there as well. Let's hear from them.
James, congratulations. Goodwood winner again.
Brilliant. Absolutely delighted to finish off 2022 Festival of Speed with a great show from everyone. And yeah, being on top is the icing on the cake for me.
It obviously gets the heart pumping, because I can see you were slightly shaking when you got out. And still.
I still am, yeah. The adrenaline rush you get up there, pushing that hard, like you're carrying so much speed and you're sideways, so there's absolutely no room for error. It's really tricky, but when you get it right, there's no better feeling.
And how much do you plan the run before? Is everything planned, or do you see how it goes?
Yeah, so we had a few runs on Thursday and Friday and yesterday, so we had a good idea of everything was in the same place today, so we just tried to neaten everything up as much as possible, try to get as close to all the sensors with as much speed as possible, and while having, great fun and putting on a good show.
Well, we all loved it. The crowd loved it. James, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Spoken man, isn't he? But boy, oh boy, he carries a big stick in the car. Ian, what does he do for a living? Is he involved in the motor trade, or what does he do?
This is James Dean's full-time job. He is a professional driver, him alongside with Steve Bagsy Biagioni, two of the ambassadors making it their career and pushing drifting to the highest limits they can. And James Dean's family, of course, his father renowned for being a historic rally driver, the family embedded in the motorsport. And James's brother owns a company, Dean M Sport, that build all of these cars and the engines, and once again renowned in Ireland for being such good car builders. But James, this is his job, this is what he does every single day, and James there proving why he is the best of the best.
And of course, anybody who's been to the Nürburgring for the 24 hours will have seen the Falcon drift team, will probably have seen this car in action there as well. Very handy to be sponsored by a tyre manufacturer in a business that gets through tyres quicker than Bruce and I get through cups of tea and bits of cake. So, Ian, listen, you've been the hardest working man of the broadcast crew, because not only have you been coming in here to talk your way through this every time the drifters have been on track and just feed us so much information, but you prepare Bagsy's car, and you've been helping out like everybody else has with anything and everything that's gone wrong. So next week, promise me you're going to get some rest.
No chance for me, Martin and Bruce. This time next week I will be in Sweden for round 3 of the Drift Masters European Championship, where this man on screen will hoping to be standing once again on the top step of the podium. There's no rest for the wicked, guys. You have to keep pushing.
Well, Ian, we'll press the 1,000 bonus points for style, for content, and for sheer dogged gutsiness. It's been great having you around.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute honour. Thank you.
Well, it's been such a highlight since the drift cars arrived at Festival of Speed, and today, this week, has been no different. Thanks to Ian, thanks to everybody who brought these cars and have put on such a phenomenal show.
We'll find run right there. Yeah.
but he is kicking up the dust. That is a massive amount of power, a massive amount of grunt. And we'll watch for the jump now, because he's done something like 65, maybe 70 meters before he's going to launch the car over there. And he does again, and it lands a little bit on its side on the edge there, gathers it all together and down on the left through the incredible turns now. Let's have another look again. Yeah, lands on the left front, and the big long legs of suspension soak it all up, and a very stable platform, although it doesn't look like it. Here's Nasser Al-Attiyah, 4 times winner of the Dakar, going for his 18th win in the Middle East Rally Championship. Also the FIA World Cup for cross-country rallies. He's won that 5 times. Now he's got it absolutely right. And he's going round again, because the Le Mans, and I believe it's one of the Le Mans team who's sitting alongside him, I could be right, and Pepe Lopez follows him through with the Toyota Yaris, which is in the One Make Championship, in the Iberian Championship, and that's a cracking little car. Pepe Lopez doing very, very well. Now, Rory Bell, he's a man to watch this afternoon, just as Nasser Al-Attiyah, and Nasser Al-Attiyah will certainly be one of his rallying heroes. He's a folk hero. He's an Olympic champion. He's a medal winner at Olympic level in clay pigeon shooting, in the skeet shoot. And I'm sure a lot of these young drivers will be just looking on in awe as Nasser Al-Attiyah shows them the way to go, because he's been in World Rally Championship, European Rally Championship, he's been production rally world champion. And there's Pepe doing lots of well, a couple of pirouettes down there. So the Toyota team out in force. Here comes Nasser Al-Attiyah back up the other side of the stage through Torini and heading up to Clark, as he will get to the finish of that run. And great entertainment, fantastic to watch. Nasser Al-Attiyah and Mathieu Baumel. And they will continue in their World Cup cross-country rallies program. Nasser Al-Attiyah, as we watch Rory Bell going off down the stage in a huge cloud of dust, kicking it up now. It's very dry but very windy. But Nasser Al-Attiyah said that he may well be driving in the World Rally Championship round next year when it goes to Saudi Arabia. So we'll see if that comes off. Very, very quick driver in all disciplines. Rory Bell making an impact on the British Rally Championship, and he's certainly been making an impact here on the Goodwood Festival of Speed rally stage. Stuart and Tony Graham in their Lancia Fulvia 1.3S. Toyota Yaris in its World Rally Championship 1 hybrid form. As we left it last night in the Safari Rally, we're in first, second, third and fourth places. So Toyota dominating in terms of world motorsport, everything below Formula One, having won Le Mans twice. Sorry, getting Le Mans double first and second place with their cars this year in 2022, and having previously won so many times and threatening and even surpassing Ford now for its record of wins on Le Mans, on the Sarthe circuit, the 24 hours. This is a car that was driven by Alistair McRae. Just had a quick shot of the Nissan Sunny GTI. This is the Skoda R5, and that is like the Formula 2 version in rallying. If WRC1 is the equivalent to Formula 1, then the equivalent to Formula 2 is the R5 cars. Nissan Sunnies were used in the British Rally Championship when they conformed to the front-wheel drive 2-litre category, and quite a few of the manufacturers entered cars, including VW, into the championship when there was a big championship shootout in the 80s on the Isle of Man, and Alistair McRae actually had a big accident in the VW, but he did take the title, the British Championship title himself, as his brother Colin McRae had done before him, as Richard Burns did as well.
When Maria Costello says to you, would you like to go up the hill in her sidecar? Obviously, your first answer is absolutely yes. I'd be mad to turn this lady down. Oh, this is so good.
Maria Costello is in control of it, and our Rachel has been presented for us over the course of this weekend. You can see she's smiling, she's laughing.
Woohoo! Wowza. This is so fun.
The bike is bouncing around. We've got some lovely shots from on board, and it's going to be wonderful to hear from Rachel.
Wow, what a thing to do. Brilliant.
I have heard from people who've done this before, Keith. Actually holding on can be pretty tough, although
you
the
get
corners
bruised
here.
This is like something else.
the corners here are not too demanding.
But the suspension movement, this has got a longer swinging arm in it for the TT, the Tourist Trophy races on the Isle of Man. It's got a 600cc Kawasaki ZX motor in it. It's still quite quick, but you'd be surprised. It's not so much about accidents that present bruises. Rachel will be feeling bruises after this just by being on the platform, being buffeted about.
Straight to the finish. There's no suspension, so it is like, especially coming into here, I was like, oh, I think I've gone over a bit of a stone, and you can feel it, it's like a rock. But it's so much fun. You feel so low to the ground that you're kind of experiencing every single corner.
What advice did Maria give you before you left the line?
Absolutely none, no. I'm joking. There's a handle here, Rach. There's a handle here. Should watch out for the braking. That's the only advice. When I brake, you might actually have to kind of move a little bit. But here, I'm just holding on for dear life and going up the hill. Yeah, incredible.
I'm here at Electric Avenue, the go-to place for all things in the world of electric motoring. To find out more about what's on offer in the electric car market as we continue on the road to 2030. I'm here with Dan, who is the EV training lead at BP Pulse. So, Dan, we want to know a bit more about what the road to 2030 is all about.
So, it's around the vehicle manufacturers committing to stop producing combustion engine cars. So, it's all about converting to that EV journey, and there's huge investment in that. Most of the manufacturers are committed to doing it earlier than that date. Volkswagen, for example, 2025. What's an amazing thing to see. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, so what's BP Pulse's role in the road to 2030? What are they doing in the quest to an electric future?
Yeah. So ours is the charging side of things. So we've just recently announced £1 billion investment in the UK. So in our charging infrastructure was phenomenal. That's a big plus. And then we've got things like our BP home charge unit. Again, someone new on the EV journey is learning that your car's static 80% of the time. So at home overnight is the perfect time as well. So there's lots going on from our perspective there.
Yeah, so if someone is looking to convert to an EV, what kind of costs are involved, or what savings even can they make?
I think I hear a lot of people say the outright cost is more, but I think as soon as you start looking at whole life cost, it's very different. I mean, I'm a 2 EV household. I've gone from paying around £500 a month for a car, tax, fuel, to around £100 saving. My finance is more, but my fuel is a lot less. I think I'm charging my car 250 miles for about £8. You try doing that in a petrol and diesel car, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's great that people can come and speak to people like you at the stand. What makes the BP Pulse stand out at the Festival of Speed?
Well, I think it does help with all the cars we've got, and the Premier League trophy, that probably attracts people in as well. But it's great to see so many of the vehicle manufacturers showing off their cars to everyone. We're nice to have lots of chargers about as well. So I'm a massive believer, it's just EV in general, it's about the education piece. There's a huge amount to learn, and we're lucky here. It's the second year I think we've had the Electric Avenue here. We're really excited to be a part of it. And it's just a great way just to give anyone any tips or queries they may have about EV and just put it to rest, because it really is a simple transition.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Dan.
No, thank you.
Well, the demand for electric vehicles is getting stronger and stronger, with improved infrastructure and technology and some really striking designs. The question is, when will you make the switch?
A beautiful sunny summer Sunday here at the Festival of Speed 2020 in front of Goodwood House, another of Jerry Juda's trademark sculptures. This one celebrating 50 years of BMW's M imprint. And on the statue are 5 M cars, one that has never yet run in public. That's at the very top. That is BMW's LMDH prototype racer, which will be coming to tracks near you in North America and in Europe in 2024. This is the first time it's been seen in public on anything other than a little internet clip, and it is right there, as plain can be, in a beautiful M Sport livery. That will change undoubtedly as sponsors come on board for the program to race it in the IMSA WeatherTech Series and World Endurance Championship. Their target, as with everybody other manufacturers coming into the hypercar class, will be to try and win the Le Mans 24 Hours. Below it, BMW 3-litre CSL, the V12 LMR that won the Le Mans 24 Hours in BMW Motorsport colours. There's also a 320i Super Touring racer, and underneath, barrel rolling, is a BMW M1 Pro Car racer. So BMW's proud motorsport heritage. Everywhere you see the M brand, Bruce Jones, you know that is a byword for performance.
Most certainly is. I look back very, very fondly of some of the cars from the early M ranges back in the 80s and the early 90s. That they just took what was already a very, very sporting car and made it all the better. The M3 is still very special, but my favourite, because I am the age I am, was the M635 CSI. I love the 635 CSI. We'll see one going up, but in the sporting performance touring car version, but the road-going version, it still just made the most wonderful sound, and it drove round corners like it truly, really was meant to. I loved them.
Yeah. 635 CSI, just absolutely achingly gorgeous, and anything with 6 cylinders is always going to be a favourite. Well, we've got sports racers from a variety of different ages, modern GT cars and cars celebrating BMW M Division, and at the front of the queue, if you've never even watched an endurance race, you still know these colours. The pale blue and orange of Gulf. This is on a Porsche 917. This is Porsche's front-line weapon for racing at Le Mans from the late 1960s. And a car with a flat 12 power plant, air-cooled engine. That was at first hugely worrying for the drivers, and then was refined into an absolutely brutal race car. This, the K, the Cortec, the short tail version. There was a longer tail version designed for the high speeds at Le Mans. And Bruce, this was a huge step forward for endurance racing globally.
Oh, it absolutely was, and with that fabulous 5-litre V12 at the back, these cars were super light. If you think they look quite nimble when the body works on, take a look at them when the body works off. Some drivers actually chose thereafter. Maybe they didn't want to race them, and if you look at where the driver's feet are relative to those front wheels, they're in front, just under that cowl in the nose. But brilliant car, and it won almost every race it contested. And Nick Finborough has been driving this for a very long time now, and really, it's a beautiful, beautiful machine. If you want to go big, you want to go large, you want to have horsepower, you need a Porsche 917-30. Somewhat different in appearance and certainly in performance.
The 917 was banned from European sports car racing because it was too successful. They didn't just ban it. What they did was reduce the engine size so it could no longer compete. So Porsche went racing in Can-Am in America, which was an unlimited capacity category. This is a 917. They cut the roof off. They upgraded the bodywork to even more aerodynamic status, and they turbocharged the engine for more power. Mark Donoghue, the late Mark Donoghue, racer and engineer, was responsible for developing the car and would have been champion in it but for a couple of mechanical frailties. His teammate George Fulmer was also a hard man to beat in the 917-30 and ended up winning the IMSA title.
Now, owner-driver Peter Harburg taking it up fairly cautiously, but certainly when Derek Bell, huge number of successes with Porsche, took it up a few years ago, he said it spins the wheels in every single gear. Now, if you want a bit of variety, the Porsche 961, we're used to the 959. It appeared with all bells and whistles and was really exciting and running. This, for racing, is a one-off.
Yeah, the 961 raced in Le Mans in the GT class in the same period as Rothman's Porsche 956 and 962s, rather, were racing for outright victory. The 959 four-wheel drive turbocharged Porsche supercar, their first real supercar, it went racing as a 961. It also was a Dakar Rally winner. So this car didn't win Le Mans outright, but did compete at Le Mans in factory colours. And yes, a one-off for the Porsche 961. Carl Fortune, the fortunate, you see what I did there, man, enjoying the car. The most fortunate man, though, is Timo Bernhard, who's not only driving the Porsche RS Spider that you can see following this car up the hill, but shook down the Spider and this car and the 956 and the 962 earlier this week.
Frankly, had you left your car keys on the table, he'd have tested your car for you too. But Timo Bernhard really pressing on. This car's so much success on the North American scene, and Timo was at the wheel. It's hardly surprising that Porsche have kept their claws into him ever since. He's not complaining, trust me. So dark when you go under the trees. You can see Timo had to flick the lights on. He's crossed the finish line. He's below the height of those straw bales on either side of the road. He'll burst out into the sunshine at the top of the hill, but on a really bright day like this has become, it really is quite tricky to see. Now, something completely different. McLaren created the Artura, and this is their brand new Artura Gt4 car, and it's got Rob Bell at the wheel. He normally races their more powerful and more aerodynamically efficient GT3s. Huge success in those, but he's been shaking this down. This car goes down after tonight to Portimao in Portugal. Fabulous circuit there, where they're going to be doing a 30-hour stint. You know, maybe races are, we always feel they're quite long, 24 hours. You think what it's like if you're one of the mechanics, but 30 hours continuous testing, and this will then be released to race in GT4 next year.
Yeah, McLaren looking for customer racing to fly the flag for them in the lower of the two classes of GT racing, and for any aspiring young racing drivers getting into one of these cars and finding up your GT skills to try and aim for GT3 either in the SRO divisions, the Fanatec series, or in the World Endurance Championship, where GT3 will also be the GT category. It's going to blow the market wide open. There are going to be so many more new GT3 and GT4 cars coming soon.
Well, the next one is the Lotus Emira. Daniel Grimes driving this, so this should hit the stage the same time as that Artura, and it's fantastic for me and for you, Martin, to see Lotus back in racing. They've been away for too long, and this, I think, is a tentative, it's a very positive first step, and it's great to see that Emira, which is making such ground in the supercar market.
Absolutely right, and Lotus coming back to racing, which of course is where they started, really, with Colin Chapman, the founder of the company. And again, GT4 will beget a GT3 car. That will inevitably follow, because customers will want it. We've got Tom Christensen wailing up the hill in a BRM single-seater car just ahead of this car. Again, bright blue livery of the Golf GT, of not the Golf, of the GT40, car number 66, the year 1966, in which Ford won Le Mans with the Mark 1 GT40.
And Glickenhaus is here as well, third on the podium at Le Mans this year. Bear in mind, the man who founded this was a man who used to, as a boy, hang around the streets of New York, just outside Louis Gnetti's Ferrari Emporium. He pestered, he probably got a few brochures thrown his way. He was inspired, he drove Ferraris on the road, but he wanted to go racing. Ferrari didn't particularly want to help him, so you know what? He did it his own way. He's a film director, he has the funds, but he directed it. He had third place behind the two Toyotas at Le Mans this year. It's an unbelievable achievement.
And his cars have won in the Baja 500 on the Baja Peninsula in Mexico. His cars have won at the Nürburgring 24 hours as well. He is a real polymath. He loves all kind of competition vehicles, and so does this man, Romain Dumas. Up until this morning, the man with, unofficially, the fastest ever time up this hill. That has just been beaten, and he is in a van this weekend. He will try and make this humble transit van the single fastest thing up the hill. In terms of aerodynamics, it's got a bit of a brutal front end. This Supervan 4, the successor to Supervans 1, 2 and 3, and by far the quickest, over 2,000 horsepower equivalent from its 4 electric motors. And Romain Dumas charged with unveiling this car in public for the very first time. This car had never been seen before Thursday here at Goodwood.
Oh my golly, he set quite a pace to deliver the packed lunch to our man Ed Foster at the top of the hill. But this, I was around when, as a child, when the Supervan 1 was launched, then the second one, having a Formula 1 engine in the Trans-Sedan. What a crazy idea, what a brilliant idea. And I'm so glad about 30 years since Supervan 3 that Ford has decided to do it again. But now it appears we're on the cusp of the parade. The cars go up the hill to celebrate 50 years of the BMW M division. And one of my very favourites, the 635 CSI, parked in the shade on the start line.
But right behind us, or in front of us rather, at the crossing, and you can probably hear it in the background, is Elias Ramochi, one of the Drift brothers. There he is. This is a BMW M4 GT4. Now, it's not a standard M4 GT4. It's highly developed as one of a pair of drifting cars. This is real motorsporting Bavarian royalty in both the car and the driver. 635 CSI in original BMW Tyler parts livery, factory livery, driven in period, and here again today by Poldi, Leopold von Bayern, the Prince of Bavaria. Poldi now in his early 80s and as enthusiastic a competitor in a car and on ice as it is possible to find. A real dyed-in-the-wool enthusiast, and of course Bavaria is where BMW is based. This is literally not quite his family's, but his home car manufacturer.
It certainly is. When you look at the BMW badge on the nose, you've got the blue and white, pale blue and white checkers, and that's exactly what you see all over Poldi's helmet. A fabulous racer, huge enthusiast, getting on a bit now in years, aren't we all? But he has raced a huge amount, and it's very, very special to have him as part of this display.
Now, in our Group C demo, you will see a couple of Sauber Mercedes sports cars from the Group C era. Peter Sauber, now known, of course, as the man who took a Formula One team and it now become Alfa Romeo. But Peter Sauber started in sports cars with this car, the M1R, the most extreme BMW M1 ever created. Wider, wider and wider still than the original car, still retaining its fabulous looks and six-cylinder engine, which Peter then took, the engines that is, into sports prototypes of his own construction. The Sauber C5, C6 were very successful before he went to the V8 Mercedes motive power that in the end led to Mercedes taking on the programme, winning Le Mans under their own auspices. This is a long-tail McLaren F1 GTR, as raced in period by Thomas Boucher and driven here by Lynn or Robert. So the long tail again, the long aerodynamic body to tidy up the airflow for the high concerted speeds of Le Mans.
Hugely, hugely popular. Gordon Murray, who designed this car in its original form, the McLaren F1, here this weekend, moving around down at the Supercar Parade. Of course, he's got his own range of cars now, but he hadn't intended it for it to be raced. The car you see on the start line is not intended to be raced, but it would be a very fine tool if you chose to do so. Launched on Thursday morning here as part of the first glance parade, the BMW M3 competition touring. Yes, they're back with the touring, the estate range, and this is not an estate in the way that you or I understand it, Martin. It's a whole heap faster.
Well, you can still get the shopping in the back and you can still fit the family in, but somebody is busy donutting outside our window in the Z4 GT3 car. That's why we are waiting to release this piece. Now, parked, it looks like quite a nice BMW 3 Series wagon. They don't park it here. At least he hasn't so far. He did come close in the last run, though.
Yeah, it must be said, in the Supercar Parade, we're used to professional drivers taking up the cars up the hill with a bit of speed, a bit of vim and vigour, but Frank Weishaw has been pushing so hard at this, particularly when he gets the corner he's approaching now. Moulcombe, such a tricky corner. The track goes left. Let's hope the car does as well. Yes, it does. He hangs out the tail out a bit. The passenger on board having a fantastic ride.
Well, again, coming up the hill in just a moment is this Arrow McLaren. An astonishing programme because the driver, IndyCar racer and now team boss Sam Schmidt, is paralysed from the neck down. He is driving the car. He is not the passenger. And Arrow High Technologies are not only allowing him to drive this car, but courtesy of an extremely sophisticated exoskeleton, he's actually starting to learn to walk again. And Bruce, you were describing earlier exactly how can a man who can only move his head drive a car?
Right, if he wants to steer, there's an infrared camera and it checks the movement of his eyes. So if he's looking to the left, the car will turn to the left. It's a big question of degree. How about accelerating? How about braking? Vitally important functions up the hill here at Goodwood. He blows or sucks into a pipe. Might sound simple. How can it be with a car as powerful as the McLaren 720S? But think of the developments that can come off this technology and make other quadriplegics be able to live a far more normal life. He's a racer in every aspect of his life. For Sam Smith and for Arrow Enterprises, it's astonishing having them here.
It really is an absolutely remarkable project, and Sam Schmidt with Arrow learning how to drive again and learning how to walk again. He's still running his IndyCar team and dedicating himself also to try and promote this technology along with Arrow Technologies. And so Sam Schmidt up towards the top of the hill. Well, most of the cars that you have just seen, the driver will get in, turn the key, punch the starter button, and off it will go. And some of the older race cars you see are exactly the same. They will just sit there, plug in the battery, fire them up, and off they'll go. In the case of the Petronas Mercedes Formula One car that you will see today, it's a little bit more tricky. It has a 4-hour warm-up period before you can even attempt to start the car. Otherwise, the engine will literally destroy itself before it even gets running. The tolerances that the cars are machined to are so tiny. So 4 hours to pre-warm the car, then to get it fired up. And when you get it down to the bottom paddock, you have to let it go immediately or it will overheat, and again you'll have destroyed the engine. And when it gets to the top, he has to roll in, get it shut down immediately, get the fans on it, or again it will overheat and you will destroy the engine. It's not a simple business.
No, it really isn't. And I was talking to Alexander West, a GT racer, Le Mans racer, but also a complete Ferrari addict. And he's been up the hill in his Ferrari F 2008. And he says, when you're told to turn your engine at the top, if he doesn't get moving within 15 seconds, off it has to go. The whole procedure has to start again. I did then go to speak to Rob Hall, classic car repairer, historic racer. I said, what's it like? OK, I'm standing by a 1968 ex-Chris Amon Ferrari. What's the procedure for this? And it was a bit like warming up your MG in comparison. It was so super simple.
Absolutely right. And, of course, then when you've got an electric vehicle, nothing. You don't even have to sit at the line, like revving it and trying to get the power, the revs right and the clutch right. You just sit there, and when the light goes green, it's like Scale Electric. You just press the throttle and unleash the beast.
Like Straight Electric, I was normally off at the first corner, going in too fast, out of the groove, into the undergrowth.
So you can go home and get your Scale Electric UOP Shadow. You can fit 2 more motors that will suck out the air from underneath it, and you will never go off again.
There we go. Everyone likes a project. That could be mine. Just looking at Martin, at this high shot over the Goodwood estate, all just looks so exciting. Now, the cars at the bottom of the hill, well, we're going to have a bit more special, a bit more noise.
Well, it has been Esteban Gutierrez, the Mexican driver, who has been running this car up until now. But today, we are treated to Mercedes royalty. George Russell will drive the car. So George getting ready to jump into the car. And you understand now why the moment the cars are fired up, they go straight out of the garage, down the pit lane and onto the track. No waiting, no stopping. He has got to go. 5 seconds or more and he will have to switch it off. George Russell in the Petronas Mercedes AMG heading your way. I think we'll just let him go and enjoy the sounds of this car.
And it's a display, most certainly, the sight and sound of a contemporary Formula One car. This one, 2019, and George will be loving it. Of course, it's not a regular race circuit. It's a drive past someone's house, not anybody's house. Of course, the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, who has been running this event since 1993, waving to the fans. It's showboating, but of course, compare this going up the hill to the pace of that McMurtry Spearling that went past at warp speed. Totally different ways of doing things.
Well, again, George hasn't driven up here so far this weekend, so he's just sort of taking it easy in the corners, spots a grandstand, light up the tyres, and he'll be doing a little bit more of that, I think, coming back down. A little bit of a wave, And again, with these cars, you can't go quickly enough to actually activate the aero and get it around the corners. So you have to be cautious in the corners. The tyres aren't hot. The engine is, so he can use the engine and really run it through the power band and give everybody just a little bit of a ringing ear that reminds them quite what potential these modern Formula One cars have.
Well, of course, George, this is his relaxation, his chance to see cars and people. Next weekend it's going to be a whole lot more serious at the British Grand Prix. It's a very, very nice counterbalance.
And even more fans as well. I'm sure he and Lewis Hamilton and the Mercedes team will absolutely be hoping to play to the crowd and see if some of the issues that have affected the car this year have been sorted out. So, George Russell for Mercedes in the 2019 F1 car. Again, trying to give everybody just a little bit of the feel of the power of this thing, because definitely a driveway in Sussex is not the place to be trying to exploit its cornering ability. They're going to have to do that on a former airbase in Northamptonshire next week for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. So George into the assembly area. Ed is waiting to pounce. Let's see if we can get a quick word with George Russell.
Now, George Russell's just jumped out of the car. George, we'll give you a second to take your helmet off, take the gloves off. It's quite a palaver actually jumping out of a Formula One car nowadays. But George has just arrived, he's just got here today, and we'll wait to get a few words with him. George, well done. Welcome to the Festival of Speed.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry I couldn't put any donuts on show for the guys then. We got stuck behind a BMW who couldn't do a donut and the engine overheated. And so I had to just take it easy and make sure all was okay. So happy to be here.
A fantastic reaction from the crowd. Could you hear and see them?
I could definitely see them. I couldn't quite hear them, unfortunately. Obviously, the engine makes quite a lot of noise, but, you know, it's so great to be back, you know, at the Festival of Speed, seeing fans back in action at all of these motorsport events and giving us so much support. So, you know, it's a great build-up, and also ahead of Silverstone next week, I'm sure a lot of the fans are going to be there too.
Of course, it's a great time of year for British motorsport. You've just come up in the Formula One car. You're coming up again, I think.
I will be. I'm not too sure exactly when, so we're going to go back down. Yeah, we've got a couple of runs, so hopefully next time I can put on a bit more of a show for everyone.
And just give us a quick bit of insight into this season. You know, it's in many respects it's going very well, but maybe not quite the results that you would have envisaged a year ago.
I think you know, you got to make the most of every situation, and I think as a team we're sort of really enjoying this challenge. You know, obviously going out and having the fastest car and winning lots of races is what we all dream, and it's all well and good, but we're having to really fight for it and find these solutions to making our car go faster, and I'm personally enjoying that challenge, and I think when we do get through this period it's going to make the success even sweeter.
You must be looking forward to British Grand Prix though.
Yeah, of course. You know, this is every driver looks forward to going to great circuits. Every driver looks forward to going to a country and a place where the fans are so passionate about the sport, and everyone looks forward to their home race. And you know, for me, I've got 3 and 1 next week, so can't wait.
George, thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff, George Russell. I can't imagine why on earth Mercedes like him so much. Great ambassador for the sport. And Bruce Jones, always really good to see modern Formula One machinery here, and especially to hear it and to feel the vibrations of that power.
For fans of all ages, but I'm just thinking, if you're a young child, a young boy, young girl, you've never been to a Grand Prix, it might be a few years until your parents think you're old enough to go, and you see something like that, it is hugely mind-changing, and it just gives enormous focus. And we've all been there, the moment where the Formula One penny dropped, and we might have had racing before, but it is very special. And I think George Russell has been having a fantastic season. He's so super consistent, the only driver to have scored points in every race, and they've all been in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, he is just having a sensational season. I know that he will, as Lewis Hamilton will, and every single person and Mercedes-AMG and in the powertrains will be desperate to try and produce a win at Silverstone. And after the start of the season they've just had, if they can do that, that will be a remarkable day. I'm sure that a number of the people that have been at Goodwood over the weekend will be at Silverstone next week for the British Grand Prix. It will be an absolutely sell-out crowd. It's going to make Glastonbury look underpopulated, I think. So let's hope for good weather at Silverstone and a great opportunity for George Russell, Lewis Hamilton and Petronas Mercedes-AMG. Well, at the top of the hill, we heard a little earlier from Max Chilton, who set the fastest time up this course ever. The man who has the second fastest time was there to watch it. Ed is with Romain Dumas.
Romain, we talked earlier in the weekend and you were just getting your head around this electric van. Are you pushing a lot harder now? Because I think you had a bit of a moment.
Yeah, for sure. I try to improve and push. We try to work on a car too, and play a lot with the front diff and so on. It's quite nice, I have to say. It's a kind of race car, you know. We change different springs, and it starts to be very interesting.
It's amazing. So can you change quite a lot on this in terms of setup, even over a weekend like this?
Well, we are trying for sure. You know, I know well the place, so I don't need, let's say, not so much time to get to speed. So for sure, and also, you know, on hill climb, you need to feel confidence with the car to push. You know, it's a big one, so for sure, you know, you don't have so much room to have some slides, so you need to adapt the car, but so far it's running very good. This Ford Super Van is really fun, yeah.
Now we're on the final day of the Festival of Speed. How's your weekend been?
Yeah, incredible, like always, you know. They're one of the best events of the year, like always. And yeah, in September, for sure, I will be at the Revival to have even more fun. Again, I think with the Ford, but this time will be all Cobra.
Wonderful. Thank you, Romain.
Thank you.
Good. Jackie X, the Sunday of Festival of Speed, how's your weekend been?
Just beautiful. And I think you must be very difficult not to enjoy it. It's very special, and I would say even unique.
And you were at the party last night, I think?
Yes, I was. And it was absolutely fascinating. The creation of the whole scene, the firework, the way the story was said, wow, fantastic.
Another only at Goodwood moment.
Yes, another one, and I hope there will be many others for the spectators, for the racing community.
Jackie, it's always lovely to see you. I can hear engines starting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing, and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, why? How could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
McMurtry Automotive was founded nearly 6 years ago, and we set out to create the world's most amazing electric car. This is going to be the first time since 1979 that a fan car has competitively run in motorsport anywhere.
A fan car is basically an inverse hovercraft. So unlike a conventional racing car where you need to be travelling at considerable speed, over 100 miles an hour, to generate downforce from your wings, what we do is use our onboard electric battery power to power 2 fans, create a vacuum underneath the car. We have written the rule book. There's 2 ambitions this weekend. The first thing is to win the hill climb competition, but we've also got an eye on the VW IDR record, and the bar is set extremely high for that.
Anything you do is fine.
Keep it in the middle.
There is no pressure at all to be in with a shot of the record. We're reliant on Max and Alex driving in a blinding fashion to deliver the performance to the circuit.
Today's going to be an eye-opener, coming to Goodwood where it's basically someone's garden, bumpy sort of surface, and we've got Formula One performance. I'll go fairly steady on the first run, just sort of work my way into it, and then we'll come back Friday and hopefully have a couple of runs to just get a little bit closer, turn up the power, and see what it can do. Hey buddy, you alright? It's a bit of a unique looking thing. It's very small. It's a single seater. A lot of people think it looks like a Batmobile. It would eat the Batmobile alive. When we did a 0 to 60 launch the other day in sub 1.4 seconds, I've never experienced anything like it. The anticipation's building. Obviously, the first run of the week. We're not running full power yet, and we'll see how it goes.
This is the McMurtry machine that Max Chilton is in.
And that absolutely launched.
We definitely need more power, like easily can take it, easily can take more power. Shame we only get 1 run today. I was desperate to have another go, but it's always good to come back wanting more.
Yesterday, it was a 49-second run. We took the decision to turn everything up to 10, so we're up to 1,000 horsepower on the full system. We're running the fans flat out, so full 2 tons of downforce.
The car's come a long way. I'm sure there's a little bit more in it. So, yeah, I'll just try and get as clean a run as I can.
.2. It's getting down towards the record, 39.9. He's not that far off it.
What did I just do?
41.29.
So, second fastest ever?
Yeah.
How was that? That's amazing.
My goodness, it's just been amazing to see Max deliver. And the exciting thing about tomorrow is the car's in Alex Summers' hands, and Alex Summers is the hill climb master. The aim is just for me to qualify and get Max up the hill. You know, that's our priority really, to keep the car in good shape.
Here we go. McMurtry Automotive spearling then. Alex Summers is your driver. He is going to blitz this time, surely. Over the finish line of 40.05.
You know, that is almost a new record.
I'm not used to a crowd this big, but for me personally it's incredibly special. But the car's the star. What an incredible bit of kit.
I'm almost speechless. I can't begin to tell you how it feels. We've worked so hard on this car for so many years. For Max tomorrow, I'm sure he's going to give it everything he can. We just hope the weather's good, hope everyone stays safe, and that we can represent the brand and the event as best we can.
Let's define old. 30 is the new 20, 40 is the new 30, 50 is the new 40. You get the idea. But let's say you're 75 years old. You're ancient. You're well past it. Now try saying that to this old stallion. The only real race in life is against time. But at least in a Ferrari, you've got a sporting chance. The most famous automotive brand in the world is now 75 years old. And what a life the prancing horse has had. It's been the forefront of speed since 1947. The origin of Ferrari's story began with one man's dream of speed. Enzo Ferrari started the company in Maranello in 1947 and won their first race of the Rome GP later that year. Ferrari won at Le Mans just 2 years later. Ferrari and Formula One are synonymous with each other. 240 Grand Prix victories, 16 Constructors' World Championships. They are the most successful team in the history of the sport. They've also been the team that have been around since the first Grand Prix back in 1950. Names such as Fangio, Lauda, Schumacher, Prost and Mansell have all won races for this fantastic Scuderia. If the F1 cars didn't get your pulses racing, then the road cars from Maranello would certainly have done that. Think of iconic names, the 250 GTO, the Daytona, the Dino, or even into the 80s with that fantastic Testarossa and the Ferrari F40. You go down to today, this fantastic 296 GTB has certainly got a lot of tongues wagging. But as we know, time waits for no one, and the future is coming up fast. With the F1 world and the automotive industry facing big changes with power units, Ferrari aren't being left behind. Their first all-electric supercar is just 3 years away. Enzo will be proud of the brand and the big red machines. Forza Ferrari!
And we are back looking at the Goodwood house as we start to build up to the final climaxes of the Festival of Speed weekend. We've got a great run coming up in just a little while with some of the great motorbikes starting out, and then we're going to be looking forward to Nigel Mansell heading up the hill to celebrate his 30th year since winning the World Championship in 1992. After that, Keith, we're going to be looking forward to the timed run.
Yeah, that time run is really what we've all been waiting for. It's what we're here for. It's a hill climb at the end of the day. There is a competition element into this 4 days of festivities here at the Festival of Speed, and we're looking forward to it immensely. That McMurtry automotive spieling, 0 to 60 in less than 1.4 seconds. We've never seen anything quite so quick. I have to say, the corner just in front of us, the left-hander, I've never seen a car go through there so fast. Here's Nigel Mansell then. This is the man, we've been talking about Wayne Rainey. We won't be seeing Wayne Rainey back out on the track, I'm afraid. A technical issue has meant that the Yamaha won't be able to make another run today. But of course, his last world title was in 92. This man's world title in 92. What a year it was.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Nigel Mansell back in a Williams, and we're riding on board with him, with the camera on board. So what an opportunity with this fantastic memory of Nigel winning that title in 1992. A car that was just brilliant at the time. Williams' engineering level so high, and they could achieve so many victories that he actually took a record at the time for the number of victories in a single season. So we're going to be seeing Nigel on the run fairly soon, and then we will be celebrating that championship win at the Goodwood house afterwards. So everybody can collect round there and give him a good old cheer, which will be lovely to see. Nigel really enjoying this weekend. He's been up the hill already in a couple of other cars, not in the Williams yet. He's been up in a Ferrari. He was up in an ex-Jim Clark Lotus, and he was so praiseworthy of that car. He's obviously enjoying the weekend.
I think from a social and every other perspective, we heard Kenny Roberts say it earlier. Kenny Roberts, the King Kenny of California, of course, on the motorcycles. I mean, when somebody like him turns around and says, best weekend ever, it's kind of that phrase you see on Twitter, isn't it? It's the kind of thing you see on social media. But when someone like Kenny says it, he always says it as it is. I've never known a man more direct than Kenny Roberts, that's for certain. And he is absolutely sincere and correct. This is a very, very special event on so many different fronts. The Duke of Richmond and his team here at Goodwood have managed to produce something extremely special. And the whole of the UK can be proud of it.
Lovely. Mika Hakkinen just walking in beside Nigel Mansell, coming to say hello. One world champion talking to another. What a shame we haven't got the microphone on the onboard camera. But
next time.
Yeah, next time. We're listening into what they're saying.
Mika's sense of humour is incredibly funny as well, isn't it? The Finn is the delivery of every single line is always amusing.
It is. So they're having a good little chat, Nigel Mansell and Mika Hakkinen. Hopefully we'll be seeing Mika come back up again in a little while. We did see him come up earlier on in one of the McLarens.
It's like there's a special door in Goodwood House that keeps another superstar appears on a day. Sometimes we're not even expecting them. And the next thing you're looking across and there's a man appears that we didn't know was even scheduled to be here.
Yeah, that's wonderful to see. But this aspect is definitely going to be about celebrating Nigel Mansell. As you say, it's a shame that Wayne Rainey's not going to be able to go up the hill this time on his bike. The bike suffered a slight problem at the end of the last run, but he's done some fabulous runs up the hill.
It's always good to leave us with wanting more, I always feel. I think, we saw some wheelies. He pulled 3 or 4 wheelies on that last run. He pulled one yesterday, the first wheelie he has pulled on a racing motorcycle, let alone his championship winning motorcycle from '92. That was the first real wheelie he's pulled in 30 years.
Yeah.
You've still got to remember that the feeling he has, there is none below his chest. And riding a motorcycle, racing a motorcycle, is all about feel. You've got to have that feel. Yeah, it's coming through the handlebars. Yes, in his case, he's got a padding on his tank to try and feel it through his chest. But it's a bit late by the time the feeling gets there. So to see that man wheeling again was very special.
I don't know what these two guys are chatting about, but there's a lovely look on Nigel's face and quite amused, and he was applauding Mika a moment ago. So they're clearly having a wonderful discussion about their times, either in Formula One or elsewhere. I'm not quite sure.
But it's like that in the paddock, isn't it, as well? When you see the guys, superstars everywhere, all having the crack.
And it is lovely because we both know from having worked in these paddocks that when these guys are racing against each other, they are so focused on what they are doing. The other drivers or riders they're up against are sheer competitors. When you get into this situation, when they're that bit older, they're not competing against each other, they're friends. They suddenly become closer friends at an event like this. It creates that.
Or quite often you see the true personality, the kind of personality they have back at home, perhaps among their own friends. Carl Fogarty, World Superbike champion several times. At the end of the day, Carl Fogarty always seemed like the meanest, moodiest, horriblest bloke to be around. But actually, Carl Fogarty is a real good guy. He's a family man, and you can enjoy his company, and particularly now that he's well into his 50s and a grandfather now. It's just a different dimension. It brings out the truth, if you like.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful to see, and these relationships, as you say, if you see between the drivers and riders as they all discuss with one another what they've been driving or something about their history.
And, of course, that transcends across to the techs as well, to the technicians, because that's very competitive. It's not often you get, MotoGP technicians talking with each other, but in social events like this, it's kind of the barriers come down and you can share a bit of info and share a bit of a laugh about an event that happened 10 years ago or whatever it might have been, and share it with the people around you. It was a strange thing talking with Wayne the other day, and we had a crowd of people that I didn't know who they were. They were, fans that had come here to join in with us, and the conversation that Wayne and I was free for all. Everyone could listen in, everyone could either enjoy it or disagree with it, if you like, and before you know where you are, you're talking to half a dozen guys that you don't even know that have just joined in on the conversation. Brilliant. Only here.
Yeah, wonderful. And we've got the bikes, I think, heading up towards the line, so we will be seeing the bikes coming up first. So here we go, Keith.
Yep.
Going to see the champions up there again, but not Wayne Rainey.
Kenny is back on his KR3, so this is the KR3 3-cylinder two-stroke that Kenny Roberts Racing developed over in Banbury, as it turns out, and of course had quite a lot of input from Ilmore Engineering and the like. It was a bit behind the times, really, because the four-strokes had started to come good at that particular point. The MotoGP, Moto 500s had morphed into MotoGP. This is Kevin Schwantz. Kevin Schwantz and Wayne Rainey, they were the two, weren't they? Flat tracking, and then across from America, from the American races. These guys are now unleashed, if you like, because Wayne Rainey is no longer the consideration for them, so they can go up the hill and do what they like. Kenny Roberts was a brilliant flat tracker, as was Wayne Rainey, as the boss has said. Now, Schwantz, he really was the last of the late breakers. Thinking of the yard, and he was right on it. They've got to be a little careful, because these tyres, obviously, the track's a bit warmer going up the hill now. While we looked at Michael Rutter. Michael Rutter on his dad, Tony Rutter's Ducati. It wasn't supposed to be the 600, but it's actually the 750 that he's coming up the hill in now. Michael Rutter, 50 years old now, and still racing in the Northwest 200 road circuit and on the TT this year. He and John McGuinness. John McGuinness, of course, is 50 years old as well. He and his wife Rebecca is here, and also their son Ewan and daughter, 12-year-old daughter Maisie. They're all at trackside as well. That's the other thing, I think, Ben, is it's a real family affair for most of these riders and drivers. And not only them, but the technicians. They've all got their families here as well. So it's a real opportunity to widen out that normal kind of tight-knit fraternity that we're all part of. While Michael Rudder, he's got another book out, actually. One book was out, and that was about him. And the second book he's got out is about his dad, Tony Rudder, who had won TTs as well. So we've got another MV Augusta coming up the hill as well now, part of the Sammy Miller collection, if I'm not mistaken.
Such a successful bike back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the MV 4-stroke was the bike of the time, and then, of course, it morphed into the 2-stroke era, and, of course, Giacomo Agostini, crossed over between the two. He was the first man to win on a 2-stroke in the Premier class.
Sam Sunderland back up, the Dakar winner. He's always putting on a great show for us. We're all enjoying this.
Yeah, we've not seen much of Lampkin, have we? I mean, I've got to say, I always like to see Dougie Lampkin out there as well. He's out doing other things in other parts of the festival arenas. And Sam Sunderland has really taken on the main stage here on his enduro bike, on this bike that is usually seen between the dunes and the dust and the dirt and the hardship that the desert can bring. And they're remarkable bikes. Not my favourite bike, I must say, to ride. I always find them. Ian Simpson blasts off. Ian Simpson has gone through on the 22 bike. He'll be pulling loads of wheelies, the number 22. That is a fact. You can't ever get rid of that. Now then, we're coming up with another one of the Yamahas. A slight... have to look and see whose leathers they are on there. It's a Yamaha, but he's got an HRC helmet on, so that's the kind of anomaly you get here. HRC is the Honda Racing Corporation leathers.
Yeah, this is a bike from 1996, isn't it? That period where Yamaha they didn't have a totally successful year that year. It was new engine, new frame, but they came back strong again.
Yeah, the evolution of motorbikes at that period, in the 2-stroke period, was huge. No electronic controls, no electronic... You've got inertial platforms and ECUs now that control all of that kind of... It looks like Dave Hancock. Now, he probably was a Honda man. Dave Hancock then on the Joey Dunlop Honda. Taking a look up and seeing who's on what bike behind him. Another Joey Dunlop bike behind that. So we've got several eras of Joey Dunlop bikes. Sadly, Joey lost his life in Tallinn in Estonia when he was out there on a jolly, effectively. He just went out there to ride a 125cc 2-stroke, slipped off in iffy conditions, something that was never likely to be a problem for Joey in normal circumstances, and unfortunately there were trees to the side of the track. It was a very dangerous road course, ones that he'd done so many times before, and he lost his life out there. I think that was 2000 when that happened. That was a slab-sided 750 that's just going up the road, the Suzuki.
This is the growler, isn't it?
Well, the growler is a kind of a phrase that they used for that style of slab-side Suzuki. It was a proper growler. I think it was Andy McGladdery who first named it growler. Andy McGladdery is no longer with us, not through a racing incident, but Andy was a great character around the tracks, especially here in the UK. McGladdery back in the F1 days. We did have a Formula 1 series once upon a time, which was a sort of forerunner, if you like, to superbikes. Here we go with the rotary Norton. Now this thing, it's a Ray Stringer bike, actually. It's got Ray Stringer stickers all over it. Ray Stringer from up in Hinckley, that's it, almost at Leicestershire anyway, but Ray Stringer... He raced this thing very, very successfully. It was a very unusual motorbike, very, very fast compared with the bikes of the day at the time. Brian Crichton was a man that was involved in the design. And, the Norton colours, the JPS colours, sort of iconic back in the day. But if you got onto the old Revit Straight at Snetterton on your very, very fast 4-stroke motorcycle, it looked like you were going backwards when one of those things going past. Here's Davey Todd then, Davey Todd on the Malenko by Paget's Honda. This is a right up-to-date motorbike. He just, at the TT, took his first podium at the TT. You will see this guy use this motorbike like it should be, because he's right current and so is the bike. So both of these are up-to-date, and you'll see a whacking great wheelie out of him. I know you will, because he loves a bit of that. His girlfriend, Sophie McGinn, went up the hill yesterday as passenger to Maria Costello on the sidecar. So Maria has been doing, well, she can make more money out of passenger rides than I think that she does out of racing. Just charge for them, Maria. Much better idea. Davey Todd then, man to watch. Keep an eye on that guy. He's one for the future for sure. He may already be 27 years old, which for some motorcycle standards is perhaps a little late, but that is typical of British riders coming a little bit later in life. Another Honda. The SMT Honda going up the hill as well, and looking for the right apex through some of these corners as well. You've got to be a little careful here, because the last foot of the edges of the track drop away quite spectacularly. And funny, talking to Max Chilton, you know, when he takes that McMurtry up the hill, he's got to be very careful of the drain covers on the edge of the course. So it's not a case of just clipping every apex. You've got to be aware of where the drain covers are. It matters a lot when it comes to motorbikes, but it seems that it matters a lot when it comes to the McMurtry as well. So we've got that pleasure to come soon. Now then, the two Birchall brothers. Honestly, these two, absolutely, they've been working well up the hill here on this Formula 2 type sidecar. 600cc four-stroke engine, screams up the hill, and you can see how he tucks himself in behind the fairing and then jumps out over the rear wheel to give it traction. And then when we go through a left-hander, he gets his backside and all his body weight over that sidecar wheel so it doesn't lift, so his brother can get on the gas for the next straight. It's a real technique. Get it right, and it's spectacular. Get it wrong and you're in all sorts of trouble.
Some of the older bikes also lovely to see here as we're looking back into the history of these machines. We've got bikes from the 1920s and 1930s, and this is one of the Rudge bikes. And
yeah, the Sammy Miller collection. Sammy Miller is a hero. I mean, we've got Stuart Graham here, of course. Stuart Graham, whose dad Les won on a Porcupine back in 1949. You know, these are classic motorcycles. Sometimes they're ridden. Again, the revival meeting that's coming up at Goodwood on the main circuit here, that's going to be a situation where you've got all sorts of motorcycles racing, and some of these guys are quick. Some of the old bikes raced by modern racers, and you can see the modern day styles trying to get old motorcycles around a racetrack. Quite spectacular.
Yeah. So we are getting ready for Nigel Mansell to make his way to the start line here at the Festival of Speed. What a chance this is for us to celebrate 30 years since he won his World Championship title with Williams in the FW14B. Here goes Nigel Mansell. Give him a big cheer, everybody. Let's celebrate that 1992 season, which he absolutely dominated.
Indeed, 1992 was a historic year, of course. We've talked a lot about Wayne Rainey, who came back to Goodwood to show us what he can do after his devastating accident. He finished his career as a world champion, but this man won that 92 championship. I've got to say, he's iconic. The car is iconic, and here we are at the Festival of Speed for a big demo up the hill.
Yeah, it was an amazing year. He took the title early in the season. He took 9 wins in total, which at the time was an all-time record for the number of victories in this highly technical Williams car. They really did get the technical side of it beautifully right, but it needed his strength and determination to make the most of it, and he had that in 1992. He'd had opportunities before. He'd been runner-up several times in the championship. Things had never quite worked out for him, and sometimes it felt like he was never going to make it, but he did. And in 1992, he became world champion. The following year, he went over to IndyCar and became IndyCar champion the subsequent season.
Yes, he is one of the best British drivers, no doubt about it. I think everybody has a fond memory of Nigel Mansell, paired with the commentator, of course, Murray Walker, who was absolutely brilliant in bringing the best out of Nigel in any over-track interviews and the like. The pair of them together were all almost like a comedy act.
Yeah, no, a great relationship between the two of them, you're right. And Nigel Mansell, it's just epic to see him back in the Williams FW14B once again. And we're going to be celebrating that title in just a few moments' time. Once he's headed back down the hill, he'll be coming down to Goodwood House, and we will be hearing from him. And if you're down on that part of the event, then assemble around there. He'll really enjoy seeing you all give him a wave, I am sure.
The presence of greatness at the Festival of Speed is palpable, isn't it? You
It
can
really
just
is.
feel it at every corner, in every paddock. Outstanding.
It is. Well, now we've got the Tolman heading up the hill. Chris Ward is in this one, and it broke down earlier. I don't know quite what the problem was. So this is a 1983 Tolman. I hope it's running okay this time. Oh, no. He's worried. It's going off. So actually, that's the third time this weekend, unfortunately, that it hasn't quite worked out with that car. So there's obviously a technical issue. They've been restored recently. Presumably, they haven't had a chance to do a lot of testing with them, and it clearly hasn't quite worked with that Tolman. But I'm sure they'll get it sorted out, and we'll see it another time. So McLaren with the very successful F1 GT-R, the car that was created very much as a road car originally, that became a very successful racing car. And Gordon Murray, who wasn't particularly keen initially on them becoming racing cars, well, I think it all worked out extremely well for them in the lovely Gulf livery. These were spectacular. You've got that central seating position, which he's going for with his latest car as well, which we saw going up the hill amongst the supercar runs earlier on this weekend.
So the McLaren F1 GT-R is up under the pedestrian bridge, and we go back to the Renault, and another iconic car.
Yeah, and a great driver with René Arnoux at the wheel of this, who back in the day, he drove for Renault for quite a while. He drove for Ferrari very successfully, had a tremendous battle with Gilles Villeneuve at Dijon back in the day as well, and yeah.
They're coming thick and fast now, some of the fast cars. Look at this.
This is the other Tolman. This is the car that Senna first actually raced at the beginning of the 1984 season. Scored points, not in the first race in Brazil, unfortunately. It didn't quite work out for him. But he then went on to score points in the top 6 places in the next couple of races before Tolman switched to their next car.
So that was Callum Lockie going up the hill, and we switched straight back to more iconic colours.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeo of 1982 had some success. It wasn't quite as strong as Alfa would have liked, but the Alfa team were back in Formula One between 1979 and 1985. Then they disappeared again. Now, of course, they're back in with Sauber.
That was Richard Hope. This is Mark Hickson on the McLaren Cosworth MP4-1.
Yeah, so this was the car that Ron Dennis sort of initiated for McLaren. John Barnard designed it and created the first carbon fibre tub monocoque Formula One car. John Watson took victory at the British Grand Prix, and this particular car actually won the British Grand Prix in 1982 in the hands of Niki Lauda. So the car ran for a couple of years, and there's Mika Häkkinen. So now we know what he's coming up in again. He is in the McLaren MP4-5, the 1990 McLaren, and this was a car at the time when Senna and Berger were teammates, and Senna took the title. The Constructors' title was taken by McLaren as well. Mika Häkkinen, of course, then went on to take his own titles with McLaren in 1998 and 1999. So there's always been a tremendous connection between Mika Häkkinen and McLaren until he decided to retire in the early 2000s.
Some 50-odd thousand people here at trackside, and they've all moved towards trackside. There's a lot to be seen here at the Festival of Speed, but these cars, the iconic Formula One cars, have brought out the crowds to the bales all the way around this 1.1 mile hill climb.
Yeah, we're looking at another of the McLarens now. This is the 2010 car shared by Hamilton and Button. And thankfully they managed to have some victories, because the 2009 season has been a little tougher, but 2010 they were back in the battle with victories for both drivers. McLaren were second to Red Bull in the Constructors' Championship that year, but it was the year that Vettel took his first ever championship, Sebastian Vettel winning the title by just 4 points from Fernando Alonso.
What a beautiful day to have such the machinery and famous name blasting up the hill.
And here's George Russell, who's having a strong season in his first year with Mercedes, having driven for Williams for the last few years, and now scoring in those top 5 results at every Grand Prix so far, and looking forward to the British Grand Prix next weekend.
Oi, hang on a minute, quick lock up there, getting a bit of heat in them if he can, but I'll tell you, this man, his focus is incredible. We've got so many young men that have come good in Formula One, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, all different in their personalities. And I have to say, being a motorbike man, looking across at Formula One, you're quite lucky. You've come good. It's come really good. You know, the Mansells, the personalities of, we were talking about Nigel Mansell earlier, but now these young guys that are coming through, they're fast and they're really, really good fun to sort of be around. And now that social media is allowed in Formula One as well, it's done great things for the fans.
It definitely has. And he's enjoying kicking up a bit of smoke. He's sort of using the brakes to just lock the front brakes while keeping the throttle open at the same time, just to give it a bit of fun and just make it look exciting.
It's got me exciting because you do that on a motorbike and you do something called a face plant.
Yeah, well,
on the floor.
In an F1 car, it's a little safer. So he's doing that quite a nice little trick from George Russell. Of course, his head is going to be all about getting into Silverstone next week. Well, I wonder how they're going to go. I think it could be a good weekend for Mercedes, the sort of track that might actually suit their car, which has struggled at certain tracks this year. But on the high-speed corners, it might work quite well.
I love the way George Russell is taking to his teammate. And, you know, the pair of them are so different in personality, so different in presence.
Indeed, yes. Well, we've got a slight pause now, but we are going to be celebrating Nigel Mansell's 30 years, and we are looking forward to that in just a moment. Everybody beginning to gather around the Goodwood house to
celebrate. A lot of anticipation, isn't there? It's a fantastic anticipation. I think that we've seen a lot of very famous people up on that balcony.
Well, we're going to get a chance to hear from him now because he's up at the top with Ed Foster.
Ferrari. We've even seen you in a Lotus 25, but I think everyone, including yourself, has really been waiting for this. How was it?
It just feels like yesterday. I mean, I know some of the teams having a tough time this year in Formula One. I just want them to know I'm ready for next week. So if you have a driver with COVID or any kind of problem, then give me a call.
Now, Nigel, this was a very, very physical car. Did it take you long to trust it, turning it into the corners?
Yeah, that's exactly correct what you said. It's you have to trust it. It's a very delicate car now. It's quite old, as you know. Gearbox is playing up a little bit. The clutch is very, very tricky. But the car's magnificent. And, it's one of the iconic cars of the past, that's for sure. And the success we had in it was very, very special indeed. And sitting here now, I have to say, it doesn't feel like 30 years ago. It feels like yesterday.
And Nigel, it's Sunday afternoon, so how has your Festival of Speed weekend been?
Do you know, I've got to thank his lordship and his grace, because not only for the fans, but all the drivers driving the cars, the guys riding the bikes, which, I admire them so much. But for us all to come together at this weekend, what an event it is and how it's grown in stature. And I have to say, fulfilling a childhood dream of driving the Lotus 25 was just amazing. I couldn't get over the gearbox and the engine, how tight the car was. But to sit in Jimmy Clark's car and drive it was just absolutely awesome. But this one, I'm wedged in here now. I'm really snug in here. I can go to sleep. I've got the stars on the side there reminding me of all the Grand Prix I won in the car and the pole positions. And it's a very, very special bit of history.
Nigel, from myself and all the fans here today, it's our pleasure.
Yeah, and all these years later, God bless the fans, because, we had such a special relationship with them, and I'd just like to thank them all today and for coming to this event, supporting everybody, and, it's unbelievable. And even the weather's come up trumps. It's a beautiful day today, and what a way to spend it.
It's always like this in Britain, though, Nigel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, lovely to hear from Nigel Mansell. And George Russell is up there, top of the hill, as we all wait for them to head back down. So he's just right next to Nigel Mansell as well. So we've got a world champion from the past with a potential world champion of the future in George Russell.
That's King Kenny and Nigel Mansell, two straight-talking people that say that the Festival of Speed is the big deal. I love his cheeky way, though. If there's anybody with COVID or whatever it is and you fancy a new driver for Silverstone, if only it was that simple, if only that could happen.
I wonder if that's the first time they've met, because obviously they haven't had much chance to meet. George has only been here today. And I like the way you saw when Nigel saw him, he just suddenly waved at him, come over here. And I think this is their opportunity to meet up.
Well, again, it's a situation that the crossover side of it, that riders and drivers don't know each other, but they meet in the drivers' club, and kind of, some of them are quite humble, don't expect another rider or a driver to even recognise them, let alone acknowledge them, but you get it in the drivers' club. It's where friendships are made here as well.
It's funny to think that actually when George Russell was born back in 1998, it was several years after Nigel did his bit. It's funny to think that, isn't it? So he was a hero once he knew about motor racing.
I'm sure Nigel Mansell will have been on his wall or on his parents' wall, because he's not a man you can ignore, is he? Nigel Mansell then doing selfies, Kevin Schwantz at the top of the hill with George Russell. Well, there's an opportunity for a photograph everywhere there, isn't there? And this man is what a lot of the fans here have been waiting for. A few sparks out from under the rear of the car as the downforce and acceleration squidged the back end down onto the ground. But Nigel, this was a demo run from him.
Yeah.
He says he's got a few tricky little problems with the clutch. It's not quite 100%, but how Nigel did that sound.
Yeah, no, he still enjoyed it himself, didn't he? And you can see him absorbing the atmosphere from the fans, which is lovely to watch as well. That's what's so special to him on this day. Formula One was such a big part of his life for so long, and he fought hard to get there in the first place. He raced in karts, moved into single-seaters. Actually, it was against his father's wishes. His dad didn't want him to go racing.
How many times is that the case? We heard Giacomo Agostini saying that 15 times, a motorcycle world champion. His dad didn't want him to go racing either. I think probably we'd be the same, Ben.
Yeah, in some ways. It took him 17 years from his getting involved in motorsport to actually win that Formula One title, but he was dogged, and he really stuck at the task. He got a good relationship with Colin Chapman in the early years. Colin signed him up as a extra driver, and that's how he got his first experiences in Formula One. Didn't get on quite so well with Peter Waugh when he became team manager at Lotus, but then he got that opportunity to go to Williams in the early mid-1980s, and that was the beginning of a fantastic moment. So Nigel Mansell, having done his run, our champion from 1992, but we've got another double world champion here this weekend in Mika Hakkinen. He's talking to Ed.
Mika Hakkinen, lovely to see you at the Festival of Speed. How's your day going?
It's been fantastic, I tell you. Also meeting Nigel Mansell. You know, I started. Oh, it's fantastic, I tell you. I joined the Formula One first time, 91, and of course Nigel was racing flat out and racing against Ayrton Senna big way. And then of course Nigel had a chance to be my teammate in the McLaren in '95. So we had a huge respect each other, but anyway, it's beautiful to be here in Goodwood. I tell you, again, the fans having a great time. I think I heard some numbers. There has been more than 200,000 people over the weekend enjoying beautiful racing cars and hospitality what the Goodwood Festival is offering. It's absolutely great.
And just before you jump back in, how is the MP4 5B?
Well, maybe a little bit more power, a little bit more downforce. No, absolutely perfect. The car has such a mega history. Actually, particularly this car was in a situation in Suzuka when Ayrton was racing against Alain Prost in the same team, and they actually crashed in the last chicane, which became big news that time. So this is the exactly identical car, and it's my privilege to me to drive this beautiful McLaren car and show that to all the fans. But yeah, I had to take it a bit easy. I cannot go flat out with the car, you know. It has such a great history, so I'm really enjoying. And again, most important, the fans can see that and enjoy.
Mika, it's wonderful to see you on such good form. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, there's a lovely story there of the relationship between himself and Nigel when they were very briefly teammates in 1995. But look at this for George Russell. Look at this. What an opportunity. Get your picture with George. A few of the fans realising up at the top end.
And this has been something that Ed Foster's been recommending to everyone every time he comes down here in Comms, because the top of the hill here in the collecting area is where the drivers have to hang on for quite some time before they can come back down the hill. There's a real opportunity to get that selfie, to get that opportunity. And this young fella, he's doing a great job for Formula One. And I can't wait to see how he gets on at the British Grand Prix. It's such a big deal. I was there at Silverstone as they were preparing for them. Next weekend, the preparation, some 7,000 people involved in putting the British Grand Prix on. By the time you get the riggers and the people that come in to build the stands, they're even having to hire people from Holland this year to get the stands up. There's just not enough people to build everything that we need at trackside. But it looks in great order, Silverstone. It is going to be a fantastic Grand Prix. And I, for one, will be... It'll be on in our house, I can tell you that for nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see because the Mercedes could be reasonably strong there. Now, we know Red Bull and Ferrari are the two top teams at the moment, but he's had 3 podium finishes already this year, George Russell. And that's partly because, that's partly due to reliability problems for both Ferrari and Red Bull over the course of the season. But they've got good pace at some tracks. At Spain, in Barcelona, they had good pace.
He should already be a Grand Prix winner at the end of the day. Yeah. He had a puncture and then he had a bit of a mess in his pit stop at one time, and I mean he could have won it almost twice before, which was when he stood in for Lewis. So this man is not far away from winning a Grand Prix in my view. So then, chasing George Russell lively straight through the camp, and our cameraman keeping up with him as well.
He's doing a great job, though. It's so lovely to see him getting so involved with what's going on here, playing with the fans.
Dave Hancock in the background there from Honda, the motorcycle division in Europe, waiting to go back down the hill. So you can hear the bikes ticking over in the background, being made ready to come back down the hill to the paddock, but we will be seeing Nigel Mansell on the balcony of Goodwood House as soon as they come down the hill again. There's only one-way traffic, unfortunately. We've got one road that goes from top to bottom, from bottom to top, and then we've got to make it all the way around. It's a logistical nightmare for Goodwood.
And here we are with Nigel Mansell heading his way back down the hill once again, giving everybody a wave. If you're here at Goodwood, part of our show, then give him a big wave. If you're watching online, I hope you're just enjoying, soaking up the atmosphere of what is proving to be a wonderful weekend. And for Nigel Mansell, he's having a lovely ride down the hill.
He's heading down to the gravel driveway directly under the house here. He'll go past the BMW, the iconic display out the front of Goodwood House, and I'm sure he'll take a drive straight into the driveway.
It's so familiar seeing that crash helmet in those colours once again, isn't it? It really takes you back for those of us who were watching it at the time when he dominated that season. I mean, it really was such a strong year for Nigel Mansell, and having missed out on championships one after another, things hadn't quite worked out for him. Then it all came together in 1992 with the Williams team. He had an interesting relationship with that team. It wasn't always perfect, but that year everything came together with a fantastic car and Nigel in totally determined mood.
And I thought he was going to mess up the Duke of Richmond's driveway with a little bit of a burnout across the gravel track. But obviously they've stopped him just before he comes on there. There'll be reasons for that, of course, whether it's because of the car being a little low, I have no idea. But Nigel Mansell will now make his way to the foreground of Goodwood House and up to the balcony through the magnificent lobby area of Goodwood House, past security, and then working his way up, as did the iconic motorcycle stars of Agostini. Wayne Rainey was up there. Mick Doohan has been there this weekend. Kenny Roberts.
Yeah.
And, of course, Kevin Schwantz. But Nigel Mansell, he's a man many have come here to see.
Great job. And it's lovely that the Williams crew who've prepared this car for him. Great relationship with them, of course. It is a Williams, it's still owned by the Williams team, and they've prepared it, and it's all run well here today. And now Nigel is going to make his way up to the house.
I think possibly it was the Williams crew that were less than keen to get him onto the gravel with the car.
Maybe, yeah.
But it will have been a decision made for technical reasons, but we can all enjoy Nigel Mansell making that sort of 100-yard dash towards the house now. You can see some of the bikes that are still parked in the area. Oh, great to see. This is good stuff. So Nigel Mansell then appreciates his crowd, and there's a lot of them in front of Goodwood House now, as other cars are going past our commentary box down towards the collecting areas again. We've got the shootout still to come, remember. That's yet to come. We've still got the fast stuff still to come here in the hill climb final. But this is great.
Here's a driver who married early to Roseanne. They actually decided to sell their house at one stage when he was trying to raise funds to get up the ladder in Formula 3 at the time. So that's what he was trying to do. They took the money to March and raced with them. He got pole for his first race, finished second to Piquet, but then it all went a bit wrong. And despite selling their house, he was into a real struggle. And then some opportunities came. He suddenly got a paid drive with Unipart in Formula 3, and that was really what then got him on the road to showing his pace and the opportunity to meet Colin Chapman, and that was then the line to get into Formula 1.
This is so Festival of Speed, respectful, honourable, and Nigel Mansell stopping to make a few people's day, if not year, if not lifetime. If you're a Nigel Mansell fan and you get to shake hands with him in person, it is something just a little bit special. And nobody is... How many times do you see it where superstars are being forced to do things that they don't want to do? He's having a respectful wander, a meander up towards the front door of Goodwood House. The Duke of Richmond is in residence. We've seen him up and down the hill climb a few times. We're nearly there, and then he'll make his way through the, as I say, magnificent foyer where the party was on Saturday night. Big party here always on Saturday night out the back end of Goodwood House. Always an incredible show for everyone here who's a guest of the Duke of Richmond. He really does know how to look after his guests, his riders, his drivers.
But look at that, look at that. Everybody getting so engaged in Nigel making his way through.
There is the Duke of Richmond. A hug for the Duke of Richmond.
You can just see he's really soaking all of this up.
It's a quality event. There is no doubt about that. Nigel really has made every bit of effort, and good on him for that as well. But you could ask for no more. Young or old, male, female, or anything in between, everything Nigel Mansell gives back to his fans.
Yeah, very special. And for some of these fans who have been waiting for this moment, maybe for many, many years, to have this opportunity today, just imagine the height this has given them, the sheer delight in meeting him, having aspects signed, and for some people this is a very, very special day.
The Duke of Richmond trying now to usher Nigel up to the balcony.
Yeah,
it's time, Nigel. I'm sure you could spend another hour or three making the day of many of your fans.
Okay, it's time to get you up to the balcony now, Nigel. You can't stay here with everybody. We need to get you up there so we can get into the celebrations.
Fantastic. That is a great shot, isn't it? Duke of Richmond himself ends up as the chaperone to Nigel Mansell.
Just taking a look at some of the action when he was out in the car that people have soaked up this afternoon. It's been wonderful. What a beautiful day. And we are getting ready for the high-speed shootout.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, how much are we looking forward to that? Just to see what happens. We've got the bikes. This is coming back down the hill, so the bikes are following Nigel Mansell down the hill towards the Goodwood house, of course. The bikes will turn off to the paddock area, and Nigel will continue down to the gravel driveway where he stopped just out the front of the driveway. I think it might have been the car perhaps is a little low and wouldn't actually work too well on the gravel. Maybe it will have sunk on the gravel, so the techs from Williams just halted him before he had the opportunity to get onto the driveway.
Yeah, so he's kept it safe. No damage done. Car's in great shape. And I wonder if he'll get another chance to drive it one day in the future. Who knows?
Well, he did say it was snug and he could go to sleep in it. I think that's something we pointed out before, that it is quite tricky, isn't it, when you're jumping in your car and you're probably a stone or two heavier than you were back in the good old days.
Yeah, and even they had a bit of a challenge in 1995 with McLaren from that point of view, because they'd built such a tiny car, and that was the year that Mika Hakkinen mentioned they were teammates briefly, but it didn't quite work out for Nigel, and that was when he moved on from Formula One completely and from motor racing pretty much. So, but a great golfer as well. Golf has always been one of his great loves.
It's amazing that transcends bikes, 4 wheels, 2 wheels. Golfing is the one leveler, I think. Motorcyclists are always playing golf.
Yeah, it was a special thing for Nigel.
Commentators don't know, do they?
No, not many. I don't.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure some of us do, but not so many. So there were the view that everybody got from the car, and we're seeing everybody getting in position to enjoy the rest of this balcony moment in just a few moments' time, I think.
Well, what is great is that we can continue to milk, if you like, the atmosphere before the shootout comes, and because the weather's not closing in on us, no one will want to go home. We've got the shootout still to come. There's still plenty going to be going on the hill here, still plenty going on either side of the track that if you haven't been able to take it all in just yet, take a look at your program, have a look at where the last chance, the last minutes of your afternoon here at the Festival of Speed, where you want to spend that, because there are so many things still going on into the evening here. It doesn't all end with the shootout.
Definitely not. No, there's plenty more to enjoy. So many aspects to this Festival of Speed event, and it really is a family event that you can all enjoy. You can all find aspects that are well worth trying, looking at, experimenting with, taking photos of, people you can meet, all that sort of thing.
Well, we've had Alex Summers, who's been the quickest up the hill so far this weekend. McMurtry Automotive Spearling, that absolute weapon that we've seen on the 1.1 mile hill climb. Max Chilton did a 39.1 a little earlier on today. So we are looking at breaking records. Heidfeld is the fastest man on a Sunday with a 41.6. That is going to go, barring a breakdown or an accident of some kind. But Dumas has the quickest on a Saturday. 39.9 is the fastest. So right now, unofficially, the fastest time up this hill is Max Chilton, 39.14 earlier on today. And I truly believe that that's going to be beaten. I think we're going to be into a 38 for the first time.
Wow.
That's my bet.
Let's wait and see. It was interesting when Max was talking that he said, well, maybe I won't push so hard on the next one, but I reckon he will. He'll go for it.
He's a racer.
Yeah, exactly. He's done a bit of Formula 1 himself and raced over in the States for quite a few years, Max Chilton, but now he's going to be very focused on going up the hill as fast as possible. But here we are, still just enjoying some of the images of Nigel Mansell's run.
Gives us a real opportunity, though, to see it from every angle, which is something that we normally don't have time for. Television moves on at such a rate of knots, and there's so much stuff that goes on this hill climb that we don't get an opportunity sometimes to see quite the angles that we are seeing from Nigel Mansell's run up the hill in that 92 iconic car. And it's interesting how many of the bike men were very, very keen to meet up with Nigel Mansell as well, and the fact that he even gave him a name check for the Festival of Speed here. That's as far as you're going, is the Williams crew are saying.
That was, as you say, I'm sure, about keeping it off the gravel. That was what it was about.
I think that it did look a little low when it left the start line. I must say that we had a few sparks from the back, so obviously it's quite low to the ground. They've got it set quite low to the ground here, and that gravel is still quite loose, so I could imagine it getting beached in there, and that would have been embarrassing.
So then Nigel was clambering out, needed a bit of help with some of the cables that were added, but we are looking forward to the celebration in just a few moments' time. So let's just take a look back at the pace that was set a little bit earlier on as we get ready for the shootout coming up. And earlier on, when we saw Max Chilton take the McMurtry up the hill, let's just see how it looked. Now, right from the start, this little machine is so rapid.
0 to 60 in under 1.4 seconds. Under 1.4 seconds. It takes a while, just a few seconds for the suction to go, for the fan that brings the car down. Some 2,000 pounds of downforce that it drags the car onto the floor. And Morecambe was, for me, the scariest I've ever seen. I've never seen a car go through Morecambe quite as fast as it did. Up here, he needs to be a little bit more careful. You saw how much stuff was being thrown out the back of the car as the suction fan brought it down onto the tarmac. But because the tarmac is a bit more porous at the top here, he loses a little bit of that downforce. He loses a little bit of suction, and that's what he's got to be a bit careful of. But that was an incredible time. I've got to say, 39.14 for Max Chilton. He missed out yesterday. That was Alex Summers who took it up the hill yesterday and did it in a 40.0. So they're within, 9/10 of a second of each other. But I've got the feeling that Max Chilton is properly... Everyone says, well, yeah, I might take it a bit steadier because, we're doing okay, everything's okay. But you know the mentality of a racer. He's going to want to kick that time out of the park.
Yeah, well, let's see. Hopefully he's going to... When he saw what the time was on the steering wheel, he was really thrilled, really excited to see that he had gone quicker than yesterday Alex Summers did in the car. Alex, who's so experienced at these sort of narrow hill climbs. Yeah, that's when he realised. That was the moment he realised. He saw the time on his steering wheel, I think, and that was a very special moment for Max Chilton. So he has taken a new record, but to get the official record that the festival will kind of publish, he's got to do it in this next run, in the shootout.
I think he probably will realise that now. Maybe he didn't realise that before, that it has to be done in the Sunday shootout to be the official record. And that's what makes me think as well that he may have said one thing, but he might well be doing the opposite when we get to that hill climb a little later in this shootout. Yeah. So we've still got the shootout to come here. The fast cars will be coming back to the hill as everybody waits to go back down the hill after that McMurtry Automotive Spearling car turned around at the top of the hill. So then, brilliant weather here, and the wind has dropped a little as well. It's a very calm, still day now, and the track, I think, is going to be the right kind of temperature as well as far as grip is concerned. It's quite clean now. It's had plenty of work on it. We've not had the drift cars flicking debris all over the place like they had done previously.
So we're going to be seeing Nigel Mansell coming out in just a moment, I believe. And he will then be celebrated by everybody here as one of these balcony moments. Earlier on, we were celebrating the BMW M cars, but we've got a driver, a world champion, celebrating a very special, special day. So we get going, yeah?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a massive round of applause for the 1992 world champion, Nigel Mansell. I think it's pretty safe to say Mansell Mania's back. Nigel, lovely to see you here back on British soil in Red 5. How does it feel?
I've just won the British Grand Prix. I mean, the fans are sensational. I feel like I've won the race today, and I just want everybody to know I'm ready for next week. I just need to get a car.
Well, I mean, you used to say that fan power equal horsepower for you. You know, driving at Brands Hatch or Silverstone, it gave you something emotionally, didn't it? And seeing the crowd out here today, does it feel a bit like that?
Seeing tens of thousands of fans doing the Mexican wave at Silverstone in '87, that fantastic race when I caught Nelson up to pass him at the end. The fans gave me that power. We broke the track record 11 times in the last 15 laps. I mean, it's just awesome. And I've got to thank you all, for everybody, for all the bike riders who are the most awesome people in the world riding those bikes. They're crazy and so talented. From all the car drivers who are here, and His Grace for putting something on like this and growing it to the stature that it is today. Just a huge thank you. But to all of you out there for making it all happen for us for so many years, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much.
Now, Nigel, I know you've driven for great teams, Lotus, McLaren, Ferrari. But I think for so many people out here, including myself, you're a Williams driver, and seeing you back in Red 5, especially after, you know, we've recently lost, of course, Sir Frank, is that an emotional experience for you?
Yeah, no, of course it is. And the incredible thing is, not to dwell on that for a second, I'll come back to it. Getting in the Ferrari, and I'd like to thank Ferrari for lending me the 640 to drive that. As soon as you get back in the seat and go up the hill here, it's like yesterday. It's not like 30 years ago. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. But of course, like you said quite rightly, Red 5, the Williams team, what we did in 91 and 92 was sensational. And a big thank you to all the sponsors, the team, Sir Frank, Sir Patrick, Adrian Newey, Sheridan Thin, unfortunately, has passed. I mean, so many great people, Peter Collins, Peter Windsor, all the mechanics, everybody, the sponsors. They're all sensational, and the team just came together. But the team came together with the public as well and the fans. It's a whole sort of mixture which just blends together beautifully. And we had so much fun. I mean, when we qualified at Silverstone in '92, that qualifying lap, which was almost 2 seconds quicker than anyone else, the fans made me did that. I got into trouble, but it was just sensational.
Listen, we haven't asked you about the emotions of driving that car up the hill today. Did it bring back the memories straight away? Because you have not been in that car since Adelaide 1992. This is the first time, and all these wonderful people here have been witness to that. So tell me about the emotions of that.
Trying not to well up. I feel like I've just won a race, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. It's I cannot believe it's 30 years ago, and I just feel so proud and privileged to stand here, and just like to thank everybody for making it happen.
And finally, a word on the Festival of Speed. As you mentioned, His Grace and his team do an outstanding job of putting on this event. I might actually ask the Duke of Richmond to join us up here. And Nigel, can I just have a word on what His Grace and his team have put on here at the Festival of Speed? I mean, you look like you've enjoyed yourself. It's clearly been an emotional experience for you. Are we going to have you back?
I hope so. I mean, I've got to say to everybody, it's been breathtaking, because I drove Jimmy Clark's car yesterday, and all my preconceived ideas what the car would be like was blown away. It was sensational. It was incredible. I mean, they should bring those cars back. But on behalf of everybody, you know, such a huge thank you, Your Grace, because it's just been such a magnificent weekend. You fixed the weather for everybody as well. I have had the most sensational time of my life. Thank you.
Nigel, thank you very much. On behalf of everybody here, I think for the memories as much as for today. Ladies and gentlemen, one last huge round of applause for the world champion.
One last thing, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 3 great British drivers in Formula One, with George, with Lando and Lewis. Let's have a British winner next week.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a wonderful interview with Nigel Mansell. Such emotion, Keith.
I have to say that I know he is quite an emotional fellow behind the scenes, but that was drama. I think we all felt a bit that way. It's like I've got dust in my eye at the moment, but the unloading of pressure onto the 3 Brits for next weekend is quite impressive, I must say. Welcome to my world. And Nigel's been there and done it, and now it's your turn. George Russell, Lando Norris, and Co, of course. It's and Lewis, obviously, at Silverstone. I mean, Lewis knows what it's like. The other 2 have really still got to make that work. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. George Russell definitely seems like he has some advantage at the moment over teammate Lewis. Whether that's because Lewis hasn't got from his car exactly what he wants at the moment, and when he does get it, he's going to be back to that devastating form. But the Duke of Richmond has just, for my money, out of all the Festival of Speeds I've been to, and I've been to a few, this one has just had everything in it, from motorcycling, from cars, from atmosphere, from the fans at trackside. It has just been a fantastically well-rounded event.
And now we're looking forward to the climax of the shootouts, aren't we? We're going to get into the pace setters soon as we look to see who's going to win the Festival of Speed shootout. And are we going to see a new record, which is certainly achievable? We've already seen a new record effectively, but it was like a qualifying run. What we want to do is see that time beaten in the official run at the end of the day. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. Nigel will be able to watch that. He won't be involved himself. He won't be doing this next section, but we are going to be seeing some rapid machines. We'll also be seeing some of our favourite historical machines going up the hill. Not all of them are going to be the most rapid, but we have a bunch that will be quick. And we have a very interesting vehicle ready to set off here. It's going to be the Dakar winning Toyota GR, the Dakar Hilux. And this is going to be very interesting. He's going to go first, because he's also going to go around the other sections that take place here at the Festival of Speed, up on the rally stage and the off-road area as well. So we're going to see how Nasser Al-Attiyah gets on. It should be a bit better than yesterday. They didn't quite get it all to work, but the 4-time winner of Dakar and the current champion of Dakar, he won it earlier this year, is now going to blast off in just a moment and take this huge machine up the hill.
You can be fairly sure that there won't be the blockage that we had at the top end of the track yesterday, which really thwarted all the plans that were going on. Look at the thing lift when he gets away. He put a bit of warmth in the tyres when he pulled it to the line, and now wait to see if it takes any inside grass. Yes, he does. Expect that. So tell you what, that was scrubbing off a little bit of speed, but the thing has certainly got some performance behind it, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, remember this. He's going to do the donut. Yeah, he is going to do a little rotation right in front of the house.
Oh, and on the grass again. This is a demo more than anything, of course. So under the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, the clock is ticking away, but as you say, he's not going for the outright pace. This is all about fun and games.
That's to the lower pedestrian crossing just there that he's managed to make the most of. The next one will be right out the front of our commentary position, so if we go a little silent, it will be because, well, he doesn't care where he is with this. He's doing it everywhere. There's more donuts than you can get at one of the side stands.
Yeah, and he's getting carried away on the grass now as well.
Don't knock the barriers down. We'll have another stoppage.
He is going pretty rapid at the moment. So
he's going to be going dizzy. I don't know how rapid.
Nasser Al-Attiyah, he's been involved in rallying for many, many years. He was production world rally champion back in 2006. I tell you one thing that worries me a little bit about this, Keith, is he's making the track a bit more dirty.
You're exactly right. The dirty track is going to make a difference. There was a lot of debris spread out over those 3 areas that he's managed to do those donuts on, and it's not a case of being able to sweep them. Mind you, the big vacuum cleaner's coming later than McMurtry.
Yeah, that's true. And it will come last, so there will be plenty of other cars coming up before it to clean the track up. So hopefully the track will still be in good shape.
I think first and foremost it's about entertainment.
It is, and that's
this weekend.
It has, a lot of it has been about. He's having a bit of fun right down as he comes down to the end there. He is the only driver from the Middle East to take multiple Dakar wins in his career. Do you know what? He also got a bronze medal at the 2012 Olympics in London in a shooting competition. He's an Olympic shooter as well in his background. So he's a sportsman, a bit like Jackie Stewart, a shooter back in the day, but also a great motorsport driver as well.
I've got the words of my mother echoing in my ears at the moment about misspent youth. Riding and driving and shooting and generally playing games that you should be studying, of course. So we wait for the top half of the course. We should see him in that Toyota Hilux Dakar.
So this is where he's coming from the hill climb up towards the rally section of the Festival of Speed here. Now, some of you will have walked all the way up here or got a ride up there, and he's got a car to follow as well, but he's going to get onto the rally stage next and show us how a machine like this can go on any kind of surface and be impressive. That's what it's built for.
It's already been pretty impressive on the rather flat and unusually.
So he's taking it up to the starting area of the rally stage. He's also going to, in theory, he's going to finish off the rally stage, and then he's going to do, there's an off-road section, which is also used here at Goodwood.
I've just taken a look across at the timing monitor in here at the moment. Despite the fact he's in that massive Great Dakar vehicle, he's been the fastest man off the line out of the 4 that have left the grid since him. 5.28 over the first 100 metres, so this is no slouch.
Let's see how he goes on the rally stage.
Here we go.
Lights it up, lifts the front, and off we go again. And down the hill.
If you can see
Look
him.
at that. Can we see him? How do we spot him next? He's kicking up a lot of dust. It has been so dry here this weekend, of course. And we're going to see him come into appearance any moment. 16 times a Middle East champion. And there he is, reappearing once again.
Just about, he just about gets it stopped to be able to turn left. We can hardly see him. He's kicking up so much dust everywhere. So the Toyota really is being used as it's meant to be used through the jumps and the slippery stuff.
Yeah. Well, we'll see him through this next section, and that's Alpena. Such a start. We've got a few other cars that are coming up on the hill climb. We haven't got anybody setting particularly quick times as yet, so we'll see some of the faster vehicles heading up in a little while. Won't be long, but we're just watching this Dakar machine go through all the different sections here at Goodwood. And that's what I tell you, putting it together beautifully.
It's a big vehicle to manage to do a 360 around that drum in the middle. He's got it perfect now. He wound it in quite neatly. Here we go then. Now then, this is the interesting bit. It's going to get rougher now.
Yeah, down to the off-road section.
Yeah, this is where he's going to have some real fun. This is where the Dakar Toyota can really...
Look at that.
Get
really
on it.
Bouncing around. But dealing with it perfectly. As you say, the way that suspension just soaks up.
Oh, that's accuracy. That was sliding into between those two bales. They're big. You wouldn't want to hit them.
Perfect. And what a machine that can deal with all these different aspects, these different surfaces. Lovely jump as well.
Of the 8 cars that have left the grid, I have to tell you, this is still the fastest one over the first 100 metres. So it just goes to show you how powerful it is and how much grip it managed to find from the start line before he produced the rally course and now the off-road course as well.
He's having a lovely time. They weren't planning to do this earlier on today. He's having a long run. I mean, normally when you do the hill climb, it's all over so quickly. That's what Wayne Rainey was saying to you, Keith, about riding the motorbike up there. He wished it could have gone a bit further. Well, Nasser here, he's got a great chance to do plenty.
He's having a great afternoon out here at the Festival of Speed. There we go. Then that was well caught.
Very good stuff.
Oh, and we've run a marker down. Someone will be there to put it back up again in a moment or two. So, great fun on the top half of the course, that's for sure. Dusty. Tony Giardini's up there for us as well. He's probably going to have to wash his hair after this, I would imagine, with the amount of dust that's going to be in our commentary position up on the top hill.
Yeah, it's certainly getting pretty grubby up there, but Nasser Al-Attiyah has done a wonderful display of what this car can do. He's also racing or competing in the Extreme E Series this year. With Jutta Kleinschmidt. She was the winner of the Dakar back in 2001. They've only had the one round so far this year in Saudi Arabia. They were 8th at that event. He is a full-on competitor, anything off-road in particular. And this is what he's been demonstrating to us here today.
Inch perfect as well, with the front wheel just scrubbing the berm, if you like, the raised area of earth that he's just skidded his way through that right-hander. And the Toyota Hilux Dakar then of Nasser Al-Attiyah is doing a great job here at the Festival of Speed. And I can tell you there's one man that's gone faster than him over the first 100 metres. Since we've been watching him, I've been keeping an eye on the timing monitor here for cars that have been leaving the grid in the shootout that's going on at the moment.
So, yeah, we've got a few more cars that are heading up the hill now, beginning to set a little bit of pace. They are still running up the hill. We haven't got down to the 40s with anybody yet. We're seeing some cars getting down into the low 50-second bracket. But, of course, it's getting down into the 40-second bracket that really means that we're amongst the pace setters. So, we're going to see Nasser Al-Attiyah come to the line and complete this absolute combination of the Festival of Speed events here, going up the hill climb, doing the rally stage, doing the off-road section as well. And it's the first time I've seen a vehicle do all of those sections in one go.
Thumbs up from the marshals then. He completes. So we go back to the shootout. This is where it counts. This is Lewis Kent that's just launched in 5.95 over the first 100 metres. The quicker cars are now coming. They're rolling up to the grid. Lewis Kent taking a bit of inside earth there as well. I don't know whether there'll be any left after we've seen the Dakar vehicle digging a fair bit of dirt out. And it's going to be now about what the order is in the shootout final. We are there. This is it. This is the hill climb competition proper.
Fastest at the moment is Rick Wood in the V8 supercar, the Holden Commodore, but we are going to see some big improvements on that as we continue, because we're now getting into a faster group. Now, Lewis Kent, TCR champion last year, and running this new car, the Veloster NTCR, and he is 5th fastest at the moment, so doesn't quite go to the highest pace, but they're all quite close at this stage. We're going to start getting into some pretty rapid machinery. Now, this is the hydrogen electric mixed machine. This is where hydrogen and air actually combine to generate electricity. It is an amazing piece of kit. It's the future of some of the types of vehicles that they're hoping to get into into Le Mans in the coming years. It's been a development for the last couple of years, and it is an amazing machine. Listen, just listen. Very different sound, of course. It's an electric, but it isn't fully charged beforehand. It does carry a battery, but it generates its own electricity from the hydrogen held in its tanks around the driver.
This is the point in commentary, Ben, where I wish I'd gone to school, because it's so incredibly technical, the way that this car performs, the way that it produces power. Is it the future? It's almost like a rolling test bed of technology that's happening now. The H24 Green GT is an interesting vehicle, but I do not understand it.
No, well, I had a quick look at it yesterday, and it's quite an impressive machine. Very different, of course, with the technological layout of it. It goes across the line 6th quickest, so it's certainly not the fastest, but still a good effort. Now, we're looking at one of the super touring cars heading out, the Honda Accord, number 172. So Stuart White's going to see what he can do now in a car that Tom Christensen used to win races with back in 2000. and a time when touring cars were spent a lot of money on. I have to say, high budgets in touring cars back then.
Yeah, a little bit, how shall I say, I won't say slow, but 6.23 over the first 100 metres isn't going to do it for him. He's going to have to work extremely hard if he's going to put himself on the leaderboard with this car.
Yeah, I mean, it is a touring car. They're 2-litre engines, they're race engines, but they weren't massively powerful. So we are going to see certainly quicker cars. It's good through the corners, though, and that's where it can gain a little bit of speed. But yes, you're right. I don't think this is going to be an outright pace setter. Let's just see what he does as he comes over. It's a 52.86, so he goes 5th fastest now. Stewart in the Honda.
Plenty more cars to come. The last one scheduled is the McMurty Automotive Spieling. Now this is a quick car.
It is. This is the Shadow Formula 1 car. And Ewan Ferguson has put in a couple of good runs already this weekend. So let's see whether he's going to be able to set a quicker time than we've seen so far. I think it could be possible because it's the Holden Commodore having done that 51.7 so far. I reckon we may be seeing a car into the 40s potentially. Remember, the outright pace at the final shootout on a Sunday here in the past, the record is in a Formula 1 car set by Nick Heidfeld, and that was a 41.6 in 1999. But it was in an pretty up-to-date Formula 1 car at the time. This, of course, is an older car. Back in 1979, this car comes from. Let's see, is it? No, I don't think he's quite going to make it to the 40s.
Definitely not going to make it to the 40s. Comes to the line, stop the clock. Second position at the moment, but that's going to be usurped by quite a few cars as we roll on there. This is a big beast.
It is indeed. This is a NASCAR. This is Ed Berrier who's driving this car, and this has actually been modified to run up the hill here. I was talking to the guys earlier. It's not in its original NASCAR trim. It's actually been modified quite extensively to make it much more drivable. And Ed himself is a very experienced NASCAR racer, not at the highest level, sort of next level down. He raced for some 17 years in NASCAR in the States. He's 60 years old now, but the American knows what it takes to drive one of these big cars. And let's see how it's going. It sounds.
Yeah, it was quite neat through Moulcombe. I've got to say, for a car of this size, Moulcombe Corner is a really tricky corner. Some people just get into it a little bit early and clip a bit too much grass, and then it drops away from you as you come out of the left-hander. But you need that launch up the hill. You've got to keep the power in. And I think that's where some of the slightly smaller but more powerful vehicles, power to weight is everything up a hill climb here. Over the line, then he gets the top position at the moment with that. It was a good run, actually. 51.39 for a car of that size. It's got plenty of grunt, but it looks like it's a bit of a handful.
So for new fastest time, but we still haven't quite got into the 40s. So are we going to see somebody else managing to do that? Seb Perez is next up into number 214 entry, and this car has won rallies in Catalonia and Corsica with Marco Martin over the years. So this is built as a rally car, but remember, rally cars often run on tarmac. Monte Carlo rally and other rallies that are pure tarmac, so they have great pace, and we'll see what Seb Perez can do.
See what his line's going to be through here. Yeah, plenty of grass on the inside, plenty of grass on the outside. Yeah, even more. You know, rally cars are always going to try and take liberties and cut the corner, but it's a question of whether they can find the traction as well. It's been dry all day, so maybe there is enough traction out there for this thing to be able to pick up the pace where he needs to. Through Moulcombe Corner already, and again, plenty of inside and outside grass that he's taking everywhere. So really, this car's being used exactly, in my view, how it should be.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a representative time for him. He's very close to the times we've seen already from Ed Berrier. Very different kind of car, of course, to that big American NASCAR, to the Ford Focus World Rally car. And it's going to be a similar kind of time. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure it is. He goes third.
Yeah. Good run, though.
52.14 seconds.
You don't get the feeling you could have got any more out of it.
No, that was a good run, as you say. He was accurate, he was pushing hard right from the beginning. And that is the third fastest at the moment. We still, at this moment, got the NASCAR, the Chevrolet Camaro as fastest. Ed Berrier is the fastest at this stage. Now, Anthony Reid is lining up in what was David Leslie's car, although, funnily enough, he drove one of these cars himself back in the day. And Anthony Reid has been the fastest man here at Goodwood in the past. He won't be today because, as we say, these Super Touring although they're wonderful, they're not going to be the pace setters. We know that the outright pace setter today is like to be a very, very different machine as long as it runs reliably in the final stages. It's going to be an electric machine.
He kept it on the tarmac right, so he was trying to squeeze every millimetre out of every corner there and trying to keep the pace right in the car. The first couple of corners were very, very good. The launch wasn't quite so sharp. It just didn't seem to get off the line in the way that you would want it to do. In fact, it was a 6.15 over the first 100 metres, so quite a bit down on the quicker cars so far.
He won the shootout here at Goodwood back in 2007, and in 2012 was the last time that he won it. So 10 years ago since Anthony last won it. He's not going to win it this time, and it's close to the wall there, wasn't he? He goes 6th fastest in the Nissan.
Yeah, he didn't leave a lot on the table when it came to the flip wall, that's for certain.
But a decent run, a little flame pouring out the back as he backs off the throttle.
So shootout-wise, we are well into it now, but as I say, the faster cars are still to come.
Yes, we're beginning to see some of the quicker machinery that is lining up. We've got some modern GT cars that are about to head up the hill now. Kevin Estre is next up in the Porsche 911 Gt2 RS. A very competitive regular racer in GTs. And this is obviously a very quick modern car. So now I think we are going to be starting to see cars get into the 40s.
5.0 off the line over the first 100 metres. So certainly his launch was to be expected, I suppose, from this Porsche.
He's just watching through the left-hander. A little bit of a flick there. It wasn't perhaps quite as tidy as it could have been. It shows how hard he's pushing it.
Yeah, if he pushed it just that fraction harder, Malcolm might have had a bit of a connection coming his way. So, leaving nothing on the table. This is what counts. It is the final at the end of the day. This is a shootout. This is the one that everybody wants to find their best performance of the week for. Over the line.
And let's have a look.
Oh, yes.
51.05. He's gone fastest. Still just outside that 40-second barrier.
A couple of places where he could have perhaps picked up just a tenth maybe here and there, but pretty much he got as much as he could have done out of the Porsche in that particular instance. Back down at the start line then.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the next group of cars to get themselves ready to go.
Here we go. Beckoned to the yard of bricks.
Ferrari next up. This is the new 488 challenge car. It's a car that is very much designed for competition, and Ferrari, of course, providing these cars that people can run as a one-make series effectively, and very competitive. So there we are, looking at the best times so far, and Kevin Estre up there at a 51.045. That is the pace to beat at this stage.
So the Ferrari, he'll be setting up his launch control and all the other aids that he will have in this modern-day monster.
James Swift it is, behind the wheel.
Oh, that did get off the line well then. I'd like to see what that was. 5.01 it was for the first 100 metres. Seemed quicker than that to me, but there you go. The clock doesn't lie. Oh, that's quite neat as well. Very neat and tidy.
Yeah, no, he's got a good, smooth rhythm going here in the Ferrari. Let's see how he heads up.
128 mile an hour through the track, 22.6 through the intermediate one. That's one of the quickest I've seen. In fact, that is the quickest I've seen so far through intermediate one.
So we could be on for a new pace setter here from James Swift in the Ferrari 488. Can he beat that 51.04? That is the target at this stage. It's going to be close.
I would say he's got this covered.
Over the line he goes, and it is a 50.10. So we're still just outside that 40-second bracket, but he does go fastest, or second fastest, sorry, no, fastest now. 51.04 with the second fastest for Kevin Estre. Fastest now for James Swift at a 50.10. And everybody now just watching to see how this battle is going to progress. But I think everybody is also aware of the McMurtry Automotive Spearling that has set the pace this weekend. It will be the last car that we will see coming up the hill.
This is the collecting area at the top of the hill where all the stars and cars will be parked up, ready to go. Ah, here we go. This is the 4 Series competition coupe, and it's good. I kind of like the understated grey, I've got to say, and this will be a fast car. Now, we'll see. It's a big car, though. It's a heavy car. It's going to be 2 tons, I'll bet, even though it's an M.
So Jörg Weidinger is the driver of this one, and it's suitable that we've got one of the M4s doing the battle, because we're celebrating the M's cars this weekend. And he's just waiting for the signal from the marshals that it is time to set off. Very dramatic looking modern BMW, isn't it?
I've got to say, the front end of the BMWs is something that inspires thought and talk, but that seems to suit the front end of this M4.
Yeah, so there's just a little moment as we wait for them to get him
under orders.
Set on his way. Yeah.
So looking to race control before they give the order. Still it is at the moment, 50.10, 123.5 miles an hour at the top of the hill for James Swift. As again, we wait for race control to give us the all clear on the hill. There will be a reason for that. We don't know what it will be, but it is the M4 CSL that's next to go up the hill.
The shootout is well underway, and the next car that's going to be heading up is the BMW M4 CSL. So we've got a really modern machine. We've got such a variety of cars coming up the hill here at Goodwood, from ancient historic cars to the very latest, and Jörg Weidinger is taking up this new BMW M4 CSL. It has an output of some 500 horsepower, 650 newton meters of torque, and he's pushing it on hard.
He certainly is, there's no doubt about that. The coupe M4 is properly underway. It's got a lot of horsepower, but it's a big and it's a heavy car, even though it's a CSL. But the fact of the matter is, Weidinger is absolutely slinging it all over the track. We've got grass on the inside, grass on the outside. Now he's got the gas open, and he goes up to the flip. Oh, that was neat through there. I'll tell you what, he didn't leave any inches available for anybody to slip up the inside of him there.
He's taking away the straw from the bales, and he's heading up towards the line, so he's got to beat 50.10 if he's going to go fastest. Over the line he goes, and it's not quite enough. It's a 51.12. Close, not close enough. So for the moment, James Swift remains the fastest in the Ferrari 488 Challenge, another modern sports racing car. It was a good effort, though, that one.
Well, I think the M4 is a fast car, but it's a big car, and it looked just a little bit too much like a road car in that situation, which, of course, it is. 6 seconds to cover the first 100 metres, so he lost a second and a half, really, at the launch, if you like, as well. So, despite the fact it's a pretty-looking car, it wasn't quick enough off the mark, and then he took on a bit of grass here and there as well, which will have just thwarted the forward momentum.
Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline. So now we're back to the kind of car that was a great winner back in the late 80s and early 90s, but still watch it. This is an iconic racing machine, the Nissan Skyline. Andy Middlehurst, a very rapid driver, so let's keep an eye. You can see he's pushing on hard.
Yeah, the drifters love these cars, and I think it was them that really have taken them out of the marketplace. There's hardly any of them around now, Skylines. They're a difficult car to find if you should want one, but they're very popular in drifting and still very, very quick. In its day, this was the car to have.
First sector was pretty strong, the second sector likewise, but I'm not sure he's going to have quite enough pace to become fastest of all.
Good launch, though. 5 seconds over the first 100 metres.
That's true. It's going to be pretty close, but as he comes over the line, no, it's not enough. 51.32. Fourth place for Andy for this stage, but a good effort. We've still got plenty more quick cars to come, but everything is building up to the electric hypercar, the McMurtry Automotive That's certainly something we'll be watching. But now we've got Florent Moulin, and I tell you what, Florent is very quick in this machine. This is the Dodge Viper GTS R of 2001 with a V10 engine out of the front, 8 litres, and it really does shift very quickly indeed.
Got to get it stuck to the tarmac, though. That's the bit that counts. Forward momentum rather than wheel spin, and this thing really does create some wheel spin when he asks for full throttle.
That first sector was okay. Second sector, yeah, strong.
He was neat through Malcolm, you know. Really, really very neat through there. Didn't waste any time, didn't waste any space. So that was a beautiful left-hander at Malcolm. Let's have a look and see what he's got. 36.3 at the intermediate 2 split. Not a bad time, I've got to say, but will it be quick enough? I think this is quick enough to take the top spot, you know.
He's going to use all that
momentum.
He's going to use all that 700 horsepower that this car develops, and he's over the line. He goes fastest. We've got the first car
48.97
in the 40s, 48.97, and he has taken the top spot for now. But we are expecting to go below that figure. Now we've got another modern Porsche with Timo Bernhard driving it, and Timo Bernhard, another superstar driver over the years. This is the RSR 18. It's got the 4-litre flat pick. Listen, what a great start off the line.
Well, I think it might have been a lot of noise, but let's take a look. 5.37, so it wasn't as great a start as it sounded or looked.
He raced this car at Le Mans, Timo Bernhard, with Romain Dumas and Sven Muller in 2018, but it's a very different story from doing a 24-hour race to doing a rapid sprint up the hill.
1.1 miles he's got to cover. Again, looking pretty neat round at Malcolm. Let's have a look at the second split as we wait for him to pass the lights and break the beam.
It's clean, it's tidy, but I'm not sure it's going to be that much quicker.
36.6, it's okay, 36.6. That's not a bad time, but I don't know whether it's going to be top spot.
For the moment.
To the line, here he comes. Second place, perhaps, as a prediction from me. Third, as it turns out, 50.35.
So for now, there's still a bit of performance to be found. That 48.96.
Here we go.
Now, this is going to be quick. Nick Heidfeld, who is driving this, who has had the record here, and in some ways still has the official Sunday record here at Goodwood.
Tell you what, that was a lot. If it hooks up, this thing is going to be quick. It looks like a stealth fighter, doesn't it?
Really does. This is the next generation of Formula E car, but we know the Formula E cars are very rapid electric single-seaters. Look at the way it twitches.
Indeed, well, that's because he's got so much power down on it. It's absolutely throwing out horsepower, or the equivalent of at the moment. Mahindra, of course, were Moto3 winners back in motorbike GPs. Oh, that was close. Moto3, and they dropped out of Moto3 to spend all their money on EV vehicles. Yeah,
he's backed off, and it's happened again, because nearly every run he's done with this car that has gone wrong at some stage, and what a shame for Nick Heidfeld, because that was going very rapidly.
Well, he got a 5.1 launch in the first 100 yards, a 22.7 intermediate split, and that's in amongst the best that we've seen so far. So it was in the ballpark for a great finish.
Yeah, but sadly, it hasn't actually worked out. And let's have a look here. It wasn't a problem that he made, it was something mechanical. It had a wobble and then just died down.
The thing is, with most of these very technical EVs, they shut themselves down as soon as there's the slightest sensor problem that they may have found. And whatever it was. The other thing is with some of these electric cars as well, you've got to be careful when they break down of what has become live. You've got the light on top there, which gives the marshals and the tenders to know whether it's safe to touch things and manoeuvre things and hook things up to the vehicle as well. So
let's just have a little look at what was going on, and we'll just listen into the ride here. And you could just hear
cut out.
Yeah, suddenly nothing.
You got a load of rocks that went up underneath the fenders, if you like, and after that point, it just cut out, and Nick Heidfeld was left with nothing else to do except coast into place.
So that's a bit of a disappointment for.
He's on a get-you-home mode now, isn't he? It's running back up the hill for him, so he will clear the track. We won't have a pause or a red flag, thankfully, because it looks like he's going to clear the course.
He is very aware that today he may well lose the official shootout record that he set back in 1999 at 41.6 seconds. That has been beaten in the past on a Saturday, but unfortunately, it's not his time today. So that was the end of the run for Nick, and they're going to get that Mahindra Formula E car out of the way. The marshals will have to get to a safe place. So for now, we've still got that rapid run that was done by Florent Moulin in the Dodge Viper. That has set the pace that we've got at this point, and the target time that we have of 48.96 seconds. But as we know, there was a much faster time set earlier on today.
Yeah, anticipation at trackside here. You can see our commentary position in the middle of your screen there. That's the Goodwood Festival of Speed pedestrian bridge over the track, so you can cross from side to side. This is the only place you can cross from side to side in the middle of the track during the action. So everybody stayed for the action trackside as well. It's a big... Good to see everyone trackside under the sun, sun-kissed. And thank you very much to all of the marshals and everybody at trackside that's been marshalling very respectfully and very reasonably, I must say. It's always a difficult job, isn't it, when you pull that string across and hold back tens of thousands of people. But it has to be done for safety, of course. And thank you, everyone, for being so kind and considerate when it comes to marshals just marshalling in the way that they must.
Yeah, lovely to see. But it's great that everybody is just soaking up the atmosphere at the moment, enjoying the fun and games, giving us a wave as we look forward to the final part of this shootout, because we are going to get into the fastest cars coming up very shortly. We should be seeing Jenson Button coming up pretty soon in what's called the first corner FC1X, and that's another of the electric-powered machines. It's a rallycross car, and that's been putting in some pretty rapid speeds already. We've got a Porsche GT3 Cup car as well, but it's all looking very exciting. Let's go down to Rachel and David.
Well, it's getting a bit lively down here at the start line. We've had a little bit of a problem. We're getting underway, aren't we, with the fastest cars now, the final 10 possibly in the shootout. But we've had a bit of a problem somewhere up the hill by Nick Heidfeld, David.
Yeah, well, I actually feel sorry for Jenson Button there, because you could see him really getting himself G'd up for the run. He closed the door, he did a little practice start there, and now he's had to reset, switch the car off. Tyres are cooling down. Very not ideal for Jenson, but even worse for Nick. He's somewhere out on the stage now. He's not going to get a time, and he may see his record go today.
Yeah, that was more important, wasn't it? That its record is set to be broken. And like I was mentioning, we have a few more of the really fast cars coming now. And David, I'm thinking there's maybe 3 or 4 who can challenge for lesser podium places. It definitely looks like that top spot is going one way and one way only, to Max Chilton, of course, and the McMurtry racing team there. But who do you think is going to be battling it out for the final few places? It looks like 45.46 is the time to beat there.
Yeah, Justin Law, don't ever rule him out. He's an absolute master on this hill. He'll be going up there. Big car, it's going to be taking up a lot of the road. Not like the McMurtry, which almost makes this track look bigger than it is. They'll all have to reset now. They'll all maybe take their helmets off, sit back. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to be an exciting run to the final car up the hill.
It's so exciting, and what is a little bit different as well about this time, of course, they have to start down there, but they do get a bit of run-up just to warm those tyres up. But it is Jenson Button then, over there, who's ready to get his hill run started. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Well, it's certainly going to be an exciting finish as we get ready for this last little sequence of cars to be heading up the hill. And there's a couple of very quick electric machines. We've got that Jaguar XJR12D as well that has always gone well here. That will be Justin Law, who has taken the fastest time in the past. Lovely to see the wave. People coming in and enjoying the look for the next car heading up that hill. So here we go then, everybody's getting very excited about the final runs, and Jenson Button is the next man that we're going to be watching, Keith, in this very quick electric rallycross machine. Look at it go.
Yeah, that really picks up now. This is going to be interesting over the first 100 metres. Wait for it to click the 4.21. That is by far and away the fastest off the line over the first 100 metres through turn 1. This guy knows how to drive a car, no doubt about that, and he's using all of the track and the grass. He looks so smooth, so under control. This thing is fast for a bigger vehicle.
Yeah, it's electric, but it's 1,000 horsepower, so it's got amazing drive, and he's been really showing us he's got great pace with it.
He's quickest at the first split, 21.53, so he's quickest at the first split. Let's wait and see what he can do. Malcolm was a bit hectic, but he got through it quick.
Another Formula 1 champion here this weekend, of course, joining a whole group of them. But this is not a Formula 1 car, but he seems to be getting his head around it completely. It's an area that he's getting involved in more and more.
He's going to win this by, well, he's going to be the fastest up to date, I should say, at this point. There's no doubt in my mind.
47.94.
Yeah, incredible.
So
fastest car on the hill so far.
That is the fastest pace up to date, and Jenson Button sets the target now for the remaining machines that we've got. We've got some very interesting cars, most notably the McMurtry Automotive Spearling coming up last with Max Chilton to drive it. He's still got a few cars up ahead of him, and he's got to get that brain set absolutely right. And oh, well, they managed to get out of the way.
Only just. We've seen that before, but that was a brilliant drive. You know, it really, he got the best out of the car on the difficult parts of the track. He's certainly the turn in and the exit on all of the corners that we were watching him on here from our commentary position looked very, very good indeed. So Jenson Button showing a bit of class, I feel, there.
Now, Adam Smalley is the driver of this. He's a youngster, 21 years old, but I tell you what, he's got great potential for the future. He's already a champion from the Gt2 Gt4 and a Gt2 Junior champion, so he's a driver who's building his professional career right now. This will mean a huge amount to him to be taking this Porsche up the hill, and he's really going for it.
Wheelie? Do you see wheelies often from Porsche? Hang on a second. I thought that was the motorcycle domain. Oh, brilliant. Trust the youngster to be treating a Porsche with such disdain. Incredible, he's on the grass again. This is not going to be fast. He would have lost traction surely on that. But brilliant, he's a real crowd pleaser. 21.8 at the first split, that's fantastic. 35.4 at the second split. I tell you, this is not bad. If he makes it up the hill, he's going to be second. Surely he cannot pick that pace back up. He's lost a little bit of time here and there. Over the line then, blast through. Oh, he does make it. Look at that, 47.91. Wow. That is outstanding. 47.94 it was for Jenson. 47.91 for Adam Smalley. What an inspired drive. He deserves all the accolades you can find for him. I can't believe the wheelie off this Porsche when it jumps out of the ditch, the side of the track. Wait for it. There we go.
Yeah, that was fabulous stuff from Adam, and well-deserved, the fact that he has now just taken the top spot by 0.03 of a second.
He's not on the grass by a bit, Ben. He's properly a tyre on the grass.
Now, we've got a really good driver in this one too, another man who has been fastest here over the years. But what is this you're looking at? Well, it's the new Supervan. It's the Ford Supervan 4, seen for the first time here at Goodwood, following in the tradition that Ford have produced these Supervans, sporting versions of their vans over the years, but nobody had seen it until this weekend. And this is another all-electric machine, as you can hear, because you can't hear an engine, you just hear a screech as the tyres set it off en route.
The equivalent of 2,000 horsepower from the 4 electric motors that are driving this forward. Dumas, of course, is the quickest man on a Saturday, 39.9 before, but Romain Dumas this time around, I wonder what it's, that's a 4.2 launch. That is as fast as Jenson Button. These EVs really get up and go from the start, don't they?
Yeah, and his first interval is actually quicker, so I think he's got the good potential here to actually take that top spot for now. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough in the end when we've got the fastest vehicles out there, but nonetheless, Romain Dumas knows this place better than almost anybody, having delivered so many great results here. Such a top competitor in all forms of motorsport.
46.58, 46.58. That just built and built through the 1.1 hill climb. Oh, of course, absolutely. What did Sabine Schmidt say? I could do that faster in a van.
Well, it has been done. He's gone fastest for the moment, 46.58 in the Supervan. But next up, we've got some very different vehicles. We've got another Porsche coming up next. So let's see how this goes.
46.5. That is an impressive time. So closer we get to the time. Remember, the time set by Max Chilton in the McMurtry Automotive Spearling was 39.1 earlier on today. And that we've just seen is a 46.5 from the Super Van.
So this is going to be another big challenge. We'll see how it goes. Richard Leeds.
Quick, off the line. Hooked up. What's it done over the first 100 metres? 4.37. So it's in the ballpark.
This has electrical power as well. And you can see and hear that it's got great performance as it climbs up the hill. It's amazing how many of these vehicles are electric and delivering these high speeds. Richard is keeping it smooth.
It's
not running too much on the grass.
Intermediate one. He's underneath Romain Dumas by some considerable margin. So if he carries on with this kind of performance past the flip wall, this could be your new number one. It's looking very good indeed. 33.36 it was at intermediate 2. So he's dropped him by another second. He's going to go top with this, I'm sure.
Yeah, 45.5. He has gone fastest. Richard Leeds in the Porsche 718 GT4 E Performance. Another electric-powered motor has gone very quickly indeed and has taken that top spot for now. But now we're going to have a very different kind of machine. Right back from the 1990s, we're going for a Group C Jaguar sports car, the sort of cars that raced at Le Mans in the 1990s and at Daytona in 1993, and it's being driven by Justin Law, who's a former pace setter, has won this shootout here at Goodwood in the past. Last year he was right on the pace and he crashed out. So can he keep it all together?
Well, he was just half a second off the launch time of Richard Leeds a little bit earlier on, so that first 100 metres, but he's probably about a second off now at the first intermediate split. So unfortunately, the EVs seem to have it at the moment. The electric vehicles are so quick.
He was clean through there. That's where it went wrong for him last year. So that section has gone well. But you're right, I'm not sure this is going to be enough to beat the target. 45.5 is the target over the line. 45.8. Well, he's close, but it didn't quite work out.
I think this is the struggle we're going to see over the years, isn't it? EV versus slightly traditional motors and traditional power units. It's a real struggle for supremacy here on the hill. 1.1 miles then, covered in 45.81 seconds by Justin Law.
But isn't it exciting to see a Group C Jaguar from that era, from the 1990s, able to set that kind of pace?
Able to, exactly right. Just goes to show you how good it was in its day, in its era.
Yeah. Classic machine indeed. We've seen plenty of classic cars here at Goodwood all weekend, and it's lovely to see one of those classics actually right at the top of this battle that is going on right now. Now here's a really strange machine, and you'll be wondering what on earth this is. Well, this is the Gymkhana GL wagon, and Travis Pastrana, who's a very experienced off-roader in particular, very talented. This has got a 2.3 flat 4-cylinder turbo engine, some 860 horsepower. Let's listen up as he gets ready to go.
Oh, that's a launch and a half. 100 metres then. What's he over the 100 metres? 4.32. That's not quite the fastest Romain Dumas was the quickest over that period. But look at the way he works his car. I can't believe how soft the suspension is everywhere. And you can see those aero devices that spring up when he's on the brakes, just to kind of slow the car down, push the car into the ground, get the air as an assister. Through Moulcom we go. Oh, that was sideways there.
Yeah, we could see the correction. You were looking out the window.
Oh, you should have seen it from the window. No wonder they're clapping. Oh, nearly clipped the bail. No, right next to the flip wall. This is a great drive.
Yeah.
Whether the car is capable of beating everyone else, we'll see. 34.0. He's right on it. He's the fastest in the second sector. Does he go for it? 45.5 is the one to beat. 46.2. He just loses the time, drops into third place. But that was one of those drives where you think if it was just down to style and skill, you should win.
You can see those flaps, they fly up on the brakes, so when he goes onto the brakes they automatically switch in. It's an electronic system, and look how out of shape he was, but he kept the foot in. That was the bit that you saw from the outside, and we were watching from inside. We could see the opposite lock, and it's a wonderful machine. He was runner-up here last year, but I think he was pretty happy with the way that went.
Look at him. Yeah, it was sideways, Travis.
Now this is Ben Mitchell in an older Formula 2 car, BMW powered, and I tell you what, he's been putting in some great runs up the hill. The start wasn't perfect, Of course, he's trying to get the best out of those two rear wheels. This 1982 Formula 2 car, he is going to nail it up through this next section, I can tell you.
Well, I think you've just said it really. When you're trying to put it through two rear wheels, doesn't matter how big the slick is, when you're up against an EV that's got that linear power, putting it through four wheels, it's a real struggle to try and beat them off the line. It was a 5-second first 100 metres, that's for certain, and he's leaving nothing on the table when it comes to performance through Moulcombe. Up then to the Flint wall, he's already there.
Yeah, he's driving hard. You can saw the back end.
33.8 through that. So he's actually quicker than Travis Pastrana up on the top half of the course on this car.
I don't think it's going to be quite enough, but let's have a look. Ben has put in a great effort here. 45.
Not bad at all. That's a great second position.
45.64, so second place for now.
Good effort.
But we've only got one more to go. One more car to go. And it is the car that we are expecting to set the pace. But let's see if it works.
This was a good drive, I've got to say. Ben Mitchell really, he got the most out of that car he could have got out of it. On the limit. It's where you need to be when you're in the shootout, the finale, the final.
Beautiful.
Taking every bit of the track as well. He really was using everything there was to be had there.
Great driver in historic racing, winner of various championships, and I think he delivered a great drive. Nick Heidfeld, though, things didn't go so well for him in the Formula E car. Jenson Button doing a good job.
Enjoying the sun.
Indeed. So he's still up there in the mix, but they are all going to be watching to see how Max Chilton gets on when he does his run in the final part in the McMurtry Automotive Spearling, which is, I know, a very strange noise to talk about, but it is a car that is incredibly rapid. So where we are right now, Richard Litz being shown on there as the fastest at this stage.
Yeah, but we're moving on to the McMurtry Automotive Spearling, 0 to 60 in under 1.4 seconds when that fan's working perfectly. Alex Summers did a great time with it yesterday. And then we had a 39.14 from Max Chilton. Listen to this.
Ready to go. And it's nearly blast off.
Look at that. So the suction down to the track. Max Chilton, then he looks pretty calm in there at the moment, but he won't be in the minute once this thing builds up. Through turn one, look at the way it sucks itself straight down onto the track.
Yeah, you can see how the fan at the back, that creates 2,000 kilos of downforce. It grips the car down. It's got 1,000 horsepower. It's a tiny car as well.
3.51 seconds over the first 100 metres. 17.34 seconds at intermediate one, and I can't hardly read it out as quick as he's getting to these points at the moment. Through there he goes, 28.24, 28.24 intermediate two, and he's already heading up towards the line. So what's it going to be over the line? Is it going to be a new record? Of course it must be a new record, surely. 39.008, 39.08. He is the fastest ever man on the Sunday. He's the fastest ever man whatever day of the week it is,
because
here at the Festival of Speed.
The previous on any was a 39.90, a 39.08. It's quicker than what he did earlier today in practice as well, and he's going to get applause, I'm sure, from some of these top drivers. But Max himself knows these guys. Ex-Formula 1 driver himself, an IndyCar driver. What a brilliant performance by him.
Goes to show you the consistency of a top racing driver, though. 39.14 in his first run today, and then 39.08 in the last session in this final shootout. So close his times. So he was pretty much on the limit earlier on today. But maybe the track was just, it looked a little dirtier up the hill as well, at the top end of the hill. And we know it loses a bit of suction up there.
So a new record setter of the shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. He's taken victory. And he has set a new record in this remarkable machine.
Max Chilton celebrates then as he extricates himself from this, what is for me a tiny vehicle. This is the fastest tiny vehicle I've ever come across. Quick bow to everybody as well. The Duke of Richmond will be very happy about that, because not only did he just do the fastest time, he's also cleaned the track with that big vacuum cleaner underneath it.
Yeah, it really does have a vacuum cleaner. It's a fan car. It develops its own downforce. First time that a car has competed like that since the late 1970s, when the Brabham BT 46B was a Grand Prix winner using that kind of system. But it's also got electric power as well, so that is part and parcel. The Duke of Richmond making his way up to the top of the hill in one of the great classic cars, the Mercedes 300 SL.
To congratulate the drivers at the top of the hill, the main event, the hill hill climb final has been done and dusted, and as we may have expected, the McMurtry automotive spieling, nothing to be taken away from it. It was our expectations. The car has had to perform throughout all of the week, and it has performed mightily on the day when it mattered. Max Chilton, steely-eyed, it's kind of, he put himself in the zone and he made it work with that fantastic 39.08, 149 mile an hour at the top of the hill. Yeah, incredible. I've never seen anything like that, I must say.
Yeah, well, it was certainly a little bit of amazing. It's a silver car that we've got of different eras now, and this little car created by a team over about the last 4 years that they've put this together. So David McMurtry, who put together a team of former F1 engineers to create a high-performance car, and that's what they have done with this machine. It creates 2,000 kilograms of downforce before it moves. That fan creating 2 tons of downforce in kilos before it even gets away off the line, and it grips it to the road so effectively then that with the horsepower it has from that electric power as well, it is massively rapid. And they were inspired to build a car the footprint, the size of an F1 car from the 1960s. So it is a single-seater, as you were saying, but it's built to that same sort of dimensions as the Formula One cars of the 1960s. It is capable of massive high G cornering due to that downforce that it creates as well. And Max Chilton, what a day it is for Max, who has taken the top spot and the record. And he will be congratulated by the Duke of Richmond here, who has put this event on one more time. Oh, isn't that lovely to see?
Thank you so much. The best garden party in the world. Best garden party.
Max, I'm going to have to jump in. You are officially the fastest man ever up that hill.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought that was going to happen. I've had a pleasure of coming to this amazing festival since I was 4 years of age. I've known this man my whole life. He's the most generous, and I'm jealous of how he can remember everyone's name. So he remembers your name like he really genuinely knows who you are, which he does. But he's such a lovely man, great family, honoured to be here. And as I said, I've been coming since I was 4, and if someone had said one day you're going to beat every single person that's ever come up that hill, I wouldn't have believed you. So it's a real honour. I didn't sleep last night. I got 1 hour's sleep because I was so stressed. But it's a measure, a bit of pressure makes diamonds, as they say.
Imagine what you could do with a full night's sleep.
Yes, exactly that. But super proud of the McMurtry Automotive. I know you've got the Union Jack down there, British engineered, British designed, British manufactured and British driver. So I couldn't be any happier.
Your Grace, you must remember Nick Heidfeld's run in 1999. I mean, this was something else, wasn't it?
I know, you just look at the way the technology's come along. I mean, that run of Nick's was amazing. 160 to the top corner, everyone was going, oh my God, this is so fast. It was epic, but to see the way this wonderful car's gone up and the way the whole McMurtry team have put this together over the last couple of years, it's been 2 year. Amazing they've done it in 2 years. I think they weren't even expecting it. Max's drive, absolutely epic. So we're just thrilled to have such a great British technology, British driver winning this great event.
Well, do present Max with the champagne, and we're going to get Romain Dumas, Nick Heidfeld, come on in.
Thank you. Sorry again, Lou. Amazing record.
Nick Heidfeld, it's been 23 years of holding that record, but I suppose it had to come to an end at some point.
Yeah, of course, it was never expected for it to last that long. Even the Volkswagen, who beat it, I think 2 years ago, took them a lot of time, and I think all of the 3 ones were pretty exceptional. Like today, I think everybody was staring at that screen because this little machine looks so impressive.
Romain, you know what it takes to do a 39-second run up here. It was a little bit quicker, but some effort.
Well, amazing. I mean, great respect to the team, all the young guy, young engineer, small car, made for that for sure, but with a lot of talent. So, that's good in Goodwood. You can see different things with different ID. Very performant, perfect, nice day.
Romain, Nick, thank you very much.
Well, what a very special time up there at the top of the hill now, especially for Max Chilton. And when we saw his nervousness this morning, Keith, when we met up with him.
He and his wife were explaining that he'd not slept last night, and he confirmed that obviously to everybody just now. And you can imagine the pressure. If he's been here since he was 4 years old and he's seen winners and what it takes to do this, I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, he felt the pressure.
He did feel the pressure, but he was straight off to the canteen to get some food, so I don't think he felt that much pressure. But Max Chilton is the fastest man on the hill climb here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And I think that was worth waiting for. I have to say that when you see something as special as that McMurtry, I'm going to go and... It's one that is quite often covered up when I went round to it earlier on. They probably, now that they've got the job done, perhaps we'll be able to get a slightly better view. And I'm going to be staying for another couple of hours to enjoy the last bits at the Festival of Speed. And I suggest everyone else here as well does the same. While the sun's out, you might want to try and find that one area that you've not yet been to, now that you've watched the shootout finale up the hill here. Try and find that last thing that you really wanted to see but haven't yet managed to get to. Such a big place, such a lot to see, such a lot to do. And now we have just seen the fastest ever car up the hill.
Celebration time for the engineers who put so much work into getting this car to work.
It's so sticky and sweet and stinks.
But so worth it for
Max. So worth it. You summed it up perfectly.
A really big event for them. Well done to the team. Based in Gloucestershire, this team, and they have created something very, very special. So let's take another look at how Max took it on, and let's look at the start and just go quiet and listen. That was it. It was wonderful to listen into it, Keith, and it was not only the fun of the whistle from the car, but the cheering from the crowd as well.
The air it was moving around it. When you're inside the car, you got the sort of traditional electric vehicle whine. When you're on the outside of the car, it sounded like a stealth fighter, like a jet fighter going past. Completely different sound to what we're used to. Normally that whine that you get from an EV is fairly prominent, but in this case it wasn't, was it? It kind of just stealthily whisked itself.
And now watch Max's face. He's certainly got the composure. He's focused into that first right-hander, and it's then very stable. Remember, this car is creating a massive amount of downforce. It's sucking itself down onto the tarmac, basically, which is what's giving him astonishing grip. But it's got to be a combination of great grip and straight-line speed. You need both. So this was how it worked for him. Up past the tight section, past the wall.
Not easy when you're getting into the shadows as well at this pace. The problem is you come out of bright sunlight into the shaded areas of the trees, and at this time of the day, with it as bright as it is outside of the trees, very tricky indeed. So Max had a lot to contend with there, and he was arriving at a faster speed than anyone else ever has on the hill.
Yeah, and he ended up some 6 seconds quicker than anybody else today. I mean, what a margin. You know, most of the others were separated by, at the top level, were separated by a tenth or two. He was 6 seconds faster than the rest. Well done to Max Chilton, well done to the team. And you could see him thanking the guys from McMurtry who have created this little beast that has set a new record at Goodwood.
Interesting to wonder where they're going to go next with that technology. It's something that you wonder what else they're going to be able to produce that can better that. So, as Max Chilton and team enjoy the champagne at the top of the hill, the other cars are already rolling back down the hill. It's not over and done with here at the Festival of Speed yet. We've got plenty more for you still to come, on track and off. So, prep yourself for a little bit more action.
Let's take a look at the results then. And Max Chilton, the comfortable winner in the end, with a new record, 39.081. That's the one we all have to remember now for the future. Richard Leeds was second, with Ben Mitchell excellent third in the March BMW 782, ahead of Justin Law in another older car, the Jaguar XJR. Travis Pastrana, he was so entertaining to watch in the Subaru family huckster, as it's called. Roman Dumas, Adam Smalley, he was very, very impressive. The youngster really went on the attack ahead of Jenson Button, the world champion, Florent Moulin, and James Swift, who was quick in that Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Further down, we had Timo Bernhard and Kevin Estre, your Weidinger, Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline, a very popular car here, and Ed Berrier in that Chevy Camaro. Then a real mixture of machinery. Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore V8, Seb Perez in a rallying Ford Focus, and then a Formula One car, the shadow of Ewan Ferguson. Then a Can-Am car of Dean Forward and another touring car from Anthony Reid. That's what's so wonderful here at Goodwood. You see a mix of machinery that you would never see really competing against each other in quite the same way. Stuart White further down and Lewis Kent. One of the big disappointments, of course, that we did have was the Nick Heidfeld problem with the Formula E car. He didn't get a finishing time in the end. That was a disappointment. I'd love to have known what that new Formula E car could have done, but they'll be back in next season with that car, and hopefully it'll work then.
Based on the action we've had so far, we are in for a highly competitive afternoon battle against the clock on the super stage here at the top of Goodwood. So Dave Watkins away in the background, the relay golf of David Vardy, and we run in period running order, and we can just see Phil Squires making his way around. And of course, the higher you can get in the shootout, the more prestigious it is. A new addition for this year is the donut at the bottom of the stage at the bend called Delta. Most of the bends and corners on this course are named after rallying icons. such as Mackinnon, Blomqvist, Quattro, Kielder and Mikkola. The surface has held up really well, but we have a full variation of cars running from the 1963 Ford Falcon of Lou Lasardi right up to the modern day cars, the likes of Tom Williams in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2, Rory Bell in the Skoda Fabia R5, and a great example of a very quick left-right combination about halfway through the stage. David Vardy off now down onto the loose and under the trees into the stage. And again, this run round the barrel in the middle with the checkered flag is obligatory. If you do not carry it through, your time is given a maximum stage time of 4 minutes.
Shelley Taunt getting around the 360 degree there. As Martin Overington lines up on this all-important shootout. It's the final shootout now for the honours. There will be the overall awards and the categories that they're vying for are the birth of stage rallying, that's the earlier historic cars. Then the Group B legends, these cars. And then the dawn of the modern rallying, these cars in front of you now, the Hyundai. And then the contemporary rally cars where we will see the R5 cars like the Skoda Fabia R5, the Ford Fiesta R5. The young guns will be battling out. As Martin Overington is looking to try and be faster than the other Group B cars he's up against, including Simon Larby in the Metro 604. And there it is, Xavier in those colours resplendent of the time and trying to put in a quick time as much as they can. This could be quick, it should be quick on the tarmac, but it's going to be a handful on the loose. The Aston Martin lining up of Phil House, the Aston Martin Vantage Rally Gt4. There it is, look at that. One of 6 cars built by ProDrive. And we've had plenty of racing drivers taking them onto tarmac stages like Stefan Sarazan, who did a lot of work with Aston Martin. And the Metro 6R4, we'll be watching the clocks there.
And there you have the sound of the Aston Martin leaving the start line, one of 6 ProDrive built works Aston Martin GT cars, first unveiled at the 2006 Race of Champions. And this is a handful, designed more for tarmac than the loose surface we see here at Goodwood, but very successful in some of the French and Italian rounds that we've seen the car compete on. We did have Francois Delacour here a couple of years ago on one, and they did find the loose surface really, really challenging. Tony, a throwback to the late 70s and very early 80s there on the start line with Ben Mellors in the Toyota RA40.
Yeah, but as you say, really accurately reproduced and still a very quick car. And although it comes from the birth of stage rallying and more of the historic cars, it can still set a real tidy pace and a really good time. So Shelley Taunt did a time of 2 minutes 56.1 in her Subaru. See what Ben Mellors can do in the RA40.
I love this time on a Sunday because we know full well that the competition hormone level goes through the roof with the drivers, because I think the Sunday shootout is the most important one of the lot. So we're going to see some terrific effort and determination as we see Phil House try and throw the Aston Martin around the checkered drum there, which they must do if their time is to qualify for the shootout. Moving back now to another Metro 6R4 of John Saunders as we see Ben Mellors over the flying fin jump.
So a time for the Larby Metro 6R4 there of 2 minutes 51.9, so a bit quicker than Shelley Taunt. It was the early times that are coming in, and there's that bib spoiler at the front of the Metro 6R4. That signals John Saunders. He's going to be having a go. Quick driver.
Yep.
And he's also an aerobatic pilot. So he's either up there performing in the sky in his aerobatic aeroplane, or he's down here having a great time in his Metro 6R4. great collector of these cars. Spends time over in the States and over here. Bjorn Voldergaard drove a car just like that. Very sturdy, very quick, the Toyota RA40. And then the Aston Martin with its lights ablaze. Great to see a sports car on a special stage. ProDrive, the company that prepared all the Subarus right the way through all their championship successes, both for drivers and manufacturers' championships. Having to reverse there, Ben, and losing time. Didn't get on that quick enough and not enough speed coming in to get the handbrake yanked on. That is quite a big jump there from John Saunders, and the old wing flapping around as Alan Watkins goes into action.
And just a few moments ago here at Goodwood, we saw Max Chilton celebrating as he came back down the hill. The fact that he won today and set a new record, and just look at the response that he got from the fans. Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, big grin there from the marshals and from the fans trackside. They appreciate something like that. What British innovation can do. British driver Max Chilton, it's got a road number plate on it as well, so I'm assuming it can go on the road anytime it wants to. Max Chilton, though, absolutely outstanding today. A new hill record here, outright record. Doesn't matter what day anybody sets anything on. He is the fastest man up the hill, bar none. This vehicle is the fastest man up the hill, bar none. It is a remarkable looking thing, there's no doubt about it.
And it is a hypercar. In theory, this is a road legal car, so when they do the full versions, they're not building many road versions of this car, but they are going to be available. You'll be able to drive it to the pub and you'll be able to go uphill very quickly.
I can't imagine what the fan will do to British roads when it finally gets there.
So lovely to see Max celebrating so much. A youngster who started out in T-cars. So he started at a very young age his motorsport career, moved up into single-seaters, British Formula 3, Formula Renault, then into GP2 as it used to be called rather than Formula 2. And then he got a year in Formula 1. That didn't quite work out for him with the Marussia team, and the team itself was struggling at the time. But then over to IndyCar. So he's got plenty of experience, and it's lovely to watch. Now, we've got a few other cars from slightly different eras beginning to head up the hill from the shootout, which is lovely to see, because that's what the Goodwood Festival is all about, comparing cars of the very latest era, like that one we've just seen, take the new record, and going all the way back as well. And this is the number
still timed, and they will be, of course, scoring on the old scoreboard, so there is still some honour in where their vehicle finishes up against similar era cars. And this one, it's a pretty car from its era, there's no doubting that.
It is indeed, yeah. It's Sunbeam with Nicholas Pellet driving it. Well, it looks, although I'm just trying to see if that's exactly what we saw earlier on. Yes, it's the copy of the Peugeot that was built the previous year by Sunbeam back in the day. And from that early period then, from 1914, a time, of course, where motor racing rather came to an end in Europe, certainly when the First World War kicked off. And it was just after this had been produced and started doing some winning, but then, of course, they had to put everything away. But it's still here, it's still going, and doing a rather gentle climb up the hill, so a slightly different sort of time to what we saw from Max Chilton. He's done it in 101 seconds, 101.49 seconds. So there we are. But that's what is all the fun and games of the Festival of Speed, seeing these very different cars with great history as well as great pace. One of the Aston Martins now, heading up.
He's not hanging around. The Green Tea, Robert Murray.
Yeah, this was raced back in the day by a female racer. She bought the car and did a lot of racing herself and with her husband at the time, and it was a successful car as well. So Aston Martin in the early days, this was obviously pre-war, pre the Second World War, and in the 1930s they had a lot of success with their single-seater racing cars as they were then, establishing themselves as an important brand, and a brand that has been well established ever since. We've got some tremendous Aston Martins here this weekend from the current era. Everybody getting very excited about seeing something like the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which has been going up and down numerous times, and some of the beautiful road cars that they produce as well. But this is sort of the time when it all began for Aston Martin. 1.5 litre engine, and raced. It was from 1923 that Marion Agnew raced it quite considerably mainly around Europe. So the Green Peak, as it was called. And you can sometimes get a ride up the hill, but in those days the mechanic would often sit there. This is the one you like, Keith.
The Beast of Turin, obviously. It is a Fiat, so that's where still Fiat, of course, of renowned of being Turin, and it really is something a little bit exceptional. 28 litres, and it looks like 28 litres, doesn't it, at the end of the day? 7 litres per cylinder. Big flames out the side as soon as you ask for the throttle again after you've been off it for a while. If you stand on the left-hand side of the vehicle, you are going to get a haircut, or rather a hair singe. I mean, it's just rattled their windows as it went past here a moment ago. It really is an animal.
Yeah, it is. But beautiful to watch. Duncan Pittaway, who has he put all this together. They got some bits and pieces that were discovered, basically, that they felt that this car could be fully rebuilt, and they did it, and it appeared at Goodwood in 2015, having been put back together, and now they've been running it regularly here at the Festival of Speed.
But it has stayed together. It's done the full 4 days. It's been up and down the hill, so I mean, it might be an elderly vehicle that's been built from whatever parts there were available and left over, but the thing has carried on going.
Yeah.
And some of the modern vehicles haven't.
That's right. No, they've done a great job with keeping it running, and that's been perfect for them. Ben Collins in the Mercedes Grand Prix.
Yeah, taking a look. This is another fantastic looking car. I mean, he took a little bit of grass on the way through the first right-hander, using all of the hill climb.
This car that won the French Grand Prix back in 1908, that's its period, 1908.
That is just incredible.
And in those days, Mercedes running that white colour. It was somewhat later on that they went to the silver colour, so through the 1920s and 1930s as well. Initially, they were running in white when they were racing, but then they stripped the paint down and went for the metal to save weight as much as anything, and went for the silver, which is, of course, has become ever since then. Silver Mercedes has been the thing. Let's just see what the time is going to be here, Keith.
He's just made it across the line, 74.77 seconds, then 71.6 miles an hour at the top of the hill, 74.77 seconds. I'd say for a 1908 vehicle, that ain't too shabby. Ben Collins was driving it pretty well, though.
This is the Blitzen Benz, another one that was going for records back in the day. And look at that. It's an amazing radiator, the way it just sort of points out forward. It's another big engined machine, taking various records as it did. It had some 21 litres, so not quite as big as the Beast of Turin that we were talking about. It's still pretty massive.
And having to sort all the gears out with the levers to the right-hand side of the car. It's a skill in itself, being able to drive one of these things, that's for certain. Oh, slithers his way through Moulcom. Lovely done. Well done. Yeah. Enjoying himself in what will be his last run, of course, of the day. Or the week, actually. So some of these drivers will be relishing this opportunity under the sun.
What a glorious weekend we've had, and we've been so lucky. We've only had a little bit of dampness on the first day, but incredibly lucky with conditions.
Yeah, there was a tiny speckle of rain at 6 o'clock this morning, and I remember thinking, oh no, please, not a wet final day, and it's just blown away, and it has been a perfect day. I haven't heard one complaint from anywhere. I have to say that when you're wandering around among the fans, you know, obviously incognito, everywhere you go, I've not heard anybody complaining.
Well, now we've got Alfa Romeo about to set off. It was supported by Ferrari at the time, and this is always one to watch. The Alfa Romeo P3 This is Gareth Graham who's driving this on this time. One of the most successful Grand Prix cars of its era. This was the early 1930s.
He's making adjustments with his left hand down inside the cockpit as well. I don't know whether that's a fueling thing, which is something that some of these guys have to contend with as well, don't they, to make sure that the fuel is pumped in the right manner, in the right place. But you can see him working away to the left-hand side of the steering wheel down low. Still looking down there. Whatever it is concerning him slightly, but doesn't seem to be holding him up in any way.
No, he's still doing a decent run up the hill with this Alpha Tipo B, 3.2 litre engine in it. Had some, in that year, the 30-35, it had something like 13 victories. It was really a very dominant force. But then after that we saw Mercedes and Auto Union coming in, but Alfa Romeo had established themselves as a performance manufacturer, and of course they would continue to do that and still do that today. A very important aspect to that manufacturer has been getting out there, doing the racing and getting the results.
Up towards the finish line then, as we look to see, we've got Marco Pagni on the hill at the moment. Well, there we go, change of era again, Ben.
Yeah, no, this has got a bit more pace, and we saw this going up earlier quite steady. It's the Ferrari 333 SP, 4-litre V12, very successful in sports cars in IMSA in America, and it ran the same engine as the Ferrari 641 F1 car, so we can listen to that lovely sound of Ferrari F1 power.
And sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
The EV cars might be storming the castle of normally powered combustion engines, but I've got to say, the sound, they're never going to be able to beat that.
Andrea Piccini's behind the wheel of it today, and he should actually do a pretty decent run, I would think. Of the cars that we're looking at the moment, this is going to be one of the faster ones. Obviously it's not going to be quite up to the pace of what we saw to finish off that first run that we saw. And he's taking it a little bit carefully. They do seem to be taking it a bit steady with this car. I don't know whether it's had any problems. They haven't been running it completely flat out, really, on most of the runs they've been doing. But it's still going to be a reasonable time. Let's just see, it's 66 seconds. That's not particularly quick in a car of that capability, I have to say. I think they're running it rather cautiously this weekend. Back to a rally car now, the Lancia 037-2. With Rob Whitehouse driving it this time, so a 2.1 four-cylinder. They took 3 European rally titles with these cars. These were the Group B rally cars that we've been celebrating this weekend, that were built between 1982 and 1986. And the very distinctive shape to these Lancias, that massive rear wing as well. Early days in aerodynamics, particularly for rally cars, but it was something that was created with the Lancia. Taking it fairly steady. It's not a particularly hard-pushed run, this one, but a lovely chance to take it up the hill. And we'll see just what kind of time he does as he comes over the line.
47.49 through the second intermediates as he comes to the line. It's a 66.55, and again, you would think that that car was probably capable of a little bit more than that. I think they're completing their time, and here we have the...
This is quite fun. This is the Hepworth. This is a car that was bought by the Hepworth family. It was a BRM Formula 1 car originally. That's how it was built, which it never raced, though, as a Formula 1 car. It was bought by the Hepworth family, who converted it into a sports car, into a Can-Am car. It was sent over to America. It was crashed and never raced. So actually this competition is the first competition that this car has ever done, and Stephen Hepworth has done a 59.6, which is a decent time, and I think I saw the family, they're all thoroughly enjoying being able to run the car.
Here we go then, a bit of Ford Capri. Everybody loves a Capri. Well, they do in Essex anyway, where I'm from.
Steve Millen driving this, the 3-litre V6, and this car won at the Spa 24-hour race.
Still a good-looking car, Ben. You can't argue with this. It's a great-looking car, the Ford Capri, enduring after all these years.
Yeah, that's a very special one. 61.62 seconds, a reasonable run up the hill. And there we are, going back even further as we're looking at one of the earlier Ferraris. That's the Ferrari 500 TRC. And this one being driven by Adrian King today. This was a car that finished first in class at Le Mans back in 1957. 7th place overall. And had a slightly widened cockpit regarding the Ferrari TR before it. They had to adopt to new rules because Le Mans wanted to make sure that you could effectively carry a passenger even though you weren't, but it had to have the space to do so. And back to another Lancia rally car here with Dave Kedwood. This is another of the 037s that Lancia won won the manufacturer title with in 1983 with Walter Roll and Marco Alain also competing with them. So in a way it was the first true Group B class winner in the Group B rallying times, designed specifically to the regulations at that time. Pushing on reasonably hard. Let's see how it is past the flint wall. Tidy.
Yeah, 44.8 at the split, at the intermediate 2 split, so comes up the final part of the 1.1 mile, 1.8 kilometre course.
And that was a 61.23 that David Kedwood delivered for us there. Now another super touring car, the Volvo, the S40, and it's Jason Minshaw who's driving this car that won the British Touring Car title back in 1998 with Rickard Rydell. Rickard Rydell took 5 victories that year in the Volvo. It was a very intense competition with Anthony Reid, who actually had more wins than he did. He had 7 wins, but Rickard Rydell just had the consistency with the other results as well to be able to take the title. It was actually Reid's team, the Nissan team, that won the Manufacturers' Championship, but Rickard Rydell did take the overall win in the Volvo. And it was a time when Volvos were competing regularly and a lot of popularity, seeing the Volvos racing hard and winning as well.
Sounds sweet still. Jason Minshaw's pushing as well. He's pushing it on. 42.7, sorry, at the second split. We go to the line. What will it be as he crosses the line? 57.68, so about what we might expect from that era and that car. But it does sound sweet still. It's got a sweet sound to it, the S40.
And Jason Minshaw's a driver that we'll see more of when we go to the revival later on this year, Keith. He's a very regular competitor at Goodwood, so we shall see more of him, I'm sure. Another super touring from that era as well is the Nissan Primera, and this is Richard Wheeler, who owns the car and is setting off for what will be his final run of this 2022 Festival of Speed. And as I mentioned, that Nissan Primera, driven by Anthony Reid and David Leslie. Laurent Aiello actually took the title in 1999 with some 10 wins. So it was also a very good time for Nissan in the super touring category. And just before, Ford came along with their new Mondeo. That was going to beat everybody the year after this, but in 1999 the Nissan Primera delivered super results, and Richard is enjoying having his opportunity to drive the car that he managed to get and has looked after for quite some years now. He's actually got a pair of them, I think, because Anthony Reid was up in the other one that he owns a little bit earlier on.
60.55 at the top of the hill. We've got Romain Dumas coming back up the hill.
Oh, that's fun. That's
Here we
good.
go. Off we go again with another powerful EV.
Oh, look at that.
And a load of smoke to go with it.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be a bit more of a
demo. Yeah.
Demo run. It does feel like it might be.
When there's that much smoke at the line, you know that maybe we're going to get a few. Yeah, we are. Definitely going to get a...
So give the Superman a round of applause. Oh, he's going to kick you all some dust into you if you're standing outside Goodwood House at the moment.
Hope you had your hand over your beer, because it's certainly going to be full of rocks and mud.
But I have to enjoy watching the Superman this weekend. Nobody had seen it before this weekend. It was uncovered to start things off. It's actually quite small. You can't always tell when you're watching on screen.
He's going to smoke it.
Yep. And people are enjoying that. They're giving it a big cheer. So memories of cars, of super vans that were based on the Ford GT40 originally, the Ford C100, when they first created these super vans, Ford, and now they've created this electric special that's been fun to watch.
So the super van does the finish line, and that was more of a demonstration than anything else. Here we go.
Yeah, now this is one of the supercars, effectively, that we have seen over the course of the weekend. There is a whole pack of supercars, the Michelin supercars, quick, as we know.
Very quick.
It is fast, isn't it? No, it's definitely pretty impressive to watch.
It's the first time I've seen this on the hill, and I've got to say, it's pretty impressive, the Lucid Air.
It's being driven by...
Oh, the stick.
The stick, Ben Collins. Yeah. So he knows what he's doing here. And over the line he goes. 50.79, that's a very respectable.
12th place. 12th place for that.
And it's a road car.
Very much a road car, and a large road car at that. Ben Collins does know what he's at, but car's still got to be quick to be able to put it in 12th place overall in the shootout.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, I'd have said there. I've not seen that car all day because Sean Ward and you have been covering the road cars. Let's take a look then at the overall results of the shootout, the finale here. This was the competition. This is what we built to over 4 days. All the action and all the fun and games that we've had here at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah.
Accumulate in Max Chilton breaking the hill record, 39.081 in the McMurtry Automotive Spearling. And it was impressive, Ben.
Yeah, it was so impressive. And the gap he had to the others was pretty immense. But they were close to one another. You can see just a tenth of a second, second to third, and another couple of tenths back to Justin Law in fourth and Travis Pastrana. I have to say that Travis Pastrana was one of the most entertaining to watch all weekend in that Subaru. And then Adam Smalley, who put in that wonderful drive, just nipping onto the grass every now and then. He was pushing so hard, but it was an impressive effort from him. And he can be proud. He was slightly faster than Jenson Button. Do you know what? I beat Jenson Button at Goodwood. That's a nice thing for him to say, isn't it? James Swift was 10th quickest, and then Ben Collins, look, he's just popped up into 11th. So that's one of the key ones that's just changed as a result of him going up in that Lucid Air supercar. It's put him ahead of Kevin Estre and Andy Middlehurst in 15th place at Berrier, and the top 20 completed by the McLaren Chevrolet of Dean Forward. And then down to Anthony Reid, who in the Nissan Primera couldn't quite win on this occasion, as he has done on a couple of occasions in the past. Further down the list, Sam Hancock down in 28th place, Jason Minshall was 29th, and 30th, Benoit Treluillet.
This side there's life, that side there's death.
Va einhverju draugar? Jú, það var alltaf draugar hérna.
We have talked so much about Nigel Mansell, about Wayne Rainey, but sometimes here at the festival, the stars are also the cars, and that is very much the case with the McMurtry. And alongside me, I don't know which emotion we should pick. Relief, happy, ecstatic. Max Chilton, congratulations, the fastest ever up the hill.
It honestly is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so honoured to be a part of this McMurtry team. British engineered, British designed, British manufactured, and then to have a British driver break the record, it just means so much to me. I've been coming to Goodwood since the Festival of Speed since I was 4 years of age, and if someone had told me that one day I would hold that record, which Highfield held for so long, I wouldn't have believed them. And I didn't even believe it on Thursday. Everyone was like, oh, you're going to break it, because we did a press release about it. And I was like, I just don't think it's possible. And then this morning, I just shot myself. This afternoon, I was meant to take it easy just to make sure we beat his record, and I went even quicker. It's ridiculous. It's the most amazing bit of engineering. The team they've been working on this for 5 years. So David McMurtry's been behind it, and it's absolute honour. And it's just so nice to be at Goodwood in the sun and being awarded a bottle of champagne by Charlie March, who I've known a long time as well.
Max, I have to say, I mean, you've raced in F1, you've raced in IndyCar, Le Mans, all sorts of things. You did seem more stressed driving this today than any of those other things.
I obviously wasn't hiding it very well, because Chloe said exactly the same, my wife. I got 1 hour's sleep last night. I was so stressed. I put a lot of pressure on myself, because if I know something's possible, I think it's only me to let it down. But there's that famous saying, pressure makes diamonds, and today I think that car is an absolute diamond. It's just outstanding. It doesn't feel realistic. I watched the onboards, which scare me, but then I watched the footage from outside and I go, that is mad. Like, who's driving that? But it's me.
On that, I think it's probably a very good time to take you back up the hill and tell us just the emotions when you got out, when you knew what you'd achieved. And
yeah, it's just a very special moment. Obviously, this morning was when I was really ecstatic, because I just wasn't expecting to beat the ultimate record, which was Romain Dumas, which he set a few years ago. But we all know that has to be done on the Sunday afternoon, which sometimes the weather gets involved. But I went out there to go a little bit safe to make sure I just beat Heidfeld's time, and I ended up going quicker. So maybe the weight was off my shoulders. But yeah, just so thankful for the team, friends, family. I was actually at a wedding yesterday, and I was probably a right old misery guts, because I just felt the stress.
I want to just pick up on something that Lee and I were talking about before, which is, I love the fact that this is an underdog story. You know, you've got the team here, and, you know, we've got every major manufacturer here at Goodwood. And I love the fact that effectively a startup has come here and written the headlines. It's such a great story, isn't it?
Yeah, it's another great piece of the puzzle to add to it. They've been working on this undercover for between 4 or 5 years, and last year we brought it here. The fan was making a noise, but it wasn't actually doing anything, so the car was very undrivable. Alex Summer was doing so well to hold on to it, and I first drove this car with the fan off, and it's just really hard to drive. But you turn the fan on and it is like a whole new dimension. I've been lucky enough to race, as you said, in Formula One, and this in slow speed corners, acceleration, and top speed, there's nothing that comes close to it. And the crazy thing is, we've just been approved by the DVLA to have it road registered, so you can actually just go and take this out on the road, drive to Silverstone and do a lap time.
I'm not sure how safe that is.
You'll never get your car back if you tell that to Karun. I want you to watch back your run up the hill, because I'd be really interested to take us through the emotions.
Okay, so that's 0 to 60. Today it would have been about 1.35, and then you're just focused on a braking point, only on the brake for a couple of seconds, flat out, quick down, flat out. It's got traction control and 2 tons of downforce, so the thing is just literally a bullet. It gets to 150 miles an hour, which we set the limit at, and it's just sitting there for about 4 seconds. This is blind corner entry. I actually overshot it a little bit, but then this is the Flint Walls, completely blind, and I was fully committed through there. Yeah, you can see the wobble as you go through. And then this one, I got about right. It was sort of the right line. It doesn't look like the racing line. We have to stay in the middle of the road because there's a skirt. So sometimes people are going, oh, you haven't used enough room. And on on that last corner, I turned in a little bit early and clipped the hay bale and just had to wobble across. So, yeah, there's always more time in there. And the best bit is we've got some things we can add to this car for next year to even go faster again.
You've got to talk like a rapper to be able to commentate in your own lap. You're actually so fast. What is next for this car? You know, you talked about the DVLA, but in actual fact, in terms of what this car is going to do, what's the bigger picture?
I think it'd be really nice now to be able to compare it to a Formula 1 car. So I think we'll go to Silverstone with a few of the little mods that we've been thinking of. We've only ever been there on general test days, so you've got traffic and stuff, but obviously this thing's ridiculously fast, so we sort of need the track to ourselves. But I think we'll get pretty close to my Marussia time that I did, which is about a 1:35, which is ridiculously fast for a road car.
Just sum up your emotion. I know you used to come here with your father, your family's here. It's, you know, you can see what it means to, as Karun said, all the team. Is this one of the most emotional days that you've had in your racing career, even though, as Karun says, you know, you've been part of Formula 1, IndyCar, you've raced all over the world?
Yeah, absolutely. I always say motorsport's got a lot of lows for very little highs. I haven't had a lot of winning in my career. I've had quite a bit in Formula 3 and F2, but then you go through this stage when you get into the top flight that you get used to not winning. And the thing that's very special for me today is my wife's here. She's very rarely in my 13 or 14 years of going out, she's ever seen me win. So it's a really special moment to have her here. The last time I won was in 2015 in Indy Lights, sadly, the day that Jules Bianchi passed away, and my wife wasn't there for that either. So I don't think she's seen me win for a long, long time.
And she did tell me earlier on, before you went on that run, that she was probably much, much more nervous than you. Listen, Max, great to have you with us. Thank you so much. What an achievement for you all, in actual fact.
Thank you so much.
Let's define old. 30 is the new 20, 40 is the new 30, 50 is the new 40. You get the idea. But let's say you're 75 years old. You're ancient. You're well past it. Now try saying that to this old stallion. The only real race in life is against time. But at least in a Ferrari, you've got a sporting chance. The most famous automotive brand in the world is now 75 years old. And what a life the prancing horse has had. It's been the forefront of speed since 1947. The origin of Ferrari's story began with one man's dream of speed. Enzo Ferrari started the company in Maranello in 1947 and won their first race of the Rome GP later that year. Ferrari won at Le Mans just 2 years later. Ferrari and Formula 1 are synonymous with each other. 240 Grand Prix victories, 16 Constructors' World Championships. They are the most successful team in the history of the sport. They've also been the team that have been around since the first Grand Prix back in 1950. Names such as Fangio, Lauda, Schumacher, Prost and Mansell have all won races for this fantastic Scuderia. If the F1 cars didn't get your pulses racing, then the road cars from Maranello would certainly have done that. Think of iconic names, the 250 GTO, the Daytona, the Dino, or even into the 80s with that fantastic Testarossa and the Ferrari F40. You go down to today, this fantastic 296 GTB has certainly got a lot of tongues wagging. But as we know, time waits for no one, and the future is coming up fast. With the F1 world and the automotive industry facing big changes with power units, Ferrari aren't being left behind. Their first all-electric supercar is just 3 years away. Enzo will be proud of the brand and the big red machines. Forza Ferrari!
Welcome back to the final hours of the Goodwood Festival of Speed for 2022. A beautiful sunny afternoon, and the cars continue to run up the hill. We are celebrating 40 years of Group C endurance racing. First cab off the rank is this Sauber C9, driven in period by one of the drivers who is here this weekend, Jochen Mass with Mauro Baldi and Jean-Louis Schlesser. These are the cars that Peter Sauber created with Mercedes V8 power and Bruce Jones, it led to Mercedes running their own team of cars, winning at Le Mans, and then ultimately deciding that they could go one better and start racing again in Formula One.
Yeah, the only slight drawback for them was that Mercedes didn't come with them the first year. They suddenly needed to find some motive power, but then Mercedes came on board, and the rest is history. But maybe people of a certain age, when they think Sauber, they still think these glorious races from Group C. They not only look good, they look meaty and purposeful. They made the most wonderful sound and were successful too. And don't forget, we had the Mercedes Junior drivers that came on board, and a few of those did quite well. Just think Carl Wendlinger, think particularly Heinz-Harald Frentzen, and particularly Michael Schumacher.
And of course you can't talk about Group C without talking about Porsche, the dominant force, not just in terms of race wins and Le Mans wins, but also in terms of car numbers. Porsche announced and showed to the public this weekend here at Goodwood their brand new top flight sports car challenger. This is the Porsche 962. The new car is the 963. Their intent is clear. They want to win Le Mans, and they want their customers to win Le Mans or have the chance to, and to win races. And already on the day, or the day after the car was first shown to the public, 2 customer teams have already been signed up to run the cars in the near future. And those customer teams were so important to Porsche. They ensured that even if the Rothmans factory cars didn't, a Porsche still could win.
And maybe in the years ahead we'll have a private team just like this. Is the John Fitzpatrick team with its 956B, owned by Henry Pearman, raced by Mark Sumter, but look at the branding on it. This was absolutely so important. Both sides of the Atlantic, Skoll Bandit, J. David, other names appearing on this car. And John Fitzpatrick and a lot of other team owners, racers turned team owners, worked so hard, and Group C gave them that opportunity to have equality, and that's all they asked for.
And it threw up names, team bosses like Walter Brun Racing, Reinhold Joost, who of course went on to race another Porsche VAT Group brand, with Audi claiming multiple successes at Le Mans. And another generation of ambitious young team owners will be looking to Porsche for their customer racing programs. Well,
Steve O'Rourke, manager of Pink Floyd, who got into racing first? Nick Mason on the drums, or Steve O'Rourke as the manager? It was Nick, but Steve O'Rourke wanted his own team, and he decided that they were going to have their own cars, and this is the second generation of MK racer. They didn't trouble the scores at the top end, but the sport needed these many manufacturers coming in to have a go. Constructors, these were people who made road cars. They were simply for racing. And some great names raced for them, and Doug Tipford's really been enjoying his weekend here.
And the Aston Martin V8 engines always made a fantastic noise, and generally the cars were well built enough to get to the end of the races. Weren't podium finishers in Group C1, but they were certainly adding to what endurance racing is all about. Different sights, different sounds. And drivers like Tiffany Dell certainly enjoyed their time with the MK Racing team. It's a small family unit and a really competitive proposition in all sorts of GT and endurance racing.
And of course, endurance racing has moved on leaps and bounds since then. Now we almost joke that it's a 24-hour sprint. It certainly wasn't the case when Group C started. It was nursing the cars to get through the night at Le Mans, and then you would really start to see what performance you had left. But a good run there from Doug Tipford, and great to see the variety with the MKs in the mix.
Well, talking about road racing, as we're on the driveway here, this 250mm for Mille Miglia, this two-seat sports car developed for racing this particular version in the Carrera Panamericana, a road race that ran all the way down the spine of South America. And Holly Mason Franchitti, married to Marino Franchitti, daughter of Nick Mason, is pedaling the car superbly up the hill here. Holly, a real enthusiast driver. When you've got a petrol head like Nick Mason as your dad, I suppose it's hard to grow up not liking music and cars, and she's probably in love with both.
And then, of course, as a husband, she got another petrol head in Marino Franchitti, and their chance to exercise these cars is always taken up.
And their kids are going to stand no chance, are they? Absolutely none.
Burn the school books now. Pointless.
So staying with 75 years of Ferrari, and of course Ferrari combined his love of Formula One and his love of sports car racing two goals always for Enzo Ferrari: to win the Formula One World Championship and to win at Le Mans. And they were enormously successful, almost right from day one, with sports car racing. Of course, he then went on to create a road car company so that wealthy individuals could enjoy Ferrari performance and help to fund the racing team as well. And this 857S from the days before they went to the big multi-cylinder V12 engines, big four-cylinder engine. Peter Keller chauffeuring the car nicely up the hill.
And the new models came thick and fast almost every year with another road car shape, and that begat another racing car shape. But these cars, so exquisite in their detail, in their appearance, their elegance. They weren't quite so attractive when they got to the early 1960s. This one, with the square grille, is the first ever one, the 1947 Ferrari, the one that got the show on the road after Scuderia Ferrari, that had run the Alfa Romeo works team, was closed down, and Ferrari itself was allowed to build his own road cars. Now, very special indeed. Two cars in the colours, the red with the Cambridge blue nose and detailing up over the top and over the tails. These are going to run in tandem, and the 250LM, such an elegant little car, so successful as well. Clive Joy owns this, and Simon Kitson, who really gets to drive some glorious cars, will be revelling in this car's gentle performance as he went up the hill. It was nimble, wasn't always a key of all the Ferraris.
250LM was Ferrari's last Le Mans winner up to the present day. However, they are returning to the hypercar class, the top class of racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours. They are tilting for glory again. They should start racing their car at the beginning of 2023 as we head towards the centenary race at Le Mans. And it was, I'm trying to remember, Phil Hill and Maston Gregory who won in the 1961 car. Now again, moving forward into the early 70s with the Ferrari 512S. Essentially, Ferrari's Grand Prix racing with its flat 12 engine, but with Lord bodywork. Marino Franchitti giving this car its final bit of exercising this weekend. It is a fabulous sight and an even more fabulous sound at races like the Daytona 24 Hours, at the Mans 24 Hours. Very successful. Featured heavily too in the 1970 Steve McQueen Le Mans movie.
Any Ferrari is attractive in racing trim. Any Ferrari has had Mario Andretti as the driver on the banking at Daytona and over the effectively cobbled surface at Sebring, a real shaker. But this car's so wide, so purposeful. But you're quite right, Martin. So loud, it bumbles, it burbles, but so much thrust.
Such a great 1970s look. It couldn't come from anywhere else. And you look at that, you think of the front profile of the Porsche 917. Both firms had a very close idea of what was going to work at Le Mans. Away from the line for the final time this weekend, Ferrari test driver Marc Genet in the Ferrari F60, bringing cars much more up to date into, well, the narrow wing era of Formula One that briefly flourished as the rule makers went away from groove tyres but were still trying to reduce the cornering speeds of the current generation of F1 cars.
And the Spanish racer going very well indeed as he rounds Moulcombe Corner. Better not go too fast. Derek Bell is just a little distance up the hill ahead of him in the absolutely fabulous 365 GTB Competizione. Don't worry, these things are all measured. And Marc Genet just knows what to expect at Goodwood. He's been driving the Ferraris here, Martin, for forever and a day, and loving every second.
And Derek Bell too just celebrated his 80th birthday, and in fact Derek's 80th birthday was celebrated by a big gala at the RAC Club in London. And Derek just up ahead of Marc Genet, as you said, in the Daytona that he raced again in period. So many of the Ferrari cars, he was saying, his first Formula One car, a Daytona he raced, all sorts of different cars that he raced over his time in the 70s as a Ferrari driver. And of course that was just before he got picked up by Porsche, and then suddenly his endurance racing career really took off. But Marc Genet bringing that little group of cars to an end. And where finer, really, to be exercising a modern Formula One car in bright sunshine than in front of an appreciative crowd here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Well, Track remains live still for a while, and there are lots and lots of other things to see. And it was really good to see so many fans just packed all the way up the hill climb course to watch the shootout. Real drama, real spectacle. We almost had a van setting the fastest time of all, but in the end, Max Chilton and the guys from McMurtry Automotive really pulled it out of the hat with a run that looked like a 1960s police chase where they thought it wasn't very dramatic and just speeded up the film. It was an astonishing thing to see. Talking of astonishing things to see, before you head out, if you haven't already, head to Goodwood House and take a look at your final opportunity ever to see this M sculpture by Jerry Judah, featuring 5 M-badged cars. From bottom left, the M1 Pro car, and then just above it, further to the left, the car that won Le Mans, the LM V12. On the right-hand side, a Super 2000 touring car, the 320i, as raced by Jörg Müller in the World Touring Car Championship. Second from the top, the BMW 3-litre CSL, the legendary Batmobile that campaigned in the 1970s in the European Touring Car Championship and really set the M Motorsport brand on its way. And at the peak of it all, in bright M Sport colours, or M livery colours, is the new BMW LMDH Top Class Challenger. That car will be racing at Daytona in the 24 hours, at Sebring, at Petit Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship, and in the Le Mans 24 hours. It's been seen as a design study. We've yet to see it move, unlike the Porsche, but here it is, crowning 50 years, celebrating M as the bon mot of performance at BMW, and long may that continue.
And one of the things you all have to think about when you get to the end of the broadcast or work your way home, what is likely to be on the Jerry Judah sculpture for next year? It's again, there will be many things thrown into the pot of consideration, but just have a think. It's a good chance to delve into the back of your mind and also to go to the history books as well. Think it'll be 20, 23, do the maths. It could be 5 or 10 or 15, 20, but we like 50s and 40s. They're quite good.
Well, one of the big celebrations will involve 3 digits. Next year, no doubt about it, the middle of June, in the middle of France, the centenary Le Mans 24-hour race. And whether that is or is not a feature of the Goodwood Festival of Speed next year, I couldn't possibly say. I'm sure they have lots of plans, as you say. You know, we are now in that just post 100 years of the motor car period, so all sorts of anniversaries coming up. And again, post World War II, lots of anniversaries coming up as well.
I'm Danny Kawarszewski, professional tennis player. I can do this and this. I can even do this. But sometimes this is hard. Too hard. Technology makes my life better. That's why I am working with Arrow Electronics to develop the Wheelway app. Wheelway uses real-time edge data, cloud compute, and machine learning to find the best route, wherever I want to go. I am racing forward. Always forward.
was the last time you saw the world in a new light? A new electric experience is coming to you. Introducing the all-electric Genesis GV60.
Sometimes the best things in life are the things you don't really need. Welcome to the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Now, the Vantage may be Aston Martin's smallest entry-level car, but for this edition, they've shoehorned their biggest engine into it. Massive engine, small car. It's a mixture that makes people excited, it makes them smile, it gets to the reason for this car. They've built it because they can. Aston Martin have done this party trick before, but this one is important. This will be the last ever V12 powered Vantage. An end of an era, if you like. But should a car like this really exist, especially in a world that's turning to a quieter, electrified future? Well, to judge, we have to drive it, experience it, and hear it. Just listen to that. This thing is a celebration about all the things we love about cars. Up front is that engine that we saw in the V12 Speedster that made its debut up the hill at last year's Goodwood. The stats, well, this thing will get you to 62 in 3.5 seconds, all the way to 200 miles an hour. And that twin-turbo 5.2-litre V12 packs 690 horsepower. V12s have a special, almost mythical place in the hearts of everyone who loves cars. They've powered some of the most beautiful, brutally fast motor cars for over 100 years with a soundtrack to match the performance. But we know the direction of travel. And an emissions-free future is an inevitability, and that's no bad thing, but it comes with silence. And as much as we look forward to a new era, we have to celebrate the past. And I, for one, when I see those people smiling, watching this car going up the hill, I'm glad that just for a little bit longer, these cars are still being created. And that engine, wow, I could listen to that all day.
This is e-Scooter, the world's first electric racing scooter series, just part of the world-leading innovations here at Future Lab. This is Future Lab, showing off 21 incredible exhibits here in the heart of the Festival of Speed. You'll find everything here from electric race boats to the future of the web to space exploration. It's all here and it's all truly mind-blowing. So I'm going to try something called Tesla Suit, which I'm told is a really interesting experience. Ta-da! I feel like a superhero. Ashton, what have you literally got me into?
Well, see, the Tesla Suit is a full-body haptic suit aimed at understanding human behavior, but also improving human performance.
So where do you see this being used? Where is it going in the future?
Sure, so any kind of high-level training simulator where we need to put people in maybe dangerous situations before they even put in it. So, for example, we've got a simulator here where we took their telemetry data from Lewis Hamilton's Grand Prix win, put it into the suit so you feel everything.
Yeah, I can feel it. Oh, it's like in your arms.
And so for any up-and-coming Formula 1 driver, they're able to simulate that experience before they get onto the track.
That's 100.
Is that still low?
Yeah, like, it'll go lower than that, like. So this is really unusual. You've got one glove on, and when you move your hand, that's controlling my hand.
That's correct.
Right, so tell me about how this can be used.
We can use it for training, for example, when one experienced surgeon trying to teach another one who is a junior.
I'm sure you get used to it after a while, but this is bizarre. This is Move AI, a platform that removes the need for any kind of motion capture suit that you might have seen on blockbuster films or gaming experiences. They've developed a way to capture human movement just as you are. Watch this.
So we're using 4 cameras here, which are connected to a server in the back. Those cameras are processing your image or the video from there, and then sending a feed to a virtual world, which is running in Unreal to power that astronaut. Motion capture is not novel, but doing it without markers is revolutionary.
I've had such a unique experience at Future Lab. I feel like I've taken one giant leap into the future.
More of Grace's amazing machines and fantastic technology being displayed in Future Lab. Bruce Jones, so many people come here to see the high-performance road cars, the hypercars, the supercars, the very new releases. Lots of people come to see the performance cars going up the hill, the competition cars, but there is so much more. There is just no end of things to see and do for a family.
Handful of years ago when the Future Lab was introduced, there were a handful of displays in it, but now it's phenomenal. And, you know, with a teenage son and a teenage daughter, just listening to my son and his friends, they're all coming out, popping and banging from that. They've had another experience they hadn't come here, hadn't expected, but for a lot of them, they've done the STEM subjects. They may well go on to university and study them. It's inspirational, and it's a real addition. We know, Martin, the days here are super long, but if your child can go away with suddenly a possible career idea, that's worth the price of the admission ticket hugely.
And our kids who are currently in primary school are going to be doing jobs that don't even exist yet. And this is all part of that. Look at this. This place is, well, I mean, this is the appropriate weekend to draw the parallel. This is Glastonbury for petrol heads, isn't it? You know, but with better toilets and less mud. It is all about motive power and the offshoots of that. And also the technology that is coming in towards vehicles of all kinds, 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, more wheels. It's a phenomenal melting pot of technology from everywhere. And today we saw that again in action. We saw normally aspirated cars, we saw turbocharged and supercharged cars, we saw electric vehicles all competing on the same stage to see how fast they can go. And in the end, the purest electric vehicle of the lot used ideas from years ago, a fan car to suck itself down to the ground to produce performance that frankly left everybody slack-jawed. But for those of us who are maybe a little older than school age, and Bruce and I are both a little older than school age, the chance to see some of these fabulous machines of our childhood and our father's childhoods and probably our grandfather's childhoods is never to be missed. And for the drivers as well, particularly those that come here for the first time, either to display their manufacturer's road cars or their race cars, there's always something new, and so much is new here. Well, what's not new is the shape of this car, the Mercedes 300 SLR, a similar car to the one with which the late Sir Sterling Moss and the late Dennis Jenkinson won the Mille Miglia back in 1955. This is Jochen Mass, who raced in Formula One, raced in sports cars, has raced for Mercedes for a long number of years and is now a Mercedes ambassador, demonstrating their cars. This was taken up the hill just a little while ago by the Duke of Richmond to present the trophy for the shootout to Max Chilton. And that was a car from the 1950s and a car from the 2020s. 70 years plus between the two vehicles, and yet both still absolutely the zenith of then development.
Yeah, I mean, very much the 300 SLR Mercedes seemed to be from another planet, but possibly not by as much as the leap to the McMurtry Spearling. This used established technology, but just took it to the very, very top of its particular pole. And if you ever get a chance to see these exquisite 300 SLR Mercedes, of course, prepared by the Mercedes heritage department, they are fantastic. But Jochen knows this car so well. But listen to that fabulous, fabulous engine note.
Well, we can't forget that not long after Carl Benz developed the very first motorized vehicle, the first electric vehicle was created as well. And for a while, in the very early days of motoring, electric vehicles were very much the future, and internal combustion engines were very questionable. And that's why races like Le Mans were important for manufacturers, to prove that cars were reliable. In fact, in New York City, at one stage in the early 1900s, all taxis changed from being horse-drawn cabs to electric cabs. Now imagine the difference that made to the noise of shod hooves on cobbled streets and the smell, because electric taxis didn't leave piles of poop behind them every 20 minutes. So it was a revolution for the citizens of New York City. Mercedes so often used technology not from motorsport but from aviation particularly to really move the bar. And then of course, as we headed into the 1980s with this car and cars of its like, they went racing with cars that looked like what was in the showroom. This is a Mercedes 190, their brand new small family saloon. And the 190 went racing. It went racing in close to production trim to start with in the DTM. This is a 2-litre, a 2.3-litre, 16-valve Cosworth-tuned engine in the base car, the 190E 2.3, and then developed for racing with uprated suspension and brakes and a real weapon in DTM.
Yeah, brilliant days of DTM, probably the very peak of that. And to have Bernd Schneider, a future champion, not quite a champion at that point, here to play and stretch the legs of this car. Bernd has only just stopped competing competitively, but he keeps getting tempted back by another event, still doing a lot of coaching, but for the Mercedes-Benz Classic, the ideal person to come and display their wares.
Yeah, such a great sports car racer, endurance racer, such a great touring car racer as well. And he really made a name for himself as a young man in DTM. He wasn't alone. Even drivers like Dario Franchitti, who's been here demonstrating single-seaters, which we know him for, of course, from IndyCars. He made his name for himself in single-seaters, but then also enhanced that reputation in DTM with Mercedes.
Oh, Aston Martin DB3 treat coming up, DB3S, and this is being pushed on very well indeed, driven by Edward Williams, owned by Carlos Sinecci. But Aston Martin, of course, are trying to find their sweet spot at Le Mans 24 Hours, the big race. They always did incredibly well just down the road from the Goodwood House, down at the Goodwood Circuit, but eventually it took a different model to win at Le Mans. And such a famous event with Carroll Shelby very much at the helm. So the DB3S, it was a building stone towards greater things, but what a beautiful, glorious car. It wasn't just Jaguar coming out of Britain that could succeed in sports car racing.
And in the end, Aston Martin did go on to triumph in the Le Mans 24 Hours. And of course, the company, despite the occasional peak and trough, continues to this day to produce absolutely fabulous looking and sounding machinery. Car number 24 in the colours of the great Jeff Gordon, this Chevy Impala SS, produced by Rick Hendrick Motorsport, one of half a dozen NASCARs that are here this weekend. And again, with that big Chevy V8 at the front, big block Chevy powering these cars. Such a spectacular form of racing, a huge pack of snarling NASCARs is a sight to behold.
And that rolling thunder, when these cars get fired up in the paddock, you can see people from all ages suddenly accelerating towards them. But don't want to miss it, don't want to miss it. Well, you could be halfway home and still hear them, but they're so visceral when they come past you. In fact, the noise bouncing off the pitboard, though Peter Greaves has backed off, really is something, and it is like bees to a honeypot. And we've got a good 5 or 6 of these NASCAR chargers of all ages, but certainly the drivers who've been here before have a little bit of an advantage because this is not their happy hunting ground, not their ideal territory, but great to have them here.
Well, some have been brought over from the USA. Well, they've all been brought over from the USA, but some actually reside here. They have British owners and British drivers. Some have been brought over specially for the Festival of Speed from Raleigh, North Carolina. And not everything is a family sedan. Ford's NASCAR weapon of choice here in the Cars movie livery. The Ford Mustang. Charlie Chalkley driving this one. He's the owner of this car. And of course, one of the things that NASCAR is very keen on is making sure that the fans know who's in which car. None of your "what number is that car" nonsense here. Wherever you are in the grandstands, you can tell immediately where your hero is. And that's one of the big deals with NASCAR. There are lots of hero drivers, and real partisan fan support for their drivers is a big part of that fan base.
Well, it's only recently in Formula One that drivers have been apportioned their own number than simply the world champion starting the next year with the number 1 on his door, a teammate with number 2, or door, the side of the car, and so on and so forth. But in NASCAR, the number everyone knows, 43, Richard Petty, the king. Yep. And he did that for year upon year, decade upon decade. Now, from the NASCAR to one of our favourite cars here, it's huge, and it's actually just locked up and slowed into Moulcom. Alan Wynne, who knows his car supremely well, has found a problem. It was like the brakes locked on.
Now,
but I guess
this car only has rear-wheel brakes. It's got rear-wheel brakes from an aircraft, rear-wheel disc brakes rather from an aircraft, because after its racing career, it was raced in Brooklands before World War II and set the outer course record in the hands of John Cobb. This car was actually then used for testing, eventually used for testing braking parachutes for early jet aircraft, and was fitted with rear aircraft brakes just in case. Just in case the parachute wasn't actually working properly or didn't deploy properly.
Well, just in case isn't a bad thing. Now, we want to know, Alan Wynne instructed where the car can be pushed off. I suddenly had a second thought. Did he lock up because the red flag was for a car further up the hill? That's what he did. He didn't want to going up the hill through Moulcom.
Quite possible.
But again, that was a driver looking ahead and acting really, really fast indeed.
Tell you a little bit more about this car. It is a one-off engineer. There you go. So the Winston Cup car number 1, this Chevy Impala SS, has pulled off at the side just a little further up the road, and that's why Alan Wynne was stopped. There was a red flag out. Well, the engine in that Napier Railton Special, the Napier part of it, that's the name of the engine. It's from it's a Napier Lion aero engine, which is essentially 3 7-litre 4-cylinder engines on a common crankshaft. So it's not a V8, it's a 12-cylinder engine. Imagine a very wide-angle V8 with room to fit another 4 cylinders down the centre. It looks like the head of an arrow pointing down in the car. So you've got exhaust headers coming out from the right-hand side, the left-hand side, and basically from the top of the bonnet. 24 litres. So each one of those 4-cylinder engines, in effect, is as big as a big block Chevy in a Can-Am car. So you've got 3 Can-Am engines, effectively.
When you build a competition car, it's for competition. What was the target? They wanted to get the fastest average lap speed around the Bank Brooklands circuit to the southwest of London. That was achieved in 1935. 143.4 miles an hour. Need a bit more space. Let's head across the Atlantic to Bonneville, and you can see how, inside the car, you can see how many times it's been hit. And also a lovely tribute to Simon Diffie, who lost his life in a road accident in his Bugatti just about a month ago. One of the great characters, one of the great friends of Goodwood, and we will miss him enormously. So lovely to see that tribute.
Yeah, his wife has been around and about this weekend, his widow, with the stickers that say Diff on them. Taken far too soon. Exuberant racer, owner, patron of historic car racing. And this Napier Railton Special, built to exceed everything at Brooklands. And it did exactly that. However, I'm not sure that the onboard starter motor for a 24-litre engine is exactly going to cope.
24 is the number. They need 24 marshals to start. And unfortunately, the nose is pointing very slightly uphill at Moulcom. And as try as they will, I think that's a task beyond.
I don't know. I've push-started a 72-seater coach, obviously not on my own, but with half a dozen other people. All you've got to do is get it rolling, drop the clutch, and then hopefully the compression will help out with that.
Yeah, but I bet you didn't do it when it was facing uphill.
No,
well, you can augment the story as you wish. So stoppage because of Will Spencer pulling to the side of the road. He obviously had a problem so the engine cut out as he went just to the north side of the flint wall. Luckily, there was a pull-off point there.
Well, that's a real shame, actually, because Will is from Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina. He's the man who's been responsible for bringing the cars here, so he's driving that #1 Winston car. He worked in PR, actually, Will, for Winston for well over 20 years as they sponsored NASCAR. So he's from Winston-Salem. As he says, where are you from? I'm from Camel City. And everybody looks at him, you don't sound like you're from Saudi Arabia. No, Camel cigarettes, that's one of the brands that the Winston cigarette factory manufactures there. So I think the idea here is possibly to push start him going back down the hill rather than leave him there. And that will be a slightly easier job. Beautiful one-off aluminium body on this car, polished to absolute perfection. And for anybody who's been down, as there was a young chap a couple of days ago that I was listening to, Alan Wynne, giving him chapter and verse about the car. He'd just built his own Subaru rally car. He was really interested in what was going on. And Alan can tell you, the caster and camber angles of the car. He can tell you anything about, ignition timing, or knows this car inside out. He probably knows this car better than Reed Railton, the man who designed it. So he's absolutely a font of knowledge, and so he's like your favourite teacher. If he was teaching engineering or maths or physics at school, you would absolutely excel in his courses, because he's just so passionate about everything to do with that car.
And of course, if you want to see that car, it's kept regularly at the Brooklands Museum, and you can still see a section of that famous bank track. So the C-Type Jaguar continues on its way up the hill. The Napier Railton pulled to one side, so that should be car 140.
I think this is Louis Frankel, it is.
Indeed.
So this Jaguar C-Type with the names of Sir Stirling Moss on the side, and also Norman Dewis, Jaguar's legendary track tester. So Stirling raced this in period. Gorgeous pale green livery, really unusual for a racing Jaguar. You expect to see them in a darker British racing green or the flag blue of the Curia Cross. And in fact, where this has been parked all weekend, down in the Cathedral Paddock, right next door to it is an Curia Cross C-Type in works colours. So it's certainly had some, and just down the road is the Napier Railton as well, just a couple of bays down from those cars. So it's been in some very illustrious company all weekend. And in fact, the Cathedral Paddock is one of those little areas of the Festival of Speed that is a sort of hidden gem, because you go down from the house, you go down through a gap in a hedge, you go past the Concours lawn, you go down through another gap in another hedge, and then another little world opens up to you, and that's the Cathedral Paddock. And there's a real air of quiet there, actually. It's much less crowded than the main paddock up at the top, and a great opportunity to go and just wander and poke at, and if you're young enough and polite enough, sit in some of these, well, leviathans of the sport, and some really beautiful little cars. And all of our friends from Drift Academy were down there. All the drift guys that were in the Drift Corner earlier, they were all parked down there. And boy, do they love to talk about cars.
Oh, then and then some. But of course, I found myself constantly going off in different directions. You head off somewhere, you see something shiny, off you go. Now, we've got a car on the start-finish line. It's a continuation version, built in 2021, of the Bentley Blower series. I know you've got your name on the waiting list for that with Bentley.
Well, I like to have a matching pair. Yeah, I like to have an original and a continuation,
an air and a spare,
in case it's raining.
Absolutely so. So this, a modern iteration, a modern continuation model. Of course, this has been happening. Aston Martin have done it with the DB4 GT. Jaguar's been there already, and now Bentley having a go. And they've got a queue of customers who want to have these cars that were just like trains as they won them more in the 1920s.
And for those who aren't really familiar with what this might be, this raced at Le Mans, won at Le Mans in the 1930s. Essentially a four-seater open sports car. It would at one stage have had a canvas roof and a tall windscreen. That is folded down flat. Right in the centre, below the zero, is an aluminium alloy object. That is the supercharger. So essentially what happens with a supercharger, as the crankshaft turns, it turns the vanes in the supercharger, which draw air through the carburetor on the right hand side of your picture. enormous SU carburettor, and as they draw the air in, they compress it and they force it into the cylinders. Supercharging, turbocharging, both forms of forced induction. And the supercharger takes power from the crankshaft to force the air through. A turbocharger uses exhaust gas to spin a turbine, which is connected on the shaft to a turbine that then forces air into the cylinder. So it's different ways of forcing more air and more fuel in, and the more fuel and the more air you put in, the more bang you get for your buck.
Right, this car, one of 12 in the continuation range, and what Bentley did, it had its original car. They disassembled it piece by piece. They then scanned it, catalogued it in 3D, and then have recreated these cars. 12 being built, 4.5 litre blower Bentley, 4.4 litre, 4-cylinder, but supercharged, as Martin's been explaining.
And like all 1930s cars, right-hand drive. Well, no, you idiot, they weren't right-hand drive. 1930s, up until the 1930s, pretty much up until World War II, all performance cars were right-hand drive. In fact, almost all cars were right-hand drive because things like the gear change and the brake were often on the outside, and you needed your strong and dexterous right hand to operate them properly. So even early Alfa Romeos, early Benzes were all right-hand drive, as we've seen over the course of the weekend. The Bentley proceeding nicely up towards the finish line, being chased by a Lancia Fulvia Barchetta and the awesome Lancia Stratos, the V6 engine from a Ferrari Dino in the back of a fabulous rally weapon. Here's another Lancia Fulvia. This is a 1.6 HF Fulvia, and Massimo Macaluso driving this car. He has a pair of Lancias here. He also had a Group A HF Integrale, which shed a wheel a couple of days ago, so he's been in the Fulvia since then. This is in tarmac, not tarmac spec, in Safari Rally spec. You see the bull bars, the high ride height, and the extra spotlight there for the navigator to try and figure out where the hollows were and where the animals were sleeping in the dark on the road.
Exactly so. The technique required to run on those rutted roads on the Safari Rally, it was, if you drive too slowly, it's really uncomfortable. If you drive just fast enough, it's about right. And then if you drive too fast, it's back to being really uncomfortable again. Plus the fact all that soil comes in through the side, really, really fine soils in East Africa. Yeah. But a car to win that could be in absolutely perfect physical condition, and then just one bit of dust too many could tip them over the edge.
Well, here from Thames Ditton factory, where AC built their cars, a Brooklands racer, and of course Brooklands not far at all away in Weybridge from Thames Ditton, both just down to the southwest of London. And AC, really from very early times in motoring, a big part of the performance fraternity in British car manufacture.
Wind the clock back to about 5 minutes ago. We were talking about Alan Wynne in the Napier Railton, made to compete at Brooklands. So too was this car. You could fit 4 of those in the footprint of that mighty Napier Railton. This was a 1500cc class in the light 6 class. So don't forget, in those days just as many small cars went racing as, well, probably far more small cars went racing than the giants, the Leviathans. But this is how so many people cut their teeth in racing.
And just imagine being in that on the banking as 24-litre behemoth that was the Napier Railton came past you. You'd get sucked in the air intake, wouldn't you?
But as small and spindly as that AC Brooklands racer looked, that was the first car with an engine of only 1500cc to lap for more than an hour at over 100 miles an hour.
Wow. The lattice work in the rear of this car gives it away as a drift machine, as we were hearing from Ian Waddington throughout the weekend. Lots of the top drifters produce so much power they need phenomenal cooling, but the radiator at the front is rarely facing forward, so they have huge fans blowing air through radiators at the back, and that gives them the cooling that they need, because these cars, they produce phenomenal horsepower. Most of them will be way up into 4 figures in terms of power. Sort of bare minimum for a top drifter would be around 600 to 700 horsepower.
Now this is the spare car for Axel Hildebrand, because he's racing been competing so far throughout the meeting. The Chevrolet with the tri-rotor Mazda engine on board, and now he's reached back to his previous car, the Nissan, and that actually seems to be working better than the other one. But the Chevrolet was very, very new to him, and a lot of these cars, they have an idea, they create them, they run out of time. But great that Axel brought the spare car, and now he'll do what he couldn't get to do in the drift corner because his car wasn't competing. Waving out the window is one thing, spinning is another thing, and the long drive is do the two together.
Yeah. Loves the rolling burnout, loves to put on a big show. I don't think any shrinking violets ever get into drifting. It is definitely a sport for the real extrovert showman. And you're right, you know, he was down there in that lower paddock. Right beside him was Steve Baggy with his Nissan with a Corvette LS3 motor, and beside him was a Corvette body with a Nissan motor, with a Japanese Mazda tri-rotor. So it's sort of almost like the two teams had swapped motors over, but in fact it was just a happy coincidence. But great that he's actually got a chance in these final few minutes of Festival of Speed to go out and put on a big show for the crowd.
And Subaru rally cars have been competing at the top of the hill in the special rally stage, but also entertaining us on the hill. And it's sort of the evolutionary story. This, I think, is the 2001 car, Tommy Macklin car. That would tally. We had the 1997 version of the Subaru Impreza, and what from 2003. But Steve Rockingham absolutely puts on a fabulous show. This is now the 2003 one, so the youngest of all of these. And Martin, Subaru, they started with the Legacy, they impressed, they went to the Impreza, and they absolutely just took it to another level.
Yeah, really moved rallying on a lot in the World Rally Championship. Very impressive performance, very impressive engineering, and great driving talent. Driving talent always finds the good cars. That's just the way life is, and that's why Dave Richards, Pro Drive, and the Subaru World Rally team had such a great roster of drivers. They were all queuing up to have a go. Well, that was 20 years ago. 20 years earlier than that, we were in the Group B era, and this was Nissan's car of choice at the time. Anthony Walker having to pull up, though, for a moment. Red flags are out. Looks as though the Subaru may not have made it all the way to the top. Or is it this, the RS 1700T? Well, that may well actually be period perfect. The RS 1700T was a 1.7 litre BDA engine with a turbocharger driving the front wheels. It was never really going to be a success in the Group B era, when four-wheel drive was very much the thing to have. Even rear-wheel drive might have been better. And the RS 1700T I think was at rear-wheel drive. It was the RS 1600i that was front-wheel drive. But nevertheless, it didn't have the development, it didn't have the power, it didn't have the four-wheel drive, and it really didn't have Ford support either. They realised they had a bit of a lemon on their hands, and it was quickly bypassed as they developed their pucker Group B challenger, the RS 200. And there's a mouth-watering queue actually forming in Moulton. We got the Nissan 240 RS with its 2.4 litre Cosworth head and 5-speed gearbox, rear-wheel drive right behind it. We've got the Audi Quattro. So there goes the Nissan 240 RS. Really actually quite successful in long car-breaking rallies. The Safari Rally, Côte d'Ivoire, actually had some reasonable results as well, I think, in the Acropolis Rally. But it's the car that's following it up that is the real game changer in rallying, or that was the real game changer in rallying, Audi's Quattro. The Audi engineers noticed that their Audi 80 rally cars were getting thrashed by small Suzukis and small four-wheel drive Japanese cars, and decided that in fact they would buy one of those and take it apart and figure out how they could adapt the transmission for their rally cars.
Well, it's not the first time that's happened in the sport. It was happening at the very start of the 20th century, and certain marques were unashamed in their pursuit of excellence, but keeps on happening. Now, Group B, it could have been the RS 1700T was dropped very quickly. Ford brought in the RS 200, totally different equation, not built on an Escort body shell, but something made for purpose. It was very good, but you had to be very, very, very good to beat the Audi Sport Quattros, and though it filled lots of gaps in the top positions, it didn't win as many as it might have done otherwise.
And by the time the RS 200 arrived and the MG Metro 6R4 behind it, Audi were already a couple of steps into evolution of that car. The Peugeot 205 T16 had arrived, and the Lancia Delta S4 was also on its way. So the RS 200 met the bar at the beginning of the Group B era, but by the end of the Group B era, the bar had been moved out of its reach. So it was a great opportunity to Ford to shine on the World Rally stages, but as an outright victor or a car that was going to carry a world champion, it was losing a little in the power stakes.
But of course, Group B came to an end. The cars were simply too fast, and just the rally stages weren't safe enough for them anymore. We would have loved for it to continue, and who knows what the second iteration of the RS200 might have been.
Yeah.
But it's a cyclical game, motorsport. It left us amazing memories, and fortunately, a lot of these cars weren't parked when Group B was brought to a close. They just sifted across to Rallycross. We saw them on television. They were absolutely brilliant. And in terms of spectacle, I think it took rallying about another 30 years to get to the lofty heights again.
Yeah, the likes of John Welch, Martin Shanker, very happy to take an RS200, boost the turbo power. Of course, there was no power limits in Rallycross. You could do whatever you liked with it. And the RS200 bit, RS, Ford's Rally Sport Imprint, of course, 200. That's how many you had to make for homologation purposes.
Now, Subaru, but with no stickers. Why so, Martin? Because this is something fresh out of ProDrive. Only, I believe, 25 of these are about to be built. Too late, my friends. They're all snapped up.
This is what, if you'd made it yourself, would be called a resto mod. It's not a current production model, but completely reworks. Of course, ProDrive originally, when the cars were in production, the Imprezas developed their own P1. This is a 25th anniversary of their involvement with the Impreza, and so here the P25. Mark Higgins does an awful lot of driving events for Subaru, including, and go and look it up later on YouTube, driving a Subaru rally car down the bobsled course in St. Moritz. Very nearly destroyed the car, possibly one of the scariest things I think he's ever had to do, and that includes trying to set new lap records on the Isle of Man mountain course. Well, that was a little taste of some of rallying's supercars from the mid-1980s. As Bruce said, 1986 saw the end of Group B, and then the Group A regulations were introduced, and as so often is the case, it was an Italian manufacturer that reacted first, fast and best to those. And Lancia, having had its Delta S4 outlawed, which was definitely the king of the final year of Group B, started conquering all before it with the Delta Integrale in Group A. Well, lots of drivers sitting up at the top with the crowd around them in the top paddock in some glorious summer sunshine. And mingling with them all is Ed Foster. He caught up with the great Jochen Mass.
Benoit, Jochen, Benoit, I'm going to come to you first, because your face as you climbed out of this auto union, your first time in it, how was it?
It was a unique experience. It was just amazing. The torque you have, a double clutch, you know, something you are not used to when you're in a modern car. I'm like really enjoying the thing, you know. So it's an experience I would never expect to have. It's such a unique, really.
It's okay, you know.
Now, Benoit, you race historic cars at the Revival, but this is, I mean, it's another step, isn't it?
Yeah, completely another step. Just the driving position, the way you shift, you have to clutch twice and put the gas in between and everything. It's completely unique, and the weight, when the torque you have, you can feel that when you put full throttle, that the rear is coming. With this kind of car, it's not something you want to play with.
Jochen, it must be fun seeing younger drivers get into something like the Auto Union that you've driven, and you've driven so many of these cars.
Are you a younger driver?
I was wondering if you're going to make a joke.
Yeah, you have to watch your words. No, look, I mean, it's nice, the interest generally in these cars was a fantastic period, always. So anyway, I'm happy that they can get young, experienced drivers who can handle these things nicely and who respect it, and they also recognize certain shortcomings, certain advantages and things like that. So it's quite impressive, and it's nice.
Now, Benoit, it's Sunday afternoon. The event is nearly over. How's your Festival of Speed been?
It was really a nice experience. You know, I got in the Corvette. I've been in an Audi Quattro V8, and this one, you know, is such a big steps every time. And the atmosphere here is always great. I was with my son during 4 days around. We have seen, I think, nearly everything. running everywhere. I could see my son sleeping behind the car when we start to warm up the engine. We're waking up, and it was a lot of fun and great experience as usual here.
Benoit, Jochen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Was never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, and you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing, and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, how could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
There's Roger Duckworth in the Subaru. Who is alongside him? Does it say anything on your sheet there, Xavier?
Nope. So the winner of the Tornado Trophy for the longest jump over the flying fin was David Wright in his R5 Fiesta.
Ah, well done. Now, see, Sanders is on it, isn't it? Left rear there, hitting the bank and just nudging the car very neatly back onto the special stage. But he misses out on going round the bale or the barrel or the mulberry bush or the oil can, whichever way you want to it. Yeah, just that bump flicked him offline again, and the tail starts wagging, wags to the left, and he clouts the bank. Seemingly no harm done, but that's what you can do, Zav. If you put the drive shaft under stress like that, and you give it a knock and it goes all the way down the line, it can sometimes affect the transmission as well. Yes, you slide rally cars, but what you don't want to be doing is just hitting the rough stuff on the outside or the big banks on the outside.
Putting extra stress on the drivetrain that doesn't help at all.
Yeah. There's Roger Duckworth. He's a fantastic driver, isn't he, Roger? He really still has got it. Martin Buitenhaus from Holland in the 2-litre Starion. What I loved was that story you told about the Mitsubishi Starion, on the video that we saw when Pentti Ricola, the Finnish driver in the British Championship, through the 5-bar gate. Tell us that story.
It was great in-car from Pentti and Ronald McNamee in the Mitsubishi Starion whenever it was running the British Championship. It was on the Circuit of Ireland in-car, and you could clearly hear Ronan McNamee going like 200, square right, don't cut, and Penty was just carrying so much speed. You could see him starting to panic, and you could see Ronan McNamee going straight. So he goes through the gate, takes the gate clean off the hinges, lands in the field, on with the handbrake, back out, square left out of the field and up the road was a time loss of only 7 or 8 seconds, but it could have been so much more different in terms of them carrying on in the event. But just to see the gate go flying out over the roof of the Starion is quite comical. So slide wide, coming into the first left-hander there and running right, Martin Wheatonhouse keeping the Starion on the road. And you can see the distance markers there on the flying fin in feet, so 40 or 50 or 60 feet. Good jump from Charles Sincock in the Mclaren Arturo. I think 5 of these were made, there's only 3 actually left now. Martin nicely round, not once, not twice, 3 times around.
He's got that job sorted, hasn't he?
He has it, yeah.
And he's keeping focused on the inside, just on the barrel, and just pirouetting round it with delicate application of the throttle, just enough to keep those rear wheels spinning, just enough to keep the momentum going round, so that the back can keep swinging in a nice arc and take it all the way around.
That bark you can hear is the Peugeot 205 T16 of Philippe Toloma, who has left the start line in the ex-Matti Alamaki Peugeot 205 that was used in the European Rallycross champion, Matti champion in 88, 89 and 1990. But just lovely to see another Group B supercar on the stage here.
It's a huge rear spoiler on that Peugeot. It's absolutely massive, and it shows you in one way how quick that car was, and it tells you also when you look at, you know, the Metro 6R4s, they had to have some form of aerodynamics because they were so quick.
Yeah.
So on the tarmac rallies, for example, that's how they do. And Sir Patrick Head tells the story, as does John Piper, who's the engineer working on the design of the Metro 6R4 in a porter cabin behind the Williams factory, just grabbing wings off shelves in the stores and say, oh, this'll do, and they stuck it on the top of the back of the Metro because they needed to keep it down on the deck. Look at the size of that rear wing on the Peugeot. I'm not saying they necessarily been into the wind tunnel with that, but it's certainly been tested in some form or another. And the aerodynamics on the WRC1 cars up until the end of 2021, if they broke the rear wing or part of that rear bodywork, they started to get loose at the rear. So the aerodynamics did work even in rallying.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, if you saw some of the early photographs of the Metro when it first came out, it had no spoiler, front or back. And then slowly through testing, they developed the front one. Then they developed the one that's synonymous now with the rear. But if you look to the Peugeot in its Evo 1 form, very minimal spoiler on the roof, splitter of sorts in the front. But then when we started to get the kind of horsepower out of the Group B cars we were getting, not only did you have Audi with big wings, but Peugeot, the Evo 2, as you said. And when the RS200 made its way into Rallycross, and the kind of 0 to 60 in like 1.8 seconds and 0 to 104 seconds, that kind of thing.
There you go, great view, front view of the Peugeot. You can see the front little bib spoilers, you see that huge rear spoiler. Talking about aerodynamics then on rally cars, we come into the 80s now and look at the rear of the Cosworth, the Sierra Cosworth. They raced these cars to great effect, and they were touring car champions. And Andy Rouse, 4 times touring car champion, but in Sierra Cosworths he was absolutely mighty.
Yeah.
And those big rear spoilers. They might look overly large, but they weren't. They worked on the rally cars, and they certainly worked on the race car derivatives. No need for them, though, with the Mark 1 Escort. Although, look, there you go, a spoiler on the boot of the Mitsubishi Evo 4.
Yeah, again, all designed just to keep that bit of downforce, keep the car as square to the ground as possible, make sure your traction is efficient as it can be.
When Maria Costello says to you, would you like to go up the hill in her sidecar? Obviously, your first answer is absolutely yes. I'd be mad to turn this lady down. Oh, this is so good!
Maria Costello is in control of it, and our Rachel has been presented for us over the course of this weekend. You can see she's smiling, she's laughing.
Woohoo! Wowza! This is so fun!
The bike is bouncing around. We've got some lovely shots from on board, and it's going to be wonderful to hear from Rachel.
Wow, what a thing to do. Brilliant.
I have heard from people who've done this before, Keith. Actually holding on can be pretty tough, although the corners here...
This is like something else.
The corners here are not too demanding.
But the suspension movement, this has got a longer swinging arm in it for the TT, the Tourist Trophy races on the Isle of Man. It's got a 600cc Kawasaki ZX motor in it. It's still quite quick, but you'd be surprised. It's not so much about accidents that present bruises. Rachel will be feeling bruises after this just by being on the platform, being buffeted about.
Straight to the finish.
There's no suspension, so it is like, especially coming into here, I was like, oh, I think I've gone over a bit of a stone, and you can feel it, it's like a rock. But it's so much fun. You feel so low to the ground that you're kind of experiencing every single corner.
What advice did Maria give you before you left the line?
Absolutely none, no. I'm joking. There's a handle here, Rach. There's a handle here. Should watch out for the braking. That's the only advice. When I brake, you might actually have to kind of move a little bit. But here, I'm just holding on for dear life and going up the hill. Yeah, incredible.
That's interesting. So we're just closing the... Yeah.
When you think of the Festival of Speed, the famous hill climb usually springs to mind. But if you actually look a little bit further, you find a few more hills over here. Covered in dirt, yes, but this is the off-road arena. And I'm about to find out exactly what goes on over here. Well, I'm standing next to Richard Kershaw, 6 times British off-road champion, who's at Goodwood for the first time in 10 years. Richard, what brings you back this year?
An invitation. I was invited to bring the latest Lofthouse car back that's just been nicely finished over the last year, and it was gratefully accepted to come and showcase the car.
Yeah, go on, talk about what it's going to be doing, because it's all about the hill climb, but there's another hill over here, isn't there?
Yeah, the proper hill, as we call it, the rough hill. It's an off-road course designed to showcase the sport, which is rough. Our cars will go on any terrain, tarmac, off-road, anything. And it's just designed to showcase what they can actually do.
Is there a competition element to the dirty road this weekend?
There is. There's a shootout where they're doing a timed lap, and I haven't been here for 10 years, but it's a much coveted trophy and well sought after, I believe, so everybody will be really going for it on Sunday.
Well, should we open this world of off-roading up to everyone then, and especially me, because I'm up here, it's dirty, it's dusty, I might as well have a go. Will you take me out in the car?
Yeah, let's do it. Great.
Wish me luck! Oh my God! Woohoo! I feel like hands up. Woo! Oh my goodness, this is so cool! Woo, is it a jump? Oh my days! Woo!
Enjoying it?
Oh, it's so good! It's like the best roller coaster ever! Wowza! What a ride! This guy's an absolute legend! think of the festival...
I haven't met him, but the other...
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the final hurrah of the Festival of Speed for 2022. Martin Haven, Bruce Jones, and delighted to have Sean Ward with us again as we all revert back to 8-year-old boy, don't we, really? I mean, whether you're male or female, it's 8-year-old. Come on, mister, what will she do? Well, the answer with the Pagani with the Pagani is it will do an awful lot. It's been a long 4 days, everybody.
But it does an awful lot of stuff, Martin, with a definite Pagani twist. I really love the fact that some manufacturers have their own look and they've stayed true to that. And Sean, this is a car, of course, prodigious performance is a prerequisite, but what sort of prodigious performance does it have? Oh. Wow, that is just incredible. Get your heads around. If you haven't seen this, the supercar parade before, the figures are off the clock. We have a little joke. If they don't have more than 1,200 horsepower, you don't mention it.
Is it an actual supercar? Well, this is a very different car to what you think you're looking at. You think you're looking at a standard 911 turbo. What you're actually looking at is a car that has been disassembled to its tiniest component, and as they say at Singer, reimagined. So Marino Fanchitti driving his car, brother Dario has his own car that has been custom built by Singer, and this is as bespoke as a Savile Row suit. Yes, it started life once upon a time on the production line in Weissach, probably had a very happy life being thrashed within an inch of its life, and Singer have created an entirely new machine.
Martin, how would we look if we reimagined? It's a question I maybe shouldn't ask, but there we go. But anyhow, it's fabulous. And Marino Franchitti has helped with the development of this car, and it's drawing a huge amount of attention just down by the stable yard. Yeah. It was up on its own mount and people milling around. It was a car that was fabulous in period, but you can know this one is going to be twice as tall and twice as fun.
And being caught from behind fast by a beautiful yellow Ferrari.
Well, that's the 812 Competizione, am I correct?
Could well have been.
17 horsepower. The target for John Hennessy and his team down in Texas is 500 kilometers an hour flat out. That's 311 miles an hour as a top speed. That's what they're gunning for.
Well, no wonder. Alex Brundle, who's been very, very busy all weekend. We've seen him in a Sauber Group C car. We've seen him in a Tolman Formula 1 car. And, of course, he wanted to put over his hand for rampant power and unbelievable performance. Still blowing out as it goes out of Molka. But he'll slow down a little bit, thank goodness, for the fifth wall. But this American Challenger has always been about horsepower.
Well, our TV crew want one, please, if that's all the very same. And that's probably one each, although even if we put all our earnings together, I'm not sure we could afford one, and certainly none of our driving licenses would qualify us to drive one. 500 kilometers an hour. I mean, we're now starting to look at road cars that are approaching the speed of travel of airliners.
Well, moments after that fabulous flame out from the Hennessy, I just noticed who was driving up the hill not far behind. Former Grand Prix driver Luis Perez Sala in the Hispano Suiza, the Swiss, Spanish, but largely Swiss constructor, back in business and with a very, very flamboyant car. But in terms of flame out at the back of the car, the Hennessy takes some beating.
Lots of glorious noises, and is this the purest form of driving on four wheels? Always, everybody says, it's the nearest thing to riding a superbike that you can get in a car. The Caterham 7, developed endlessly since the 1960s, the early 1960s, when Colin Chapman sold these as kits as the Lotus 7. Graham Nern bought the rights when Lotus stopped making the 7, moved it lock, stock and barrel to his home in Caterham in Surrey, and hence the change of name. And still, Bruce Jones, a benchmark for visceral excitement in a car.
In terms of dynamic feel and ability to change direction, almost on a coin. It's high in power for a very lightweight body, and I think in terms of a dynamic drive, there's almost more fun to be had in the Caterham than anything. But just tell us about the figures for this, Sean.
Well, this is the Caterham 420 Cup, so at the moment, this is the most extreme cage when you can buy it. Hence the roll cage, hence it's got the windscreen and the monster exhaust. Having a lot of fun going up the hill there. That sounds fast more than anything.
But everything in an open top car, particularly one where you haven't even got really side screens if you're very wise, just feels so much more dynamic. Now behind, McLaren are making more and more high performance cars, more and more different body shapes. The 765 Spider, or the LT Spider, being driven very well by Jamie Wall there. What do we know about that? Because everything they do, they then add a little bit more.
Well, this is 80 kilograms lighter than the McLaren 720S.
Or a little bit less.
4-litre twin-turbo V8. It's got a 9mm longer tail, 57mm longer in total, just 765 cars, more than 200 miles an hour. Lower than 3 seconds to 62.
As the cars come past us here into Moulcombe, and as you're seeing them on your TV screens, I'm definitely getting the feeling that everybody is very well aware this is the last one of the day. They are fully opening the taps on everything. Not sure I've seen any of these cars come at us quite so quickly all weekend.
Well, it must be pointed out the first time the cars took to the hill was Thursday morning, and it just started raining. The track was treacherous, and that is why all the value of the pro drivers who are largely peddling these cars is something that we very much ascribe to. And to see them, yes, each run they've been going better, gaining more confidence, and it's a fabulous place to watch them. Just seeing that 720S Coupe going well through Moulcombe. Well, of course it will. Look who's at the wheel, Bruno Senna.
Nephew of the late great Ayrton Senna, hugely experienced single-seater and prototype sports car racer, and Bruno loves events like this. He is a full-on car geek and will have spent half the time he wasn't driving this car just with his nose in something like an absolute tourist.
Well, he has many other things to be involved with. There's a drone racing series coming up, and he's going to be involved with that as the test pilot. More of that later on. But here we are in a bowl full of the best Aston Martins, the Ferraris, the Bugattis as well. I noticed Andy Wallace, the man who's topped 300 miles an hour in a road car. First he got past 200 in the McLaren F1, then with the Bugatti went past 300. I really think he ought to stop now. It's showing off.
Ben Seafried in the Aston Martin DB11, and he's being a little gentler with the car than some of the drivers, some of the machinery. And this is Aston Martin's sort of top-of-the-range current model, isn't it?
It sits just below the DBS, so the DBS is a slightly more extreme version of this with a bit more power, but it's got this particular one, this is a V8 version, 4-litre twin-turbocharged V8 engine, just over 500 horsepower, 0-62, 3.9 seconds. You can, if you want. If you don't want the V8, you can get the 5.2-litre twin-turbo V12 instead.
Yeah. I quite like the V8. We are facing up to the final hurrah for cars with an epic, glorious sound. But I've just been speaking around to people around the grounds of Goodwood House, and an awful lot of them are saving up to buy one of these final hurrah cars. 2030 is the year at which no more cars with petrol engines could be sold in the United Kingdom. Other countries will be following a similar line. But I can almost sense the manufacturers coming out of the blocks going, OK, we know there's a big market here. We're going to build our very, very best.
And Aston have already announced that the current V12 will be their very last V12 engine car. And it may well be the end of the road for the V8, and that's going to be a real shame in terms of fans that like their cars to make a noise, in terms of owners that like their cars to make a noise. I went down to Le Mans a couple of weeks ago in a DBX 707, which has got all the comfort you'd expect from an SUV. It just sounds and goes like a NASCAR racer. It's just the most astonishing thing. More than 700 horsepower. I didn't even venture into Sport Plus mode because I just couldn't go there.
I do feel your ride down would have been a little bit more dynamic in the V12 Vantage Speedster with your head and shoulders, well, we're both tall people, out of the top of the car. The buffeting, it had to be exciting, but on the way back, I think you'd have been too tired for that. But tell us about the V12 Speedster, Sean.
Just 88 of these are going to be...
Okay, the first tumbler of the weekend, it was the Mercedes AMG track car, and it's taken to the hay bales. That is the first impact we've had in the entire meeting. This is the last, it's day 4, final batch. The driver is climbing out under their own steam, a passenger as well. So just, I don't want to guess what happened down there, but the straw bales did exactly what they needed to do.
Comes to a fairly abrupt halt. So the good news is that, as you'd expect from any modern supercar, the contents are perfectly fine.
Well, the driver, Adam Christodoulou, is on the Mercedes roster. He's a pro racing driver, so I don't know what we're on. This is the run to the first corner, and the Mercedes just locks up, and at that point, it is the point of no return. And if there was any return, Adam Christodoulou would have achieved it. He managed to steer it a little bit, but diminishing returns at that point. Most unfortunate.
A very short run into the straw bales, which, as you say, have exactly done their job. So, unfortunately for Mercedes, that will be a repair bill.
Now, this is a super high-performance Mercedes, new out this year, isn't it, Sean?
Yep, Mercedes AMG GT Track Series. So it's celebrate 55 years of AMG. They're only making 55 of these, 4-litre twin-turbocharged flat-plane crank V8, more than 730 horsepower, 6-speed sequential box, steel brakes rather than carbon ceramic, so they've gone back to the kind of race spec, £310,000.
Clearly very, very dynamic, and I mean the clue is really in the name, isn't it? Track Series, take it out on a big open track and it will be fabulous. And of course Mercedes have been running, the AMG Mercedes have provided the GT3 races, GT4 races, and they've always been designed so that these are cars that are really good for the AM driver in a pro-AM driver lineup, and driver friendly. The previous one was much, much harder to wrestle around the track. Fine for the pros, not so much for the AM. So that was very much what they concentrated on, Martin, and it's been a policy that's worked.
It really has. I mean, Mercedes has lowered the average age of its owners, I would think, in the last 20 years, probably by about 20 years. I can
Did
remember.
You sell yours?
I can remember. I still have. I still have a hankering for. I actually have to say, for so many cars. The stand behind us here. Every time we pop out and make our 10-minute trip down the hill to the loo, there's the AMG stand celebrating 55 years and counting of AMG, and they've got an SL55 AMG sitting there, and I'm just going, yeah. Yeah, that's got my name all over it.
He's talked of little else all weekend. It's quite sad, really.
It's
not at all. But what I loved on the AMG stand, well, let's take a look at the replay. So full bore acceleration by Adam Christodoulou with his passenger getting heat in the tyres by wagging it around. It's a fearsome acceleration to the first corner, and just simply at that point the braking wasn't happening enough to get around the corner. He probably just wanted to tuck the nose in and turn to the first right that's followed by the second right and then go past the house. But the straw bales did precisely what they're required to do, stopping the car at the edge of the circuit, so scarcely got past the supercar paddock. But may I say, this weekend, well, not this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that is the first car to hit the straw bales here. So really unfortunate at the end, but the good news is can't tell you about the car too much, but I can tell you the driver, Adam Christodoulou, and his passenger, who got a little bit more than he reckoned for, are out of the car, walking away unaided. Of course, they'll be a bit winded. Any impact with, you might think a straw bale is soft. No, it isn't if you hit it with anything.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there will be a temporary hold on the track. There are more cars yet to be exercised up the hill. And just a little salient moment for all the drivers to remember that braking for the first corner, as in motor racing, so demonstrating cars here is very important. So it's been a great weekend here, and so much to see away from the spine of the event, which is the hill climb course. And our reporters have been around and about just to try and give us all a taste of what's been going on. I'm sure an awful lot of families particularly have been very interested to see the EVs on display. And Grace Webb went down, as Eddie Grant said, Electric Avenue.
I'm here at Electric Avenue, the go-to place for all things in the world of electric motoring, to find out more about what's on offer in the electric car market as we continue on the road to 2030. I'm here with Dan, who is the EV training lead at BP Pulse. So, Dan, we want to know a bit more about what the road to 2030 is all about.
So, it's around the vehicle manufacturers committing to stop producing combustion engine cars. So, it's all about converting to that EV journey, and there's huge investment in that. Most of the manufacturers are committed to doing it earlier than that date. Volkswagen, for example, 2025. What's an amazing thing to see. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, so what's BP Pulse's role in the Road to 2030? What are they doing in the quest to an electric future?
Yeah. So ours is the charging side of things. So we've just recently announced £1 billion investment in the UK. So in our charging infrastructure was phenomenal. That's a big plus. And then we've got things like our BP home charge unit. Again, someone new on the EV journey is learning that your car's static 80% of the time. So at home overnight is the perfect time as well. So there's lots going on from our perspective there.
Yeah, so if someone is looking to convert to an EV, what kind of costs are involved, or what savings even can they make?
I think I hear a lot of people say the outright cost is more, but I think as soon as you start looking at whole life cost, it's very different. I mean, I'm a 2 EV household. I've gone from paying around £500 a month for a car, tax, fuel, to around £100 saving. My finance is more, but my fuel is a lot less. I think I'm charging my car 250 miles for about £8. You try doing that in a petrol and diesel car, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's great that people can come and speak to people like you at the stand. What makes the BP Pulse stand out at the Festival of Speed?
Well, I think it does help with all the cars we've got, and the Premier League trophy, that probably attracts people in as well. But it's great to see so many of the vehicle manufacturers showing off their cars to everyone. We're nice to have lots of chargers about as well, so I'm a massive believer. It's just EV in general, it's about the education piece. There's a huge amount to learn, and we're lucky here. It's the second year I think we've had the Electric Avenue here. We're really excited to be a part of it, and it's just a great way just to give anyone any tips or queries they may have about EV and just put it to rest, because it really is a simple transition.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Dan.
No, thank you.
Well, the demand for electric vehicles is getting stronger and stronger, with improved infrastructure and technology and some really striking designs. The question is, when will you make the switch?
Mcmurtry Automotive was founded nearly 6 years ago, and we set out to create the world's most amazing electric car. This is going to be the first time since 1979 that a fan car has competitively run in motorsport anywhere.
A fan car is basically an inverse hovercraft. So unlike a conventional racing car where you need to be travelling at considerable speed, over 100 miles an hour, to generate downforce from your wings, what we do is use our onboard electric battery power to power 2 fans, create a vacuum underneath the car. We have written the rule book. There's 2 ambitions this weekend. The first thing is to win the hill climb competition, but we've also got an eye on the VW IDR record, and the bar is set extremely high for that.
Anything you do is fine. Keep it in the middle. There is no pressure at all to be in with a shot of the record. We're reliant on Max and Alex driving in a blinding fashion to deliver the performance to the circuit.
Today's going to be an eye-opener, coming to Goodwood where it's basically someone's garden, bumpy sort of surface, and we've got Formula One performance. I'll go fairly steady on the first run, just sort of work my way into it, and then we'll come back Friday and hopefully have a couple of runs to just get a little bit closer, turn up the power, and see what it can do.
Hey buddy, you all right?
It's a bit of a unique looking thing. It's very small. It's a single-seater. A lot of people think it looks like a Batmobile. It would eat the Batmobile alive. When we did a 0 to 60 launch the other day in sub 1.4 seconds, I've never experienced anything like it. The anticipation's building, obviously the first run of the week. We're not running full power yet, and we'll see how it goes.
This is the McMurtry machine that Max Chilton is in.
And that absolutely launched.
We definitely need more power, like easily can take it, easily can take more power.
Shame we only get one run today. I was desperate to have another go, but it's always good to come back wanting more.
Yesterday, it was a 49-second run. We took the decision to turn everything up to 10, so we're up to 1,000 horsepower on the full system. We're running the fans flat out, so full 2 tons of downforce.
The car's come a long way. I'm sure there's a little bit more in it. So, yeah, I'll just try and get as clean a run as I can.
41.2.
It's getting down towards the record, 39.9. He's not that far off it.
What did I just do?
41.29.
So second fastest ever.
Yeah.
How was that? You lunatic, that's amazing. My goodness, it's just been amazing to see Max deliver. And the exciting thing about tomorrow is the car's in Alex Summers' hands, and Alex Summers is the hill climb master. The aim is just for me to qualify and get Max up the hill. You know, that's our priority really, to keep the car in good shape.
Here we go. McMurty Automotive Spearling then. Alex Summers is your driver. He is going to blitz this time, surely. Over the finish line of 40.05.
You know, that is almost a new record.
I'm not used to a crowd this big, but for me personally it's incredibly special. But you know, the car's the star. What an incredible bit of kit.
I'm almost speechless. I can't begin to tell you how it feels. We've worked so hard on this car for so many years. For Max tomorrow, I'm sure he's going to give it everything he can. We just hope the weather's good, hope everyone stays safe, and that we can represent the brand and the event as best we can.
Well, what an astonishing device this is. It does look like something that has come out of the pages of a comic strip. And boy, does it go like it. I mean, if Batman had a High Days and Holidays toy, that's what it would look like. I mean, you know, if it was matte black, it genuinely would be the new Batmobile. I'm not sure where they'd fit the rockets and all the other stuff, but the baddies would not get away, would they, Bruce?
No, but they'd certainly have to recreate, if they were shooting a movie, they'd have to retrain movie camera people because they wouldn't know how to pan with the car, and it would be gone. Only the dust would be settling.
Our camera guys were, you know, they're whip panning on all the other quick stuff, and this thing is just leaving them standing like it did everything else. An astonishing performance, and this car will be road legal, which is, again, absolutely astonishing. Well, there is the development team, and here is the run. You hear the fans. And then it's like an aircraft being fired off the deck of an aircraft carrier. 2 tons of downforce at a standstill gives it the most phenomenal acceleration across the line or off the line. And it never gives up. It doesn't rely on speed for its aero. So Max was saying it's really counterintuitive. You just mash the brake pedal and keep mashing it. It never locks up. But with that speed, look at this, coming up the hill, past the flint wall. I mean, everything coming at him at unprecedented speed. And he put in a big run this morning and then went somewhere extra special for the one that really counted. They really wanted the time run, and the applause from the crowd lining this hill climb course was absolutely well deserved. Just a phenomenal half minute of... I have no idea what his adrenaline content or his heart rate was then, but it had everybody else's heart pounding. Well, that is a very different beast to this Bruce Jones. This is as close to a Formula One Mercedes as the normal driver is ever going to get, and it is remarkably close to a Formula One Mercedes.
Well, it's been given a name remarkably close to Formula One. It's the Mercedes AMG 1. It's an ultra-serious bit of kit. It's a very special car. Sean, talk us through the facts and figures.
Well, there are some quite hefty facts and figures, to be honest. So there are going to be 275 of these cars. 1.6-litre turbocharged engine from the Mercedes Formula One team. It's got 4 motors as well, 1 in the turbo, 1 in the engine. It's got 2 on the wheels as well, 18 miles of electric range, but the engine revs to 11,000 RPM, so a bit lower than the Mercedes Formula One car, but it will do 218 miles an hour. And what we're seeing there is him go from highway to track. So the wing comes up, some louvers open just above the wheel arches. It's maximum attack mode.
And does the body lower as well, or was that just the wing moving at the back that made me think both parts were moving? Looked as though it went down a little bit at the front end.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. That's very common, because then you get that kind of little layer of ground effect underneath the car as well. I mean, it's... If you think of the Mercedes, what was that, C111, that high-speed project, really it's got that look, and for the same reason, because it's hugely aerodynamic. And with this Formula One derived hybrid power unit, propelling the car with its normal aspiration and with its internal combustion and with the electric power. You know, again, you just blend it all together into this phenomenal weapon.
I don't think we can forget as well just what an achievement it is to put an engine, like a powertrain like this, into a road car. Because, you know, a Mercedes Formula One car is looked after by a huge team who check it over every single time it runs. This is a road car. You can put it in your garage at night, you can drive it the next morning. That's the whole point of it.
And we were talking about the preparations for George Russell running the Mercedes Formula One car up the hill. He ran the 2019 car up the hill earlier on. It takes 4 hours to pre-warm the car before we even dare think about starting it. So you're absolutely right. Here they've actually had to manufacture this engine to less tight tolerances than a Formula One car. Otherwise it would be absolutely unusable. But what a device it is. And what a device this is as well. The Rimac Nevera. Paul Williams once more getting this thing to dance.
Well, he's the only driver in the supercar parade that does this consistently, lap after lap. One of the most spectacular corners is coming up. We know it's a good one. It's Moulcombe. Let's see if he can get the Rimac Nevera. He's got his indicator on. He's not turning to the right. Or is he? He's going far more slowly. No, he's turning to the left. The nose into the left, but the tail out to the right. That's what he was trying to warn us.
It's like that he does this every single time as well. Every single run.
He had both indicators going there, almost as if it was something to say that he's actually harvesting on the brakes, but I'm not quite sure what was going on with that. However, we're looking here at the Aston Martin DBX 707, more than 700 horsepower from its V8 engine. And it will carry, as I know, 5 people and all their luggage in comfort to Le Mans or further afield. It is the most powerful SUV on the planet. 3 basic modes, ultimately customizable. GT mode for normal driving, Sport mode for spirited driving, and Sport Plus for, well, essentially Aston Martin test drivers and anybody who holds a competition licence. I was definitely not venturing there with somebody else's car.
You think back, mate, if I say 5 years, let's call it 8 years. SUVs were SUVs. Then they got interesting, and Lamborghini crossed across, were one of the first to go. But that figure, just bear in mind, the figures have got higher and higher in terms of power and torque, and the way they handle, and clearly the Aston Martin is something very special.
Well, that's
indeed.
the thing, torque with that car, 900 newton meters, the same as a McLaren P1. It's an SUV.
I feel sick.
The DBX I took to Le Mans was more powerful than all the cars in the 24-hour race. I mean, just insane. So here we go, BMW M3 Competition Touring. So much to unpack from this car that had its global launch here on Thursday. It's a 3 Series wagon, double plus, Sport double plus, and Frank Weisselber has been really showing this off. Not just an M3 touring, but an M3 competition touring. About as hard-edged an M3 as you can get, with space for everything that you need to take with you.
3-litre twin turbocharged inline 6, 510 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.6 seconds.
Is that the most powerful M3 ever? I wouldn't be at all surprised to find that it is. And this is going to be such a sort of two-sided coin. It is a family hauler. It will take the stuff to the tip. It will also give you a huge smile on your face and a massive shot of adrenaline. From Jaguar's SV operation just outside of Coventry, their home, is this F-Pace, the 1988 edition. What happened in 1988, boys and girls? Jaguar won at Le Mans with their V12 power cars. So the relevance here, Sean, would be that this is also a V12 powered car.
Sadly not.
No. Would be something else.
No, it's not.
Purple 22-inch wheels, V8, 550 horsepower. So plenty of power, just not a V12. Maybe you'd like. Maybe they do one specially for you.
Doesn't have a silk cut wrap, but I'm sure somebody will have one on theirs fairly soon. Beautiful car, beautiful colour.
And it makes an absolutely fabulous sound, I must say.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
If you had one, you'd want to have a tunnel nearby, so you could just refresh your memory each morning when you took it out.
Jaguar Land Rover are in a really good shape at the moment. Such a fine vein of form in all their products.
I think I'd have a list of save locations in the sat-nav that would just tunnels.
Yeah. Yes. Maybe you can do that in ways. Tunnels only on any route that you set.
Yes. That should be an option. Jaguar should program that into the map.
Oh, we seem to be taking a detour. Never mind, I'm sure it's going to be fun.
In fact, almost all of these cars should, shouldn't they?
So we have a Maserati on the start line, you know, just the way. This is from the first class. We've got the Michelin supercar run that's grown and grown and grown. Just look how fast they're coming up. We've got a Polestar on the left-hand side of the screen and one right in front of us, blasting away. Polestar, a mark that's grown and grown. This is the Polestar 1. They're all quick. They're all interesting. This one's got the glass roof.
Yeah, so this is the Polestar 1 in Sun. That is the actual name. There are just 25 of these cars in this lovely shade of gold, kind of matte gold colour. 500 Polestar 1s in total. Production has ended now, but it's such a fascinating car because it's more than 600 horsepower, but it's got turbocharged and supercharged, battery supplemented, 4-cylinder engine. It's just such an interesting approach to a performance road car.
Polestar learning so much from their time in touring cars, running Volvos with their turbocharged engines, and they brought that to bear as well with their EV knowledge and development. And of course, one of their attention-grabbing products from last year was a Volvo P1800, entirely reimagined with that turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. A really fabulous piece of kit.
Now, brand new Range Rover going up the hill, subtly different. This is the Range Rover Sport. Graham Moss has been driving it. And what can you tell us about this? It's
4.4 litre twin turbocharged V8. So again, I feel like I'm a broken record now saying the cars have got more than 500 horsepower. 530 horsepower.
No, still blow the trumpet. I think it still works for me. But remodeled, refined, I think we could say, in terms of body shape.
And makes a cracking noise as well, doesn't it? Glorious V8 bellow. Despite the turbochargers, it's still got plenty going for it in the audio-pleasing stakes.
Yeah, all new generation of Range Rover Sport, just following on from the latest all-new generation, the L460 of Range Rover.
Now, this has got a really interesting light signatures. Manufacturers are increasingly using light design as well as the actual shape of the lights to tell a little bit of a story among their cars. This has got a really individual look, particularly for a pickup truck, the Rivian RIT.
Now, this is a very interesting vehicle. It's come over from America. It'll cost you $67,500 over there. But it can tow 5 tons. It's got a range between 260 and 400 miles, depending on what kind of options you tick. 835 horsepower.
Wow.
And 4 motors.
So again, pure EVs producing that pulling power, not just the horsepower. When you're towing, it'll be the torque that allows you to pull that 5-ton payload.
This is the Mercedes-Benz EQXX. It's a test car, weighs 1,750 kilograms, 200 horsepower from some electric motors, 100 kilowatt hours of batteries, rear-wheel drive, and before it came to Goodwood, it went from Stuttgart to Silverstone and then to Brixworth. 1,202 kilometers on a single charge.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? That is what everybody... The big performance figures are one thing. The real-life range of EVs is what everybody is really concerned with, and this is a big step forward. Again, we think back to the C111 Mercedes project of the 1980s, which was to try and get more than 100 miles per gallon out of a car, and they managed to do that. This car, again, you can see it's a really aerodynamic shape. Now, not only is it pleasing on the eye, it's got kind of DB Aston little echoes there to it, but it also helps cheat the wind, and that becomes so much more important when you're looking for range from an EV. That's why you'll sometimes see an Audi e-tron with the little rear-facing cameras instead of a rear-view mirror. Taking off a traditional rear-view mirror and putting in a tiny little camera gives you another 35 miles of range. I mean, the detail that will go into these EVs in the wind tunnel to extend their range is quite remarkable, and even on a production shell that's already been developed, they then take it back into the wind tunnel because you've got to cheat the wind if you want to get the range.
That's the thing, we've had various electric cars for decades now, and obviously they're becoming more and more you know, you're seeing more and more of them on the road nowadays, but we're still at the very early stages. You know, we've had more than 100 years of petrol, you know, internal combustion engines to develop the technology. So electric vehicles, the charging times will come down, the battery power densities will go up, we'll be able to go further on a charge. We're not quite there yet, but it's cars like this that are trying to push those boundaries.
And that will come to two wheels as well, no question at all, that as the internal combustion engine becomes more efficient, motorcycles get more efficient, but eventually everybody is going to end up with some kind of electric powertrain. Now, how the energy is produced, how it is stored, may differ depending on the application. But certainly we're looking at a whole load of different technologies coming through to Paris, but for the moment, for this BMW, what a retro look and a retro sound. I mean, it's got a real feel of the 1940s about it as a modern motorcycle. That is just a great looking factory custom. Really loving the fact that so many manufacturers, as well as the traditional looking sports bikes, are branching out into a very different look on some of their models. We've seen the Triumph Scrambler, which is, you know, a real throwback to the 1950s. And here you go, the new BSA.
The Gold Star, legs forward, legs backward, doesn't seem to matter. So entertaining as he goes. But I think, you know, top-level motorbikes are becoming more and more to a point, and now I think they've spread the other way. They realise diversity. They can all get whatever performance they want. So many engines available. But it's great to go back and look at a bike like that. That's the sort of bike, and the Triumph Scrambler, that might attract me back onto two wheels.
And that, you know, and it's that the modern reliability and lack of oil leaks and the feel to a degree and the look and the noise of a classic bike. I mean, and that is the attraction, you know, and a lot of bike riders may not use it as a regular commuter. They may use it as a regular commuter, but it's bikes like this that will get former motorcyclists back onto two wheels. And again, you know, this is all about the pure enjoyment of riding a machine that's got that feel and that spirit that perhaps you remember from, you know, your early teen or late teens and your early 20s when you had a classic British bike of some kind.
Yeah, or just any contemporary bike. At that point, you know, things like young families come along, the bike gets moved into the garage and then eventually sold. But I think so many people now looking at these bikes, they're much easier to ride than some of their forebears. But that was the last bike to the top of the hill. We've still got fans on the grounds of the Goodwood estate. So the last action up the hill, those bikes and cars will come back down. But for 2022, the running at the Goodwood Festival of Speed is over. It's been an epic 4 days. Sean Ward, have you enjoyed your time up in the commentary box, guiding us with the facts and figures?
I have absolutely loved it. It's been an absolute privilege, a real honour. So many amazing cars, such an amazing weekend. The weather as well has been delightful. It's just been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much.
And for the final word on everything here in the bright sunshine outside the house, let's join David and Rachel. Speed of travel of airliners. Moved it lock, stock and barrel to his home.
Well, what a festival of speed it has been this year for 2022. We've had over 40 hours of action on track on the iconic Goodwood Hill, and David Green and myself have been absolutely privileged to be taking you through it all. I mean, David, let's start back on day one on Thursday, which seems like an absolute eternity away, and what we saw on that day. I think I'll let you start because you did something very special with the BMW. Of course, it was their 50th anniversary and you got to drive one of their cars.
Well, of course, we saw this structure for the first time. We got here, the M Sports Celebration, 50 years of that famous letter in motorsport from BMW, and I was lucky enough to drive the M3 Touring, which we've talked about it, being an estate car, all these hypercars, but very highly anticipated. The first time M3 have put their name to an estate car, the touring car, and I got to drive it at the hill. So that was a great first day for me. And it's so nice to be here as we walk around all these cars that have won their shootouts and everything else at the moment.
Well, then let's go to Friday. And for me, as it was on Thursday as well, it was Wayne Rainey getting back on his 92 motorcycle, that winning one, of course, after so many years. He hasn't been on a motorbike since 93 when he had his career-ending accident, and it brought about so many emotions in the entire community of motorcycling and motorsport, and everyone here at Festival of Speed were giving an ovation as he went up the hill.
It was absolutely unbelievable. Probably the most emotional moment I can remember, certainly, at the Festival of Speed. Everybody had a lump in their throat when he was riding up, and he's now done it every day. But, you know, he's got into it. He was even popping a wheelie earlier, so what was amazing. And it's just absolutely astonishing, and it brought a smile to everyone's face.
And it brings me on to the weekend, and if we actually turn around, this is what it was all about. Obviously, it's qualifying for the shootout. That was on the Saturday, but it's also about Nigel Mansell, who's actually behind us over there. You can probably see him. He's shaking hands with Max Chilton, who is our shootout champion, and now, David, a new record holder.
Yeah, those two men are probably the stars of Saturday and Sunday. Nigel, of course, driving his 92 Ferrari yesterday, F1 car up the hill for the first time. He even jumped into Jimmy Clark's Lotus 25. We saw him today in his championship-winning Williams, and on the balcony in tears, very, very emotional. And of course, Max Chilton in this wonderful machine. We've had the record finally, officially broken.
Yeah, that record, of course, stood for 20 years. Nick Heidfeld was the record holder before this weekend. Now the McMurtry is the new record holder for the hill with a 39.06. That is now the time to beat. Can it be beaten, David? It's a pretty high standard, isn't it?
It's a really high standard, and that record stood for 20 years for a reason. But I've got a feeling the way technology's moving, electrification, we saw it was quite tight up front. This thing is promising to come back next year. And, you know, from what it's learned this year, we could even see it do better than the time it's set this year.
We now know it's got its road licence as well, so we might see that McMurtry on the roads near you in the future. But what a Festival of Speed it has been for 2022. There have been so many iconic moments which will go down in history. David, thank you so much for joining me this year. I've absolutely loved it. I can speak for David, and I think he has as well. And we'll be back as well in September, the 16th, the 18th, when we'll have Goodwood Revival. We both cannot wait for that. But thank you so much for joining us over the course of the last 4 days. We hope you've had as much fun as we have, and we'll see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Goodbye.